Heaven. This place is everyone's dream. To reach this dream, many people have given up their lives. The boundless sky leading to paradise, consisting of 9 levels of clouds, caught the hero's eye. The hero knew that the first to reach the top would rule the world from the high heavens. The young man's confidence knew no bounds. He only asked for a little time to become the master of the world. Brochures describing the event and the local heroes were distributed throughout the city. A gang of bandits rejoiced, imagining that their turn had come in such a wonderful city. The robber snatched the brochure and tore it up, saying that there was nothing special about it. According to the leader, if it weren't for them, the village would come to an end. The leader laughed loudly, while the main character walked by with a smirk on his face. In a split second, the young man lunged at the bandits, deftly picking the pockets of the group. One of the bandits immediately noticed the loss of his personal belongings and looked around. The main character thanked the contestants, saying that he would put the money to good use. These bags contained all the robbers' money, so they immediately rushed after the young thief. The main character's agility was absurd. He ran through all the citizens, pushing everyone in his path. Even despite all the obstacles, the robbers managed to catch up with the main character, surprising him. Soon, the hand caught up with the main character, leaving him no choice but to defend himself. The young man kicked with a roundhouse kick, and the bandit was unable to counter and took the blow. The green-haired man was knocked out, and his ally immediately rushed into battle for revenge. The main character took a handful of sand from his pocket and threw it straight into the enemy's eyes. Noticing the savagery of the robbers, the young man added that he had made a good catch with them. But he miscalculated badly, because he suddenly realized that the third remaining bandit was behind him. The guy grabbed the thief by the collar and said that he had only 2 options. The first option was death, and the second was to return the stolen goods, but he would be beaten half to death. The thief refused to give back what he had stolen and gave the bandit the middle finger as a sign of refusal. The main character made his choice, angering the guy even more. The leader of the group pinned him to the ground. After that, the robber began to brutally beat the thief, who could not fight back. While the beating continued, the rest of the gang gathered their strength and stood up. When the leader wanted to take his money, the thief waved his hand and hid the bags behind his back. The main character said that he could not and would not give the robbers their money back. The red-haired guy said that anyone who saw the young man would think he had stolen the money. The group continued to beat the thief. Citizens nearby noticed the boy and realized that he was the thief Zik. The people of this city had already heard about Zik. This boy stole something every day and got away with it. The young, skinny guy attracted everyone's attention when he shouted at the robbers to stop. The leader asked the stranger who he was, assuming that he was a defender of the local people. The guy was a respected figure, making the citizens wonder what had brought Mr. Fried here. The gentleman asked the robbers to accept his apology, because his friend had been rude. Fried agreed to pay full compensation. The leader, without thinking twice, decided to withdraw his men, because Fried insisted on his point. A little later, the guys went off on their own. Fried wanted to know if Zik was okay after that. Zik replied that he couldn't be okay in such a situation, but added that he would have managed on his own. Even though he was almost killed, money is like a small seed for which one can give their life. According to Fried, the thief had always gone to extremes for money, both then and now. When they first met, Zik stole bread from a young man and almost ended up in prison for 18 years. Zik may have been a thief, but he was a very brave thief. Even when he made mistakes, he was not like the others. Even living the life of a thief, Zik retained hope, and that is why his eyes shine. The guys miraculously became friends. Zik noticed that Mr. Fried himself was involved in theft. Fried said that no one could escape this fate, not even the robbers, nor those who watched from the sidelines. Even Mr. Fried was an outcast, because everyone in this world tries to soar to the heavens. Zik said he didn't want to hear anymore, and Fried became agitated and asked him where he was going. The main character stood at the edge of the precipice, looked up, and said that he was going to heaven. Looking at his city, Fried wondered how long they had been hostages to such a fate. After all, now everything around them was just deep, dead land where everyone was trying to survive. 500 years had passed since everything collapsed, and the sky was divided into 9 levels. A significant part of the world had changed dramatically, and people suffered from poverty and hunger. The only hope that would allow these people to live better was to climb into the heavens. Only by tasting the fruits of life can everything change. Higher and higher, humanity is doomed to this. But Fried considered such an undertaking a luxury because the situation is still difficult. People who are unable to climb to heaven are deprived of a future, left to rot in this place. The gentleman knew this because for Zika, this topic was closest to the life of a young thief. A little later, a group of people gathered in the city center. The man greeted all the contestants. He announced that the event they had all gathered for was about to begin. Zik was also in the crowd, and he shouted that he wanted to participate too. This was not the first time for him. People nearby joked that the thief had been participating in this for many years. but nothing had come of it. The man approached Zik and said that anyone could participate in the event, but the only condition for participation was a fee that the man demanded for admission. Zik had to give up the stolen money, and the man said that now no one could object to the thief's participation. Zico didn't want to give up his seeds, but he had to achieve his goal at any cost. A long time ago, bandits attacked Ziku's place of residence, robbing everyone and killing regardless. Little Zik was scared and crying, but suddenly his father handed him a golden seed. His father was also scared, but he had no choice. He told his son to run while the bandit swung his sword to kill the man. The child had to run, screaming and crying, while his father was mercilessly killed behind him. This world has gone mad. Zik promised himself that he would climb to the very heavens. A group of men began to blow horns, and the organizer announced that after a long wait, the main festival of the heavens was beginning. The first task for the contestants was to search for the soul bird in the dense forest. To ascend to the heavens, this was the first task. This time, Zik was more confident in his success. The birds could talk, noticing that humans were crawling bugs that they were tired of. Zik ran through the forest with a net, fiercely swinging at every bird in sight with a glimmer of hope. But every time the boy tried to catch a bird, it flew away from him hopelessly. Zik's task was to catch just one bird, so he continued to fight for his destiny. After 3 hours of unsuccessful attempts, the main character was saddened by his failure. The 3 thugs who had beaten Zik earlier found the thief. They had already found their own birds and came to mock the guy. Zik recognized these guys but didn't want to deal with them, saying that he was busy and had things to do. But as soon as he started to walk away, one of the men struck him, breaking the main character's net. Surprised, Zik jumped back, and the leader noticed that the guy had been very lucky since the beginning of the day. But this time, no one could stand up for Zik in his fight against the robbers and their newly acquired birds. Preparing for battle, the robbers' birds began to glow with power, and joy was visible on their faces. The bullies' hands were filled with weapons provided by the magical birds for the upcoming battle. Using the blades to attack, the robbers' strength increased, and Zika had trouble dodging. The next axe attack was successful, but the thief managed to put his arm out to compensate for the damage from the blow. Even despite his severe injury, Zeke was confident that he could defeat the bullies standing before him. But the men's confidence knew no bounds, and as soon as Zeke tried to attack, he missed. Using the power of birds, the men were able to soar into the sky, creating crystal wings for themselves. Zeke was perplexed when his enemies moved forward to launch another attack. The main character saw the cowardice of his opponents, but he also understood the danger he was in and began to run away. After a long run, Zeke found himself in an even worse position, for there was a wall in front of him. Before he could react, the main character was immediately struck in the body with a magical weapon. The blow severely wounded Zik, while the robbers mocked him for being the only one without a bird. The man said that a bug like Zik was destined to crawl on the ground for the rest of his life. The main character told him to shut up, because he believed that he would definitely rise to the heavens. But this made the robbers laugh, because Zeke only dreamed of the heavens, but was too weak for that. For someone like Zeke to be so lucky, a miracle would have to happen. But the robber did not think this was possible. The wounded boy said that climbing to heaven was not his ultimate goal. The main character revealed that he was going to soar above the 9th level to paradise itself. But such a goal made the bandits laugh even harder, as it was so unrealistic. Over the past 500 years, not a single soul had been able to ascend to heaven. According to legend, at such a high point, there was a source of life where the tree of the world grew. The bandit leader believed that Zika's ultimate goal was to become a god. But his answer was different from what the leader had imagined, for he refused. Raising a flaming axe above his head, the bandit continued to mock this goal. Zik was unable to dodge, so he had to take the full blow of the magical weapon upon himself. After such a blow, the young man's body was left with a deep wound that slowly led him to his death. But the bandits rejoiced at his death, for they had managed to test their weapons on Zik before he died. The main character could not accept his death, for he had not yet done anything to achieve his goal. Just before his death, Zik began to cry, for he too wanted to catch the bird and reach the heavens. Looking up, he noticed a small egg on the edge of the cliff, swaying back and forth. Due to the sudden movement, the egg fell off the cliff and quickly rolled down to the battlefield. The shell immediately broke, and a penguin-like bird burst out of the small egg. The leader of the robbers thought this bird was strange, and decided not to interact with it in any way. The mysterious creature noticed the dying Zika and approached him, but the bird stumbled on the way. Holding its paw, the animal whimpered in pain while the bandits laughed. The leader said that the bird was as worthless as Zik, assuming that it had come to help the thief. Summoning his last ounce of strength, the protagonist reached out his hand and begged the bird to help him. But the animal became angry, waving Zik's hand away. The bird declared that he did not dare touch him with his dirty hands. Despite its anger, the bird immediately disliked the robbers who were mocking Zik. For the sole reason of dislike for his enemies, the animal agreed to help Zika. In a split second, a huge aura appeared above the little bird, covering Zika. When the aura dissipated a little, the main character's body was in the air, emitting dark streaks. The robbers, without thinking twice, rushed into battle, deciding that it was time to finish off the thief. Finally, the bird merged with Zika, saying that even if there were 1,000 of them, they would not be able to defeat him. His strength was enough for all of them against this body. Suddenly, a dragon appeared before the band of robbers. The men finally understood the danger. Before them was a real dragon. Zik's body was under control, and using his hand, the bird applied the dragon's claw skill. Noticing the impending attack, the leader ordered his allies to flee from Zik. Even though they tried to run away, the dragon's claw was much faster, catching up with the bandits. The leader realized that there was no point in running away anymore. Taking his axe, he attacked the claw, but his attack was completely useless, as if hitting a wall. The robbers were buried in the shadows. When the dragon's claw dispersed, the stricken bandits found themselves powerless. Zeke began to come to, not yet realizing it, but the wounds on his body had healed. The surprised boy noticed a bird that was showing off its skills to Zeke at that moment. Zeke's expression softened, and his hands began to shake. This was what he had always dreamed of. The main character rushed to hug the bird, rejoicing that he had finally gotten himself a bird. Zeke's joy knew no bounds, for his dream had come true, and he would now be able to soar into the heavens. Meanwhile, Fried continued to search for a bird, but he was distracted by a bright light and a voice calling for his master. When Fried approached the source of the light, he saw a huge bird before his eyes. The great beast turned to the master and said that he could become the master of the skies. Zeke wanted to know the bird's name, but the animal did not know its name, for it had only recently been born. The main character decided to call his pet Grumpy because of how often it complained. Although Grumpy did not like this title, the joyful Zeke drowned out his words. The penguin brushed off the thief's hands, jumped to the ground, and declared that he would not listen to him. Moreover, the main character did not even realize who the bird really was. The pet decided to reveal that he was the king of the skies. Zik began to laugh, but the penguin thought that he was shrinking from the defeat of the king's greatness. The thief still didn't believe it, but even so, he turned to the penguin, the king of the skies, for help. Zik wanted to fly high into the sky, and the help of the king of the skies would definitely come in handy. The penguin pointed to the ground and ordered the thief to bow down at his feet 3 times, and then he would consider his request. A short time later, the pet received a couple of blows and agreed to obey the thief. The king of the skies wanted to know where they were going, and a joyful Zeke replied that they were heading to the very top, to the cliff. Once he reached the very top of the cliff, Zeke would be able to soar into the sky, even though the penguin wasn't interested in that. If he didn't do it now, he would have to wait another whole year, but this time luck was on his side. But as soon as he spoke of success, a huge monster appeared behind Zik, clearly targeting them. Zik turned to his pet, asking him to transform, as he had done last time, in order to defeat the enemy. But the penguin couldn't use his power when he was hungry, so without food, Zik would be weak. The monster immediately attacked, and the main character tried to dodge, but he couldn't defeat the monster alone. Just as hope began to fade, dozens of flaming swords appeared above the beast's head. With each passing second, the number of blades increased, and they pierced the enemy completely. When the monster fell, a guy was visible behind its body. It was Mr. Freed who controlled this power. The boys greeted each other joyfully, but Freed was even happier when he saw that his friend had a companion. The guy knew that Zik had a lot of questions, so he added that, in his words, no one could escape this fate. Fried became part of the Absolute Team. To honor the memory of his ancestors, he followed in their footsteps. While the guy was talking about fate, the penguin was mocking him a little and barbecuing the monster's meat. When it came to eating, the voracious companion began running all over the monster's body, eating pieces off it. The penguin calmly continued his meal when suddenly a bright bird flew into him. The bird asked the penguin why he was disgracing them. Phoenix was ashamed that they belonged to the same race. Fried called his bird to his hand and, turning to it, told Ruin that this was not acceptable. Although his bird was a little ill-mannered, Fried was sure that Ruin was a good guy. Zik looked at Ruin, which made the bird ask him why he was staring so hard that his eyes were about to pop out. The main character asked the bird why he was so bold. Ruin replied that he would not allow some wingless human to look down on him. Ruin declared that birds were more majestic than humans. The penguin immediately agreed. For the phoenix, humans are helpless creatures who cannot fly into the sky without them. Since time immemorial, they have been creatures with special abilities and the right to fly. So following their instincts, they have always strived to soar high into the heavens. Now the heavens are divided into 9 levels, and they could not rise higher without cooperating with humans. However, it is birds that can give them wings and help them fly into the heavens. Birds of the soul are the masters of this world. Ruin was enraged that a creature of the same race as him had forgotten its past and its purpose in life. Zeke continued to argue with Ruin, while Fried tried to calm his bird, when suddenly clouds began to gather. The guys realized that it was time to hurry, because they were so close to the place where the gates would open. Climbing up to the cliff, they saw dozens of people who had already climbed up and were waiting for the start. The organizer was standing right under the gate, saying that they had been waiting for the contestants for too long. Very soon, the final heavenly ceremony would begin, before people could soar upward. The gates opened. Fried immediately looked up and noticed a passageway leading through 9 levels. The organizer pointed out that this was true, and that the heavenly gate only opened once a year. Time was running out, as the passage created by atmospheric pressure could close quickly. Everyone who had a soul bird could help achieve all the dreams and hopes that were right in front of them. Only those who had the courage to jump off the cliff before takeoff would be able to achieve their dreams. One of the contestants said that if this scared anyone, they would surely lose. This guy was the first to have the courage to jump and fly up with the help of his soul bird. But he couldn't make it through the gate, because a strong gust of wind overpowered his bird's wings. The fall of one of the contestants overshadowed the happy atmosphere, as confidence plummeted. Fried decided to go second, commanding ruin, and large golden wings appeared behind him. In a split second, the young gentleman soared into the sky with a single gust. When Fried took off, the other contestants did not want to be left behind, as the gate could close soon. Zik did not want to be last, but when he wanted to call his pet, it suddenly disappeared. So the main character would not be able to ascend into the sky, so he had to bring his bird back. After a short walk in the forest, he found his pet, who was eagerly eating meat. Zik picked up the penguin and said that because of its little snack, they might be late to the gate. The grumpy man tied the carcass with a rope and carried it with him, saying that he would take it with him for later. An enraged Zik kicked the meat with his foot, pulling the penguin back so he couldn't take the meat. But the corpse accidentally hit a huge monster on the head, which made it angry at Zik. Throwing away the piece of meat, the monster immediately got up to take revenge on the man who had interrupted his sleep. Zik immediately started running, and the grumpy man quickly overtook him while the huge monster chased after them. Since they had no choice but to run, Zik had to jump off a cliff. The main character asked the penguin to spread its wings, but it said it hadn't eaten enough. The monster was so focused on its prey that it fell off the cliff after them. They had 2 options: be eaten by the monster or fall and crash. Zik understood that his life would end like this, and he couldn't do anything about it. Gritting his teeth, Zik regained his confidence that he would soar into the sky no matter what it took. Ordering the penguin to unleash its power, the thief's confidence took hold, releasing the bird's might. A pillar of dark energy enveloped everything around, even surprising the monster that had previously wanted to kill Zik. The main character was able to take flight, piercing the huge monster with a burst of power and leaving a hole in its body. Thanks to his confidence, with every passing second, Zik was getting closer and closer to the gates. The gates began to close, and all the contestants rushed towards them to get to heaven, but they didn't make it in time. Even though Zik had no intention of stopping, he continued to rush upward. The guy's speed surprised all the contestants. In an instant, he was able to fly past them, finding himself almost at the gates. The contestants thought he wouldn't be able to break through the gates and would simply sign his own death warrant. Zik crashed into the passageway and continued to try, regardless of anything else. His goal was above all else. The penguin turned to him and asked him to give up, because he could try his luck again next year. The main character declared that there would be no next year. If not now, then the entire journey would be meaningless. Inside the gate, Fried noticed a dark light coming from the closed entrance. Mr. Fried was the only person who believed in his friend's success. Giving all his hope and confidence, Zik managed to break through the closed gate. Calling Fried to follow him, Ziku rushed upward, finally reaching the long-awaited heavens. The contestants behind them could not understand how 2 people could move so quickly through the heavens. Breaking through another layer of clouds, Fried and Zik found themselves on the first level of heaven, the city of the fallen, Icarus. The city's inhabitants turned around when they noticed the new contestants who had arrived in the city of the fallen. The pioneers of heaven were shocked. They had no idea that there was actually a whole city in heaven. The citizens praised the new celestials. Fried was happy about this, but Zik was extremely embarrassed. But in an instant, Zik began to fly away without realizing it, moving further and further away from his friend. The guy started flying at great speed in some direction, without even knowing why. The reason turned out to be his pet, who smelled delicious food and immediately rushed towards it against Zik's will. While the main character begged the bird to stop, a girl with a megaphone noticed them. She said that he was heading into a restricted area. The contestant had to stop immediately. Noticing that Zik was not going to stop, Chief of Staff Malin became angry. To deal with the contestant, the girl turned to her bird Tiffany for help. Behind her, wings spread, and in her hands appeared a bow that used the power of the wind. A powerful gust of wind easily struck Zik and his pet, who were unaware of the danger. The penguin lost his balance and caused the guy to fall. Malin noticed that she had enough to worry about without him. Strict restrictions were in place here in accordance with the judge's order. All newcomers were prohibited from flying without permission. Simply put, Zik violated Article 3, Section 8, as well as Article 5, Section 6. by entering a restricted area. As punishment, the guy would be taken into custody for violating flight discipline, and Zik was quickly tied up. Fried was surprised that his friend always found himself in adventures that made his situation worse. Malin ordered the rest of the arrivals to descend if they did not want to be arrested. Soon, Zika was taken to the first-level security office, where he tried to explain his situation in detail. The main character tried to reveal the truth, but Malin did not listen to him, only asking him to sign an agreement. Since this was his first offense, the guy would get away with just a fine for crossing into a restricted area. Zik would have to pay 500 seeds for the violation, which was too much for him. Behind Ziku was another contestant watching the guy beg for forgiveness for his fine. The big guy sat down next to him and told Ziku to stop asking for anything, because they weren't going to listen to his nonsense. This contestant's armor and weapons looked formidable. He was no ordinary guy, but it was clear that he was not a long-time settler. Malin pressured Zika, forcing him to sign the agreement. The main character decided to do it, but he would have to steal from someone again. The bully couldn't take it anymore. He snapped and threw off the guards around him. While Zik was signing the agreement, a fight broke out behind him between the guards and the contestant. The impact of the battle threw the main character to the ground, and he accidentally stabbed a guard in the leg with a pen. This was considered an attack, and in a split second, the guards turned on the two contestants. The guards immediately began their attack. Zik did not expect this and barely dodged the spear. The main character became angry, waved his hand, and summoned his pet's aura, creating gloves. Dodging another spear strike, Zik was about to counterattack the attacker. Zik immediately delivered a vicious blow that incapacitated the enraged security guard. There were many enemies, so the contestants had to hold their ground and fight off many. No matter how hard the guards tried, thanks to his new powers, Zik began to fight back. Even when the guards gathered their strength and attacked as a group, a small burst of power defeated them all. The main character figured out some of his new powers and, striking the ground, stunned all the guards nearby. Zika's power exceeded that of ordinary guards, and now they were afraid to attack him. Suddenly, they noticed a green force appearing in the sky, which frightened the guards even more. Everyone was frightened, and the force began to gather. Zik did not understand what it was, but as it turned out, they had angered the judge. A huge wooden hand appeared from the heavens, heading towards the intruders at the security office. Zik managed to dodge the hand of justice, but the second contestant was less fortunate. When the hand disappeared, it left a mark on the ground, and many guards were struck down along with the contestant. The remaining guards decided to gather together to capture the weakened contestant. Fried wandered around the city, but he was agitated because he couldn't find Zeke for a long time. In the very center of the city, the contestants were walking down the road in handcuffs, accompanied by guards. According to the judge's ruling, treason is a criminal offense. Malin led Zika and the contestant to a tree that resembled the judge's hand, and asked them to wait. Malin contacted the judge, telling him that the criminals had been detained and the gates had opened. The wooden gates opened onto a large clearing, which was clean and beautiful, with bright sunshine illuminating the fields. Zik was amazed by the beauty of this place, his interest reaching its peak. Malin proudly announced that this was the judge's own garden. Right in the middle of the clearing was a red sofa, and on it lay an unremarkable man. Zik noticed this stranger and called him a homeless person, which enraged Malin. The girl angrily pointed out Zeke's rudeness, because he didn't even know who was in front of him. This stranger was the ruler of the first level, and the city of Icarus, a great judge. Although he was a respected man, Mr. Thesis was sleeping peacefully on his sofa. The main character was amazed to learn that Mr. Thesis was a judge, while the contestant mocked him. After uttering a phrase about the gentleman, the guards pointed their spears at the young man's throat and told him not to dare to attack the will of the great judge again. These cries woke Thesis, who complained to Malin that he had just gone to sleep. The girl got down on one knee and immediately began to apologize to the judge. Yawning, Thesis asked Malin if they had any problems, since they had ended up in his garden. Malin revealed that the big guy was a hardened criminal who was always causing trouble, and the little guy was another contestant who had just arrived from the lower lands. A very bad man, he nearly crippled all the soldiers. They both fell under the second article of the fourth clause, treason and damage to Icarus. Thesis agreed that they should be punished, but asked Malin to deal with it herself. Zik didn't understand anything while Malin tearfully complained about Thesis's constant inappropriate behavior. The main character finally realized that the technique of the great judge's hand was not as outstanding as he thought, because only its size was frightening. Zik told Malin that they were very busy, so they could just go their separate ways and leave everything as it was. The big guy couldn't stand it. He broke his chains and was about to kill Thesis. When the contestant was about to strike the judge, Thesis was disappointed that he couldn't get away from him. Releasing the roots from his finger, Thesis easily pierced the contestant's body through and through. The contestant's body flew into the air, and the roots began to spread, creating a flash of nature. Right in front of Zeke, another criminal died, which made the guy think about his previous words. Physis got up and noticed that the contestant was indeed a bully, and that Zik would be working for them for 10 years. Milan grabbed the chain and said that the boy's punishment had been announced, and now he could follow her. Screaming, Zik declared that he did not want to stay here for the next 10 years. Milan kicked him to the ground and asked if the main character was tired of living. The guy said they might as well kill him, because it would be better than rotting away for 10 years in this town. They knew nothing at all. No one cared about Zik's plans, but he needed to get to paradise. Milan grabbed the nearest spear and said that for violating Article 1, Section 1, insulting a great judge, Zik faced the death penalty. Physis asked the lady to stop, because now he liked the main character. Milan led Zik to the security post at the Icarus checkpoint, where they were met by Fried. The guy was insanely happy that his friend had finally been released. Fried was very worried, thinking that his friend would perish this time. Milan said that Zika was just lucky, because by the mercy of the judge, his punishment had been changed to a trial. To advance to the next level, one must obtain the judge's permission. They would not be able to advance to the next level and pass the next trial without the judge's permission. The higher a person wants to go, the more energy they need. Those who pass the trial go to the next layer of the land, receiving a mark. Zeke had only just arrived at the first level, and Physis had already chosen him. Therefore, he should be grateful for such generosity. Milan handed him a scroll containing information about the trial. The guys came to the eastern part of Icarus, the plains of Junius. They came to this place because the scroll indicated it. Zik considered the trial easy, because all he had to do was bring 2 fruits to Physis. Fried said that such a test was more like an errand, which Zik did not understand at all. Suddenly a penguin appeared and said that in that case, Zik had to find him some food. Zik demanded information from his pet about where he had disappeared to at the most crucial moment. Even Ruin kept telling him that his poor nature was evident in his speech. Zik was angry that the birds were being rude to him. While Zik was fighting the birds, Fried noticed a fruit tree nearby and called the others over. On the way to the fruit trees, there were a couple of animals, which looked like ordinary rabbits. The rabbits seemed strange to Fried, but Zik thought they were just ordinary animals. But as soon as they got closer, the rabbits became gigantic. Their special feature was their mastery of martial arts. Zik activated his pet's power, creating a glove. The penguin did not object, as he wanted rabbit meat. Frito summoned Ruin and ordered him to quickly deal with the enemies so as not to disgrace his honor. Zik was the first to attack the giant rabbit, but thanks to the agility of his wings, he dodged the attack. And with a lunge, the main character counterattacked the beast, killing it with a single blow. 2 rabbits attacked Zika, crossing their arms and using their fists to defend themselves from the incoming blows. After withstanding a series of blows, the main character unleashed his power and easily defeated the 2 rabbits. Fried grabbed his sword and swung it, killing a group of giant rabbits. While Zik continued to beat the monsters, Fried noticed that one of them had crept up behind him. The rabbit attacked quickly, but thanks to his friend, the main character managed to block the blow. Although the giant was strong, Zik was able to overpower it by unleashing even more power. Zik thanked Fried for his help. The guy replied that if it weren't for their numbers, they would have won long ago. But the boys' confidence did not waver, and they continued to beat the giant rabbits one after another. Soon, they finally defeated the herd of giant monsters, successfully completing the test. The guys walked through the city. Zeke juggled fruit, noting that the task was very easy. All that remained was to take the fruit to the storage room, but the fight had exhausted the bird, and Zik even promised to feed it. But as they walked to the storage room, they encountered a whole line of other contestants. The man noticed Zeke and Frida and immediately realized that they were here for the first time, so he decided to enlighten them. In fact, he had been given the same task as everyone else in line. Judging by how easy the test was, the judge clearly loved these fruits. But his main goal was to annoy the contestants. Words cannot describe how lazy Physis is, so he decided to simply make the contestants work for no reason. However, once a month, Physis gave out 1 pass, but it was only for 1 person. That's why there are many guys who can't move up for years. Moving to the next level is like winning the lottery. Zico realized this, which is why the bully wanted to kill Physis and couldn't control himself. The main character didn't want to give up because of this, but the drunkard said that luck was only on their side. When Zeke arrived in these lands, he immediately sensed that this was a completely different world, unlike the lower level. Fried read about it in a history book he found at home. Icarus is just the first level where the contestants end up. It is a densely populated and economically developed country. Contestants need equipment to advance to the next level, which is sold by the locals. Thanks to this, the contestants will be able to rise higher, or rather, they will gain hope. This is a place of despair. Due to the large number of applicants, many have failed. The fallen, wishing to soar toward the sun. For this reason, this city was called Icarus. Standing by the white tree, Fried said that they could only hope for luck. All the contestants waited joyfully while the judge stood in the center of the arena, preparing for something. Yawning, Thesis hoped to get it over with as quickly as possible and continue sleeping. The man unleashed his power on a small branch, creating a green pillar of power reaching up to the heavens. Roots began to form around it, creating a stronger support upwards. The roots divided into 5 branches, which pierced the heavens themselves, opening a small passage. Zik couldn't believe that they were seeing the real heavenly gates, because they were supposed to open by themselves. Malin noticed the guys and realized that they were again doubting the judge's amazing powers. Zik believed that he was not powerful enough, but he patronized and conducted tests for the contestants. And he was so powerful that he could control Mother Nature herself. The judge was a god whom they had worshipped for 500 years. The contestants prayed for luck this time, some of them having been at this level for more than 3 years. Even Fried and Zeke argued among themselves about who would get the chance to advance to the next level. As the gates continued to open, the roots of Physis' power began to break, which he clearly did not expect. Suddenly, all the roots collapsed in an instant. The judge just stood there and watched in amazement. Physis apologized to Malin and said that the gates had broken and there was no other choice. The contestants were furious because the judge had failed to do his job and left like a charlatan. The people's shouts at him infuriated Physis to the extreme, and he decided to use his power. The judge used the anger of the earth, unleashing roots on the contestants out of his rage. The roots pierced the contestants one by one, taking the lives of innocent people and their birds. Fried took his sword in his hands and managed to strike the roots with the light of memory before they reached Zika and him. Physis said that the tree had reached the end of its life and that replacing it would be very expensive. Next time, they would surely annoy it again, so the judge came up with something. So this time, Physis was going to send 4 people up in exchange for the service. Not all the contestants died, and the wounded were very happy about this opportunity. People are burning with an incredible desire to get to the second level. They will take 4 people at once. The goal was the tree. The red-haired guy ran away. 2 contestants flew after him, quickly catching up with the young man. This place is too dangerous, and it's not even about the contestants. This place is dangerous in itself. 3 hours earlier, people gathered at the heart of Icarus, a forest of tree roots. Malin revealed that this forest was particularly important to the judge. It was this forest that supported the clouds on which Icarus stood. The forest is equipped with modern safety measures. Traps are installed everywhere. The judge did everything in the forest to make life extremely difficult for the contestants. Some self-confident contestants were not afraid of the traps hidden in the roots. Malin threw an apple to demonstrate one of them. In a split second, small roots pierced the apple and destroyed it. Noticing the broken fruit, the penguin rushed towards it, crying over the delicacy that was on the ground. But Zik revealed to his pet that they still had plenty of fruit, a whole bag for him. The contestants were going to have fun, destroying anyone who stood in their way. Having developed a desire for battle, Fried and Zeke immediately agreed to start searching for that very tree, fighting everyone in their path. And so began their survival in the forest of tree roots. The number of casualties among the contestants grew, and so did the competition. At this time, Zik and Fried were trying to survive as a huge boulder rolled toward them. As the main character ran for his life, he blamed the penguin, saying it was all because he had touched it. As they continued to run, the boys noticed huge flycatchers in front of them, which were also hostile towards them. After some time, the boys managed to survive, although it took a lot of effort. You can't take your eyes off the penguin for a second, because he's caused trouble again. The pet said it was time to get used to it. Zeke began to argue with the penguin, while Fried and his bird noticed monsters above them. The guys will have to deal with their enemies because they were facing the very creatures of the forest. Activating the penguin's power, the main character rushed into battle, immediately attacking the flying beast. After striking them, Fried and Zik were surprised to see that the monsters were not injured at all. Fried asked his friend to use his abilities with caution. Therefore, Fried decided to use his new ability. Raising his blade, dozens of golden swords appeared around the beast, creating a whirlwind. But even the golden whirlwind of blades was useless, leaving the monsters unharmed. Before attacking the beetle, Zik wanted to ask the grumpy man how to use his powers. But right in front of the enemy, the main character was furious because the penguin had forgotten how to use his abilities. The creature was not going to stand idly by and immediately began a barrage of attacks on Zik. The main character managed to counterattack, unleashing a new attack from a wave of dark energy. The unexpected burst of energy was so powerful that it sent the monster to the ground. Then, when Zika was attacked by security guards in the office, his powers were also unleashed. Although the entity was still alive, Zika now had a better understanding of his penguin abilities. The main character decided to try out this power right away, waiting for the beetle's attack in a blocking stance. Immediately after the block, a counterattack followed. The glove easily withstood the enemy's force. Zik asked Fried to leave the bugs to him, because with an understanding of his powers, he would be able to defeat his enemies. The main character lured all the bugs to himself and tried to block attacks from all sides. Blocking all attacks, Zik was going to reach his limit in order to finally unleash this power. Fried wanted to know why his friend didn't use such abilities right away. Zik replied that he needed time to warm up. Even though the main character defeated a group of bugs, even more enemies appeared from the depths of the forest. Zik asked his friend to cover him while he cut through the roots, and the guy immediately soared into the air. Thanks to his jump into the air, Zik rushed to the first bug and struck the first blow. The roots were preventing Zik from moving, and noticing this, Fried sent a rain of swords to help him. The ferocious monster grabbed Zik with its claws and was about to strike him with its sharp teeth. But as soon as he understood how to use his powers, Zik no longer considered the beetles his enemies. The first beetle was defeated, and the main character flew up into the sky to regroup. Zik asked Fried to be careful, using a wild fist that destroyed everything around him. Zik single-handedly killed another group of bugs, which was even watched by a stranger. The girl came down to the group, and they thought she wanted to attack, but she was just so fascinated by what she was seeing that she couldn't tear herself away. The stranger asked the guys if they would become her colleagues, or if death would overtake them. It turned out that one of the bugs was still alive. It got up and wanted to attack the girl from behind. With a swing of her hammer, the stranger created a small explosion that struck the creature. The mantis fell to the ground, its body scorched by the flames, and life had already left its body. Usually, when the girl swung her hammer, all the contestants ran away, but Zeke turned out to be tough. The girl suggested they become colleagues. Considering that only 4 people would pass, working together would make it easier for them. Fried thought it was a good idea, but Zik said that the aunt could go wherever she was going, because he wasn't interested. The stranger was angry at being called auntie, and wondered where Zik's manners were. Zik easily blocked her hammer blow, leaving the girl in shock. The next attack also failed. Zik's insolence infuriated the stranger, but her attacks were ineffective. The main character was too careless about her attacks. After another swing, Zik decided to dodge. The girl just wanted to deliver a powerful blow, but Zik ducked and counterattacked. The main character said mockingly that she was upsetting him and asked him to be colleagues. The stranger swung the hammer behind her back and became more serious, saying that now she would really teach him some manners. The girl already had a rough idea of the main character's fighting style. The girl anticipated that Zeke had another annoying ability, but she decided to attack. The ability to absorb power is despicable, and the girl was interested in how much power he could absorb. The hammer attacks became much stronger, creating flashes of fire that exceeded their previous size. Zik could barely block the hammer attacks, but still suffered minor injuries. When the main character jumped back, noticing that the girl's weapon had become much larger. As the resonance from the blow increases, the hammer becomes larger and its flames become hotter. In addition to all of the above abilities, the girl's hammer is equipped with a flamethrower-like device. Now, during hammer attacks, Zik's entire body was subjected to bursts of fire. The main character understood that if his body was struck by the hammer, he would die instantly. The girl's ability is incredible. Even Zika's glove is unable to absorb all the damage. Moreover, the stranger handled the axe so easily, as if it were a toy. At this rate, the main character would lose. The girl noticed Zika's coolness, because she didn't think he would survive the last attack. She suggested stopping the fight because if they continued, Zik would simply die. Despite his fatigue and injuries, the young man got up, saying that the game was not over yet. The girl's patience had reached its limit, and fiery wings appeared behind her, unleashing even more power. The explosion of flames struck the ground, creating an even greater whirlwind of fire straight at Zika. As the flames engulfed the boy, his gloves couldn't withstand such power and flew off, frightening even the penguin. The girl declared that she had lost interest, because she had warned Zika that it was time to stop. The main character's eyes changed color, and coughing up blood he shouted that this was not the end. The dark energy could not be stopped. Its bursts were so strong that the fire went out. The pet was also shocked, because now Zeke had learned to use its power without asking. Absorbing the penguin, a huge dragon made of dark energy appeared around the main character. The dragon spread its wings and began to roar, filling the air around it with the loudness of its cry. Even the contestants in the distance heard a noise that sent shivers down their spines. A stranger jumped from tree to tree, wondering what dark energy had enveloped the forest. It was time for the first attack, and a sphere of energy began to form in the dragon's mouth. The girl was frightened by such power, and Fried tried to call Zika to wake him up. But it was useless. He continued to charge the dragon's breath in the monster's mouth. The kids had to run away, but the girl didn't understand how they could escape this attack. When all hope began to fade, Ruin decided to take flight and head straight for the dragon. Ruin found Zeke's body and rushed straight into the dragon's body made of dark energy. The bird managed to strike the back of the main character's head with its beak to knock him out. When Zeke lost consciousness, the dark dragon began to slowly disappear, never completing its attack. Fried praised his bird, but still couldn't hide his surprise at his friend's terrifying power. When Zeke woke up, he couldn't understand why the penguin was sitting next to him. The bird revealed that he was worried. The girl was also alive, and she began to praise the main character, saying that she had expected this of him. Zik was angry, not understanding why his aunt was still alive. The girl thought that they were worried about her. As it turned out, the main character did not remember what happened when he lost consciousness, but Fried told him everything. The girl rejoiced in her victory in the duel, while Zik demanded a rematch because he was afraid to hit her. But the thief sometimes doubted that the stranger was a girl at all because of her large muscles. While the kids were resting after the fights, a child in a light-colored suit with a slingshot watched them. The girl wondered why such children wanted to become contenders, while the penguin tried to feed the stranger's bird. But the penguin failed. Fried explained that he had no choice because it was his family's business, and Zeke became a contender because it was his only chance to change his fate. The girl wanted to know about his family, but Zik had to tell her that his father had died when he was younger, and that he had been alone ever since. The child promised himself that he would do whatever it took to survive in this world and change his fate. The girl couldn't believe that the main character had come all this way at such a young age. Ziku thought it was a joke, but he was completely serious. The main character had to reach the 9th cloud floor and get to heaven. The first person to ascend to heaven becomes the master of heaven, and will rule the world. But in 500 years, no one had made it to heaven, so these dreams were empty inside. Right now, they are all going up one more floor. Others just wanted to live a rich life. The closer they got to heaven, the more seeds you had. But even if Zeke didn't go that far, he could still change this world, according to the girl. Fried asked the stranger why she had become a contender in her case. But for some reason, the guys passed out, and their birds also fell asleep in a matter of seconds. The kid stretched his arms, saying that he had easily sent the group of guys to the land of dreams. As expected in the child's mind, the drug he had prepared had an excellent effect. But Fried noticed in advance that the soup had a strange smell, so he became curious. Standing in front of the child, the guy wanted to find out about the drug while the kid was scared out of his wits. As it turned out, Fried had been taught to be a pretender, so he had a feel for these kinds of things. In desperation, the child took out a slingshot, pulled the string, and apologized before shooting. But even after shooting, the child failed, because Fried simply shook his head. The guy didn't even strain himself. He easily took the child by the hand, neutralizing his slingshot attacks. The child was tied up, and when Zik woke up, he angrily mocked him for being drugged. Zik didn't think the child's theft was right, even though he was a thief himself, albeit an older one. Fried examined the child's bag, and the child screamed at him not to touch his precious belongings. Not only did all the items inside belong to him, but the child had personally prepared the drugs. The old bird appeared before the boys and asked them to let the child go, because the child had met him, an old man, and couldn't even use his powers. Despite all his efforts, the child had come all this way to the test on his own. The girl decided to take Dean with her, which Zik did not understand, why the story was developing in this direction. Now, in good spirits, the team of 4 set off in search of the tree's essence. The team decided to stop and wait out the night. Although they hadn't slept, they were ready to stay awake. Zeke didn't want to get up and continued to sleep, so the girl had to nudge him with her elbow. An hour later, the group found themselves at the heart of the root forest, where they began a battle with another group. The girl easily defeated her enemy with an axe, while Fried fought another man with swords. With a lunge, Fried struck him with his brilliant magic, knocking the sword out of his opponent's hands. One of the enemies wanted to attack Fried from behind, but a shot from afar saved him. The shooter was Dean, which was noticed by another member of the enemy group, who managed to find him. But this time, the main character came to the rescue, stopping the enemy's dagger with his glove. Blocking the blow, Zeke counterattacked, absorbing its power and also striking down the last member of the enemy group. More and more challengers appeared, which meant that the survival program was coming to an end. Fried and the girl sent their pets inside themselves to rest and regain their strength. Zik and the penguin saw such magic for the first time, so they wondered about what they had seen. The girl revealed that it was possible to merge with your partner's body to rest. Once they became partners, humans and birds could share their life force, and birds could recover in human bodies. But the group had more important concerns. The girl was puzzled because she could not find the essence of the tree. There was only one place left where the essence could be found, straight above. It was the only place the guys hadn't looked yet, because there was some kind of light there. The friends flew up to reach the new place, noticing that the color of the tree had changed. It was also noticeable that there were many identical nutrients on the trees. In other words, there was a high probability that they were one and the same. Flying even higher, the guys found themselves trapped by dozens of roots that wrapped around their weapons. It was worth running away from this place, but the roots were faster, so the guys fought them off. There were too many roots, and it was impossible to avoid them all, so Fried began to fight them off with his abilities. The girl began to swing her hammer, causing the roots to burst into red flames. The main character continued to block attacks and counterattack with bursts of dark energy. The girl noticed that the presence of traps meant that the essence of the tree was definitely here. The main character noticed something important. Their new friend, The child Dean had suddenly disappeared. Dean had flown away at that moment. He knew where the essence of the tree was, so he no longer needed to stay with his group. The child wanted to sell the essence to others to get rich, but he regretted that Zeke had to suffer for it. When Dean wanted to go to the tree essence, some guy stopped him, which angered the child. The sight of the child made the guy feel disgust comparable to stepping in feces. While the group continued to search for Dean pointlessly, he decided to return to them on his own. But the child and his bird were badly injured, and he could no longer stand on his own 2 feet. The guy finally learned the child's name because he asked him for information, but he didn't even hear his name. The most important thing for the guy was to find out where the essence of the tree was, because Dean had kept quiet about it. And if they told him any information, the boy would spare Dean's life. The main character told the stranger to take his foot off the child, but a light from above distracted them both. This light turned out to be small white branches, the very essence of the tree that all the contenders were looking for. The guy said that now the group wouldn't have to do anything else to save Dean. One of the stranger's henchmen asked Zeke how he dared to look at his boss like that. The follower attacked the main character, but he didn't even pay attention to him, throwing him back. Anger overwhelmed Zika. He looked at the boss and declared that his life would end at his hands. The other followers grabbed their weapons to avenge their wounded leader. The girl and Freed also took up arms to help the main character in battle. Without using their abilities, just by swinging their weapons, Zika's group defeated the insolent stranger's henchmen. The guys declared that the stranger would have to pay for messing with Freed's comrades. The guy took up his weapon and said that it was all so ridiculous that he would play with them himself. Pointing his finger at them, the stranger asked Zika's group to attack him altogether if they weren't afraid. The girl attacked first, but to her surprise, the stranger stopped her hammer with his bare hands. Fried immediately launched a second attack, but the stranger dodged it with a smirk on his face. The main character delivered a third blow, which the stranger did not even try to dodge. The guy used a lightning strike, his hands covered with blue tongues of lightning, while Zika marveled at the stranger's strength. With a blow of his hand, a streak of lightning swept across the ground, throwing Zeke's group back a dozen meters. After just one lightning-fast attack from the stranger, Zeke's entire group was injured. The power of the man before them was terrifying, and the main character couldn't even comprehend how strong he truly was. Zeke asked the guys to take the tree essence while he held off the stranger, but the girl knew that this was madness, as Zeke would not be able to defeat him one-on-one. Fried understood Zeke's plan, because if they didn't delay the stranger, they would lose the tree essence. Nevertheless, the girl decided to accept these conditions, so she and Freed went upstairs. The guy's hand was covered in lightning again, and he said that Zeke didn't stand a chance. To stop Fried and the girl, the stranger sent lightning through the trees, which caught up with them. Zeke immediately attacked him to stop him from interfering with his friends. But the guy easily blocked the blow, calling Zeke's gloves nothing more than a toy. Lightning shot through the main character's body, piercing it like needles from every possible point. If Zeke tried to absorb his power, he would die from the strain, and there were no other options. While the main character was trying to come up with a new option for the battle, he noticed the roots. The guy flew into the air to stop Zeke's allies and told him to wait below. The main character understood the stranger's intentions, so he immediately followed him and attacked. The guy realized that his opponent was not going to give up, so he released an even stronger lightning bolt. But Zeke wrapped a vine around his gloves, thus deflecting the lightning away from himself. Now he could absorb the guy's power without any problems. Absorbing the power, Zeke became stronger, and now he could dominate the stranger. Having taken his first damage of the fight, the guy was furious, saying that Zeke would die first. The main character wanted to see how he would do that, rushing into battle with his newfound strength. The duo continued to swing their fists at each other, this time fighting on equal terms. When one was struck, the other immediately counterattacked, but Zika's strength proved to be greater. The young man had to grab his sword. He could no longer control himself. All he wanted was Zika's death. The main character blocked the blow with his sword, noticing that his enemy was behaving like a wild beast. Come to think of it, Zeke could see similarities between the stranger and those who had nearly killed him in the lower lands. The guy knew about these people, and they were under his command. He finally learned that it was Zeke who had killed them, and now his desire for revenge became even stronger. They weren't just guys who served him. It was because of Zeke that they couldn't ascend to heaven. His investigators went to deal with some kid, and the stranger couldn't believe that he had now met him in person. Now the guy definitely couldn't forgive him, putting even more force into his blows than before. Zeke continued to block the attacks, but asked his friends to hurry, because the enemy was going crazy. The essence of the tree was stronger than expected, but they almost tore it off. Zeke still had to buy some time. The main character told his friends that he would soon die if they didn't manage to tear off the essence of the tree. As the stranger ran to attack, he suddenly stepped into a trap that stopped him. As it turned out, it was Dean who had set the trap, as he had managed to recover. Using his slingshot, the child shot the boss with a bullet that exploded in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, Fried shouted that they had finally managed to get the essence of the tree. Zik happily decided that it was time to flee the fierce battlefield, taking the barely recovered Dean with him. The boss had no choice but to unleash all his power to prevent his enemies from escaping. Releasing 2 bursts of lightning, the guy used a new electric tiger technique. The majestic electric tiger was quite nimble, almost catching up with the terrified Zik with Dean in his arms. The tiger created from electricity was capable of acting on its own, even striking with its paw during the chase. But soon the electric technique dissipated and the boss was left in complete despair and failed the test. Thesis was terribly bored, and Melin noticed that it was he who deliberately started the game of survival for the sake of the heavenly door. The judge also deliberately ruined the essence of the tree, because he was bored. The consequences, if this became known, could be unimaginable. In any case, the game should have ended already. Thesis initially thought it would be fun, but he quickly lost interest. Melin offered him an alternative, to make a bet with her about who would be the first to emerge as the winner of the game. Hearing this proposal, Thesis's eyes lit up and he immediately got up because gambling was one of his interests. Melin nominated a candidate named Greggs. In her opinion, he was sure to make a name for himself in the future. Thesis was confident in his choice. The judge chose the guy who dared to tell him to his face that he would be the ruler of the heavens. And immediately after these words, Thesis' words came true, and a joyful Zik entered the garden, holding the essence in his hands. The contestants around him were shocked, because according to rumors, the root forest was extremely dangerous, and Zek's group looked like a bunch of children. One of the contestants couldn't bear to watch this spectacle, which was pushing his nerves to the limit. After all, he had once again missed his chance to go up to the second floor. He had been rotting on the first floor for 3 years, believing that Thesis should allow him to move up to the next level. The contestant asked them what they were going to do about it, to which the enraged guy suggested starting a riot. But one of them understood that by going against the judge, he would simply kill them. The guard heard the noise from afar and decided to find out why the guys were being so loud. This was the last straw for the contestant. He couldn't hold back and summoned his power, unleashing it on the guard. The guard didn't even have time to react when the other contestants struck them with their magical bird weapons. Seeing such an act of insubordination, the other contestants were motivated to go against Judge Thesis in order to advance to the second level. Zik was confident that he had fulfilled Thesis's conditions, hoping that he would not break his promise just because he was lazy. But this time, the judge felt very energetic, and now he was ready to send the guys straight to the top. The energy also came from winning the argument, but it was time to begin the ritual of opening the gates. For the second time, the roots of the tree's essence had grown so much that the branches reached the heavens, tearing them apart to open the portal. Thesis kept his promise and actually opened the heavenly gates, even surprising the girl that they could really rise higher. Ruins did not show it, but he also anticipated ascending to the second level, hoping that this place would satisfy him. At that moment, Dean realized how terribly he had treated his allies and decided to apologize to everyone. But Zik said that was enough, because in the end everything turned out well, so Dean didn't need to worry about it. Penguin began to mock Zik, suggesting that he was playing the role of a good guy. The main character asked his pet what that insolent expression on his face was. The penguin and Zeke began arguing again, while Ruin added that pre-flight disturbances were prohibited, so they had to stop immediately. Thesis saw happiness in this group, and sincerely hoped that these smiles would not fade from the faces of such a young generation. But while the guys were enjoying their success, a group of dissatisfied rebels came to the place where the heavenly gates were opening. Malin said that sending everyone to the next floor would damage the judge's prison system, and then the entire Icarus would be in danger. But the rebels did not even try to listen to their words. They only had their own interests in mind, so they rushed into battle for freedom. Malin had no choice but to order the guards to defend themselves against the rebels and quell the discontent. But the rebels were too serious, and they dealt ruthlessly with any guards who stood in their way. Finally, Malin realized the seriousness of the situation and had to call upon her weapon, the Windblade. The pretenders wanted to attack Thesis, and Malin couldn't let that happen. But she was surrounded on all sides, so she had to defend herself. The judge was furious, so enraged by this senseless rebellion that he decided to join the fight against them himself. Using the power of nature, connecting branches together, Thesis managed to create a wooden giant. Ludicium Dei struck the ground, and the huge hand of the wooden ent easily threw dozens of pathetic rebels aside. The rebels were frightened by the sight of the huge wooden golem, but continued their battle with it, regardless of its strength and size. But as soon as their allies began to fall one after another, these cowards realized their futile position against the judge. Zik no longer understood what was happening as the judge mercilessly defeated the rebels who had dared to anger him. The foolish pretenders knew nothing about the installers. There was no point in going up there, let alone rebelling against the judge. Thesis was tired of putting up with it. His nerves were at their limit, and he broke the hard-won tree essences. He was sorry to break his promise, But now that everything had turned out this way, Zika's group had to stay in the city of Icarus. Theseus decided that from now on, he would not let a single contender slip by, spreading his roots throughout the city. The judge did not keep track of his abilities, and the roots grew to such an extent that they killed innocent citizens, depriving them of their families. Zeke didn't want to see this. He had suffered enough pain on that day in his childhood, and the main character didn't want it to happen again. They simply killed people for seeds, and Zeke promised himself to change this world and survive the coming hell. Spreading his wings, the young man rushed into the air to stop Theseus, who had begun to act recklessly. Zeke's attack was useless because the bark was too thick in relation to the main character's strength, but the thief's confidence was intact. He was here to make Theseus keep his word. The penguin noticed that Zeke wanted to gain more power through anger. Realizing that this was entirely possible, the pet asked the main character to focus his power on his hands, as now was the time to grow to a new level. Zeke didn't fully understand what was going on, but the bird's instincts told him so the main character decided to try this method. To his surprise, thanks to the penguin's thinking, Zeke's ordinary gloves turned into huge claws. Theseus wanted to attack Zeke, but his newly acquired weapon proved to be extremely effective, allowing him to block the attack without difficulty. The hero not only blocked Theseus's attack, but also successfully continued his attack, cutting through the entire body of the wooden ent. But even this proved useless, as the wooden golem could completely regenerate its body in a matter of seconds. Zeku didn't care about regeneration. He just decided to attack harder, so as not to give Theseus time to recover. Fried helped the citizens who were in despair at the sight of the judge's bad side, as did Malin, who was in shock. Fried didn't understand why the girl was doing nothing while everyone around her was dying. Malin said that without the judge's order, she couldn't do anything. The guy asked her how long she was going to wait for the judge's instructions, because at this rate, the whole city would be destroyed. When a person's life was in danger next to Malin, she had to act despite the fact that the judge had not given her any orders. Malin apologized to Theseus, but from that moment on, she would have to break the rules for the good of the residents in the city. Meanwhile, Zeke continued to mercilessly chop off the wooden ent's body parts, which it successfully regenerated back. But his attacks were getting faster and stronger, and soon the main character was able to break through to Theseus's body inside the golem. With one blow, Zeke knocked the judge off his wooden golem technique straight to the ground, making Theseus laugh. Theseus resorted to extreme measures and tried to strike the main character with a quick attack from the vines, but he was ready for it. Zeke swung his new claws, and the vines were immediately torn apart. The hero told Theseus that his techniques no longer worked on him. The judge reminded Zeke that he liked to talk about how he would become the ruler of the heavens. Theseus would have gladly continued playing with him, but he was tired of fooling around. Summoning 2 grass blades above his head, Theseus told Zeke that they could begin the second round of their battle. At that time, Zeko's team, together with Malin, successfully helped citizens reach safety amid the chaos. Malin noticed how worried Fried was about Zika, and told him that he should go help him, as she could handle things here on her own. Fried quickly arrived at the battlefield, noticing that the judge was in a winning position, surpassing Zika. His friend rushed to the ground to help. Theseus realized that these were Zika's assistants, noting that friendship is cool. But Fried was too late, as the judge could have killed Zika at any moment while he was trying to fight back. Fried managed to fire 2 shots and told the judge to try to kill the main character if he dared to do so. The first attack was from Fried, who swung his sword with all his might, but Theseus's wooden arm blocked the blow. The guy jumped back, raised his sword, and called upon the technique of light memory, creating dozens of solar balls above his head. These balls pursued the judge, and glowing blades rained down on him like hail, but his speed exceeded Fried's technique. Even when Fried tried to diversify his technique, Theseus easily blocked the blades with walls of vines. But Fried broke through the vines, trying his best to avenge his best friend in a battle for life. Theseus was faster, gritting his teeth. The judge stopped the young fighter by grabbing him by the neck as he swung for the blow. While the referee held the young man by the neck, he wielded his blades, calling 2 grass blades to him from behind. Theseus called the blades to him, cutting through Frida's shoulders in the process, and threw him down, causing him to immediately fall to his knees. The judge wanted to take Frida's life so that he could join Zeku, but the main character was alive and ready to continue the battle. Theseus called him a problem child, because no matter how many times they tried to attack, the result would be the same. The judge only asked them to die faster. Zeku hated to admit it, but he couldn't handle Theseus alone, so they had to attack together. Summoning their willpower, the 2 best friends rushed into battle, but the judge only snorted in response, preparing to attack the teenagers. Saying it was useless, Theseus sent the grass blades into battle, and the boys began to fight them off with all their might. The main character told Frizz not to give up, because if he gave up now, they wouldn't even make it to the next floor, let alone heaven. Instead of being self-centered and pursuing his dream alone, Zik tried to keep Fried from giving up. Fried stood up and said he was just getting started. Zik reminded him of the time they fought together against a monster. The friends were at a disadvantage then, just like now. But they were able to overcome that insane obstacle on their journey together. Fried wasn't sure if it would work in this situation, but they had no choice. So Zeke convinced him otherwise. Sometimes you have to take risks, even if it's reckless. They had to. After all, there would only be one chance. First, the guys jumped back. Physis wanted to see what his enemies would do. Zik and Fried began to attack from different flanks. Zika's speed increased. He attacked, but instead of simply colliding, he raised a smokescreen. While Physis was expecting an attack from the thief, Fried rushed at him from the rear flank, whom he did not immediately notice. The referee was sure that such a small trick would not work, but instead of attacking, Fried simply ran through him. While Physis's attention was distracted by Fried, Zik appeared behind him, ready to attack the man. Now, Zik had his fists raised, and Fried had his sword behind his back. Physis realized that they were going to attack him by surprise. As the guys rushed at him with their attacks, Physis tried to summon the Hortulanus Frofex to him. Although the blades managed to defend the judge in time, the combined strength of the best friends was able to defeat him. The townspeople saw something they couldn't believe. The roots began to disappear, which meant only one thing: Physis had lost. The citizens rejoiced that they had survived this catastrophe, which had put the entire city in mortal danger. At that moment, new gates of heaven opened, through which the contenders for the second level of heaven were already rushing. The guys surrounded Frida and Zik, praising their skills, because these two had saved the entire city in its hour of greatest danger. But while the citizens were greeting their heroes, the girl took Frida and Zika with her, and they moved on. It was a happy moment for the main character, but the guys insisted that they were very busy now. Zik wanted to leave a little later, because he was happy with his achievement, but they had already stayed too long at this level. But the main character changed his mind, so waving goodbye to the citizens, he couldn't stop smiling. When the group reached the gates, which were slowly closing, Physis came to his senses and watched them. He immediately became angry, and decided that he could not just let this group go to the next level of heaven. The wooden hand caught up with the guys, and Zik realized that Physis was going to completely destroy the heavenly gates. Time was running out, and the main character was trying to understand how his power worked during anger, because he was getting a strange surge of power. While his friends went ahead, Zeke turned around, hoping that this would be his next chance to ascend to the next level. He didn't know how to control this power yet, but if he concentrated all his energy in his hand, Zeke felt he could do it. Physis was determined, but Zeke also wanted to defeat him. The one who was more confident would win. The main character's hand covered the dark dragon's head, and two terrifying forces collided with each other. Noticing the dragon, the judge immediately understood the outcome of this fight. The dragon's head crushed the wooden hand. The main character smiled and told Physis that he was leaving, asking him to be kinder to people, and also saying goodbye to Maylene. The judge was devastated. He could only watch the kids fly away while Maylene said goodbye to them and asked them not to break the rules. Soon, everyone flew away. Physis himself did not understand why he had so desperately prevented the boys from rising higher into the sky. As a judge, he was obliged to choose at least one of the contestants, but in fact, he chose no one and kept them until the last moment. Even knowing about the growing hatred, Physis did not want to let them go. He knew that because of the frequent clashes, it would be impossible to keep the contenders. But he endured anyway. The higher you climb into the heavens, the more you realize how ugly this world is. Physis believed that the teenagers would fall into despair, as he had, but Zik said that he would go to paradise and perhaps see another world in the one that had been dead for 500 years. Milan asked the judge if he had defended Icarus with a calm face, even amid despair and regret, because everyone liked the image of his judge. While the broken judge sat on the ground, the citizens gathered and decided to go to Physis in person. The little girl burst into tears and asked Mr. Physis to stop and become the person they knew before. Milan noticed the sadness on the judge's face and asked everyone to cheer up so they could start putting things in order. Fried turned to his comrades and joyfully declared that he could not have done it alone. While everyone was celebrating their success, the main character noticed a bright mark on his shoulder. It was a heavenly symbol. It was given to candidates who had passed the test set by the judge. Zik was surprised to realize that if it weren't for this mark, none of their group would have been able to reach the second level. The group had just received the approval of the first judge, and there were 9 levels ahead in the heavens. Now they had to receive assignments from 8 more judges and pass them, because if they moved on to the next level of clouds while violating this condition, punishment would follow. At least they had passed the fruit-finding test. This was considered a certain overcoming of the test of fate. But, in addition to this, they had a sign, so no one should have any questions about passing to the next stage. Zik flew confidently toward the passage, but he was quickly stopped by flying debris that hit him in the head. Turning around, the thief wanted to find out the source of this debris, which turned out to be a huge tornado. Dean considered the whirlwind to be nothing, and at that moment, a couple of contestants decided to break through it. But as soon as they got close to the tornado, its power far exceeded the contestants' abilities, knocking them unconscious. This frightened the child, and he suggested that the first level was still good, offering to go back down. The main character did not want to return to this sleepy realm, and Dean was more concerned for his life than anything else. The wind turned out to be much stronger than anyone expected, and Fried believed that they needed to stay together in order to break through with the same team. The gusts of wind hit the main character, but he managed to put on his gloves, blocking the strong gusts. By redirecting all the force of the natural disaster into his glove, Zeke was able to gather enough strength to destroy the whirlwind. But the whirlwind immediately reappeared, this time much larger and stronger than before, baffling the contestants. The unexpected force of the natural disaster caught the group off guard, and in a split second, they found themselves inside the hurricane. The storm carried Zeke to another place, throwing him into a distant area full of forests and fields. The fall was brutal, and even though Zeke landed on soft ground, he and his pet were badly injured. The main character got up to explore the area where he found himself, and the first thing he noticed was an unfamiliar girl hiding behind a tree. The guy tried to talk to the stranger, but she immediately got scared and hid behind the nearest tree with a squeal. The penguin mocked Zeke's face, and the thief said it was all his fault because he crashed due to the bird's weakness. The girl noticed the main character's injuries. Her excitement got the better of her, and she wanted to know the extent of his injuries. Zeke hadn't yet noticed that his arm had been pierced by a branch, but when he saw it, he was greatly frightened. The girl was overcome with happiness. She immediately rushed to the boy's side, took out a small star, and asked him to wait a moment. Thanks to the mysterious object of the stranger, the main character's arm healed perfectly, leaving no traces behind. The guy immediately wanted to know who the girl was, and she proudly revealed that she was the best healer in the Kingdom of Labor. The stranger wanted to know where Zeke had come from, because there was nothing dangerous at this level that could cause such suffering. The main character immediately revealed that they had been caught in a tornado before that. Soon, Zeke fully realized that he and his friends had finally arrived at the second level of heaven, the crossroads. The girl was surprised to learn that Zeke had risen from the first floor. It was her first time seeing a contender. She told the main character to be careful, as there were many dangers here, although you wouldn't know it from the appearance of this level. Without looking at his hand, Zeke said that he could handle any adventure because the girl had healed him. But as soon as he saw it, the guy was shocked. The girl revealed that the treatment had a side effect. Suddenly, the stranger began to leave, adding that it would soon pass. But Zeke didn't want to let her go, because he was worried about his hand. But no matter how much he called after her, the girl ran away, and when the thief turned around, he noticed guards chasing after them on horseback. The knights galloped past Zeke, not interested in him, as their goal was to capture a certain witch. The target turned out to be the same unfamiliar girl. When one of the knights caught up with her, he struck her with his sword without hesitation. The helpless girl fell to the ground, surrounded by knights who rejoiced at their prey. The knights were about to seize the girl, but the main character could not just stand by and watch, so he decided to come to her aid. The man was surprised, because the stranger dared to interfere with the order of knights, even though he did not have enough strength to overcome Zika. First of all, the main character learned the girl's name. She was called Stella, after which he pinned the knight to the ground. Turning to the two remaining knights, Zeke asked Stella to run away if she didn't want to be captured again. The knights wanted to know how this bold young man dared to resist knights who had received orders from the king himself. But Zeke didn't care because Stella reminded him of his past, in which he also bore a stigma and often wandered alone. The knights enraged the main character, and in a fit of rage against his enemies, the boy used his wild fang ability. The weak guards were defeated, and another knight in different armor appeared from the cloud of dust. The knight immediately joined the fight, lunging forward, and the guard attacked with his pike. The man was sure that this attack would sever Zika's arm, but thanks to his reflexes and gloves, he was able to defend himself. The main character declared that such an attack would not work on him, inviting his enemy to attack. The knight took a stance, asking Zika if the cocky guy could dodge the next attack. While Zika was preparing for the enemy's attack, everything happened quickly, and the man suddenly disappeared from the battlefield. In fact, the knight was on top of Zik, crushing the ground beneath his feet. The main character managed to jump back, but did not expect such an attack. His body felt as if it had been crushed by iron, even though all he had done was dodge the attack. With the weight on his body, Zik continued to dodge the knight's barrage of attacks. Each attack from the knight gave the main character more strength, and in the end, he was able to unleash a wild punch. But the blow failed to reach its target, for the power accumulated inside the gloves was not enough. The knight laughed, for this was exactly what he expected from a bandit who had just arrived at a new heavenly level. The warrior once again aimed his spear at the ground, gathering more and more speed while Zeke waited for the enemy to approach. The chicken knife attack crashed into the lowlands, rapidly pursuing the main character. The thief decided to spread his wings and dodge the attack in the air, but he couldn't rise. The wings suddenly disappeared, surprising Zik, because now he was directly under the attack. The main character was thrown back, and at that moment, the knight immediately continued his attack. Before he could react, Zik already had to block a new barrage of attacks from the sharp spear. All this was not in vain, because this power accumulated inside the gloves, and the main character was able to return the damage he had received. That's what Zik thought. But in reality, the knight stood motionless, as if the attack had not affected him. While the surprised guy was trying to understand what had happened, his emotions were overshadowed by a new attack. Zik could no longer resist such an enemy and was the first to fall in this fierce battle. The leader ordered the guards, who had regained their senses, to take advantage of this excellent opportunity and finally capture the witch outside the kingdom. After the battle, the leader looked at his armor, which had a crack in it. He was surprised that this challenger had shown such strength before the trials had even begun. The knights hurried to catch the witch, as they were already approaching enemy territory. However, the guards did not manage to catch up with the girl, as dozens of creatures appeared before them. The knights were going to go all the way and take the witch's life, but the monsters' faces frightened the men. It was absolutely clear to the guards that if they crossed this line, they would die immediately. In order to avoid heavy losses, the knights decided to flee, while the monsters watched their pitiful escape. The monster told Stella that when she left the kingdom, she was putting everyone in danger. Stella justified her escape by saying that she thought she saw a star falling from the sky, which is why she ran. But Zik also remained in the girl's thoughts, because at that moment he was being beaten by the guards. Zik was unconscious and suddenly woke up when a girl from his team woke him up with a violent blow. The guys were in the underground prison of Labor Castle. Almost the entire group had gathered, but Frida was not with them. The main character immediately found this heavenly level strange, but to Dina's surprise, Zik did not consider the prison to be strange. The last time Frida was seen, he was helping the team escape from the tornado, but they split up. In any case, the atmosphere on the first level was completely different, as was the strength of the enemies. Dean agreed with the others because he simply had to fit in with the situation. Zeke suddenly heard someone coming and asked his allies not to give themselves away in front of them. The man entered the room with the guardsman. He had already heard that the people in front of him were new applicants. Zik replied that they had indeed just arrived and knew nothing at all, but that he had only helped a weak girl. The man introduced himself as Denzel because he recognized Zik as the one who had helped the witch. Denzel was a bookseller and priest who guarded the judge of the Kingdom of Labor. The reason why the contenders were captured turned out to be major problems in the Kingdom of Labor. According to Denzel, the townspeople were suddenly faced with famine, and people were dying due to a lack of food. And although the land was originally poor, there was not always enough fruit to live on at this level. This was the case until the witch appeared, for she had previously been the king's servant and assistant. Desiring power, the witch embraced darkness and used an army of monsters to overthrow the ruler. War broke out, many died, but in the end, justice prevailed and the guard won. The witch and her werewolves fled, but they still haven't left Labor Castle alone. The sky was covered with clouds that blocked the seeds falling from the heavens. Because of this, the Kingdom of Labor has been in decline for 30 years. Not long ago, the witch who had been hiding reappeared in the Kingdom of Labor. Zik couldn't believe it had been 30 years ago, because back then the witch was just a child. According to Denzel, the witch did not age. She lived by taking the lives of others, thereby prolonging her own. The girl was indignant, because they were contenders, and had no connection with this witch at all. Denzel suggested that they might be the witch's minions, but in the end, he admitted that they had made a mistake without fully understanding the situation. The man apologized for his mistake, considering it a big misunderstanding. Now the group had to leave, because the judge was waiting for the contenders. In the middle of the room stood a large throne, on which sat King Judge Julius II with his grandsons. King Julius glanced at Zika, and asked his assistant if these were the ones who had started the riot on the first floor, and had come up. The guys did not expect the dialogue to begin this way, and Zik's friends thought they were already in trouble. Dean and the girl wanted to make excuses, but the main character declared that they were the ones who had started the riot. Julius laughed and said that he was not like a first-level judge, asking the guys not to be afraid. The king knew that the contenders had already heard about the kingdom's problems, but he reminded them that the witch Stella had defiled the sky of labor with evil. This witch craved the power of Judge Yuli, and now was the moment when he needed the great power of the contenders. The king needed the fragments of stars from the witch's garden, and this would count as a test that would allow them to rise higher into the sky. Anyone who became a member of the witch hunters would receive full support in their ascent. No matter how much Zik thought about Stella, her eyes seemed too kind for such evil deeds. Julius wanted to check with Zendel whether Zeke was indeed the young man who had contradicted the judge on the first floor. The man confirmed that this was the same contender who had defeated the judge. The king wanted to use Zeke's outstanding power, but Zendel tried to dissuade him, arguing that they were just children. But Julius didn't care. With a malicious grin, he declared that the witch's power should belong to him. The girl suggested that the team join the witch hunters, since they were going to undergo the trial of the star fragments from the witch's garden anyway. Dean added that he couldn't wait to get the treasure, even though it wasn't the main thing for him. The main character revealed that he was the savior of this witch, and therefore he renounced the idea of joining the squad. The guys wondered whether they should stick with Zeke if he kept getting into trouble. Nevertheless, his dragon power was frightening, and if used correctly, it could defeat everyone. But they decided not to make impulsive decisions and agreed that they would stay together no matter what. The girl noticed that there were suitors around them who often stared at them. The main character suggested going to the village because he was worried about Fried's absence. Dean was surprised that his friends refused the riches offered for joining the ranks of witch hunters. On the main street of the Kingdom of Labor, Zeke noticed how the guards were collecting bags of seeds from the residents. The girl had already heard about this, and told the main character that these funds were being collected to fight the witch. The kingdom's anger was growing, and the residents were angry that they were suffering and giving their last money to fight the witch. The last time the group had eaten was in prison, and after so much time had passed, everyone was already very hungry. As soon as Zik wanted to go into a diner to buy food, suddenly a wall nearby fell down and someone fell out of it. Two girls also came out of the hole in the wall and asked the guy why he had ignored their offer. The girls, named Kasta and Polu, offered him cooperation because of his strength, but the guy's dissatisfaction caused discord. The guy became even more angry and asked Kasta if she was trying to divide her enemies with him. Covering their hands with electricity, the guys were going to continue their fight on the street. Kasta threw a couple of daggers, which the guy easily dodged thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes. But to his surprise, Kasta was already close to him, holding another weapon in her hands. The guy's determination did not waver in the slightest. He declared that he was as fast as light and swung his fist back to counterattack. A knight noticed the bursts of power in the distance and immediately realized that this fight had been started by annoying pretenders. After a while, Kasta retreated, unable to overpower the guy. Polu immediately rushed to her sister's aid with excitement. The smug challenger was fired up and challenged the girls to a 2-on-1 fight. As soon as Kasta noticed her sister's strength, she put out her hand and said she could handle it herself. The girl decided to continue the fight, pointing her finger at the challenger, and Kasta's curator marked her target. The challenger called this remark lame, and immediately rushed to attack Kasta with daggers. The knight made his way straight to the diner, finding himself right in the middle of the two challengers. Chicken, the head of the Order of Knights of the Kingdom of Labor, spread his wings and threw the challengers aside. The man declared that those who did not pass this level of the test would be unable to fly or break through by force, for he could not be defeated. Zik remembered well that the challenger with electricity was very strong, but he could do nothing against Chicken. He hoped that his wings would return, but only after overcoming the trials of this level. Fried was still in prison. All his friends had been released, and he was left alone. Denzel entered the prison to see Fried and told him that he had broken the rules of the Absolute Clan. The advisor led Fried to the king, who had laid a feast on the table, and asked the young man if he liked the food. Fried did not hide anything, and said that it was the first time in his life he had such a luxurious dinner. At the lowest level, one could not even dream of such food. Julius did not know this, because he was born at the second level, and had only heard about it from rumors. Without the power of the Absolute, it would have been impossible to create the current kingdom, and here he learned everything. Fried learned about his family's history only from books, so he had no idea about Julius's connection to the Absolutes. Denzel opened the book and read that the progenitor of the great Absolute, Carindel, strove for the highest ideal in order to achieve balance between the levels and bring prosperity to the destroyed sky. Reaching the 8th level, he gave everything for his goal, and even when he lost his wings and fell, he continued to maintain balance with the power of the Absolute family. Carindel solved the problem of the barren land of the 2nd level, and built the Kingdom of Labor. Julius bowed his head and folded his hands before Fried. The kingdom had always revered the people of this family. Fried was very pleased that his family was spoken well of, for he was already proud of them. From generation to generation, the Kingdom of Labor had good relations with the family of Absolutes, until recently. Julius reminded him that the Absolute family had lost a sacred relic many years ago. Before the sky split, the Absolute clan took responsibility for maintaining balance, and received symbols of divine equilibrium. But after the split, the relics were lost, the sacred artifacts, and summoned him. Therefore, the family is desperately searching for them. Yuli has only 2 wonderful grandsons left. Several years ago, he lost his son and daughter-in-law. The modern Kingdom of Labor desperately needed the help of the Absolute clan. As it turned out, Julius possessed one of the relics, the Soul Punisher, and was about to make a deal with Fried. The guy immediately realized that one of the most precious things for the clan of Absolutes was at stake. Such an offer could not be refused. The contender was furious at his loss, while Zik sat nearby and mocked him. Before leaving, Kasta reminded him that she had chosen the guy as her target, so she had to kill him. Clenching his fork, the guy promised that he would kill Kasta first after passing the test. The guy asked Zeke how he managed to defeat Physis, since, according to his observations, they were weaklings. The main character offered to show the challenger, but he fell silent at his suggestion. In any case, the challenger was grateful to Zeke, because thanks to him, he managed to quickly climb to the second floor. Zeke asked the guy if he had seen a friendly person who was with them, referring to Frida. Not hearing an answer, the main character got up and was about to leave, but at the last moment, the challenger said that he was most likely being tested. The guys agreed to finish the feast quickly and go in search of Frida, as well as complete the test. At the site of the witch's garden, a group of werewolves gathered to guard the tree from the contenders. The little werewolf Tiuna declared that the people had been deceived, that this sanctuary was a star garden, located on the territory of the real judge. Tiuna could not show the pretenders the real judge, because as soon as she left, she would immediately become a target. Chicken did not believe this, and considered the werewolves to be followers of the witch who were calling for the destruction of the second level. The captain ordered the contenders to collect star fragments from the garden, which would weaken the witch. As soon as the people rushed forward to carry out the mission, a large werewolf jumped forward and stopped the enemies. The leader of the Tanukan werewolf tribe stood in front of the contenders, calling them foolish because they could not see the truth. Chicken understood the situation they were in, because due to restrictions, the challengers could not even attack the chief. Chicken asked Tanukan where his mistress was, which greatly angered the werewolf. One of the challengers went straight to the garden toward the enraged werewolf, who immediately threw him back. Stella noticed this cruelty and came out of her hiding place, asking the werewolf to stop. Chicken seized the moment and threw his spear at the witch while she was talking to Tanukan. Tanukan was a strong werewolf and easily managed to stop Chicken's flying spear. The chief thought that the knight wanted to start a war, but the werewolf's patience was already running out. Chicken realized the seriousness of the situation and said that he would abide by the agreements between the parties. Stella gathered her strength and fell to her knees, but a bright sign of the judge appeared behind her. The girl introduced herself as a judge named Stella, who assigns the trials that the contenders must undergo. It was difficult for her to explain the situation, but with the help of the contenders, she would be able to put everything back in its place. Chicken asked people not to believe in these tricks, spreading his wings and flapping them to create a gust of wind. Such a strong gust of wind managed to dispel Judge Stella's mark, which was already weakened. The captain showed proof that he had passed the second-level test to confuse the contestants once again. Tanukan lost his temper because Chicken began to insult Mrs. Stella, and the werewolf's anger knew no bounds. Even the anger of his enemies was good news for Chicken, because he presented it as the true face of the witch's minions. Stella tried to calm everyone down, but Tiuna put out her hand and asked them to go with her away from danger. Chicken decided to detain the strongest werewolf, while the contenders rushed for the pieces. Tanukan could do nothing because of Lady Stella's words. He was ready to kill everyone, but he couldn't go against the lady's words. Stella rushed forward, begging everyone to stop the slaughter. One contender swung at the judge, but Tiuna managed to protect her mistress from the sword attack, frightening Stella even more. The girl's emotions were mixed. She became more and more confused, releasing a black aura from herself. Suddenly, Stella completely lost her mind and was covered in a pillar of dark power. Chicken declared that he could see right through his enemies, asking them to stop resisting. Tanukan continued to hold his position, watching as the other werewolves tried to calm Lady Stella down. The weaklings decided to take advantage of the moment of weakness of the werewolves and the judges. Taking the flowers, Zika's friends urged him to take a flower too and finish the test, but he stood still. Even the penguin asked him to go, but the main character was confused, looking at Stella. Because Mrs. Stella lost her temper, the group of werewolves had to retreat from the battlefield. The main character decided to think about whether Mrs. Stella was really a witch, or whether the king was a false judge. But despite his mixed feelings, Zeke decided to pick a handful of flowers from the witch's garden. One greedy contender wanted to collect even more star fragments to sell later. But as soon as he touched the flowers again, he was struck by a strong electric shock and thrown back. It could only be done once, so Julius assigned this task to the suitors. Dean was very frightened by the sight of the werewolves and asked his friends to gather quickly so they could leave before the enemies returned. Dean's bird turned to the team and asked if they wanted to hurry up and move on to the next level. But Zeke firmly stated that he did not agree to such conditions, because the first priority was to find Freed. Bird believed that while they were undergoing the test, the young man would be able to find himself. Zeke became angry and was about to argue with the bird, but the girl was able to calm them both down. To understand their friend's urgency, the guys wanted to know the reason behind his motives. Dean revealed that he was looking for his father, because initially they lived together in the Deadlands. Dean and his father traveled through dangerous places and lived relying on each other. But one night, the child woke up to find that his father had left without saying anything. Dean didn't think he had abandoned him and hoped that his father had simply ascended to heaven and was waiting for him. He didn't want to rush. Dean was just worried and hurried in the heat of the moment. The girl was also in a terrible situation, as her younger siblings, who who were the same age as Dean, were still in the Deadlands. They barely made ends meet, living in poverty and often going hungry, but they stuck together. One day, a firebird appeared before the girl and revealed how long it had been searching for her. She needed to hurry up and help her younger siblings so that they could overcome everything. The last word Zik heard from his dying father was run. The boy always followed this advice and ran away from life. He ran away from everything, ignoring all rules and laws. He ran away from the world that took everything from Zik. For him, a man who was simply kind without any reward, a reason without a cause to find out the truth. Putting their problems aside for the moment, the boys decided to eat something and find Frida. Stella was taken to the werewolf settlement, and they tried to cure her with the help of their tribe's shamans. Tanukin was furious. They were stealing the judge's power, gradually exterminating the werewolves, and defiling the family's honor. The other werewolves tried to calm him down, as it was necessary to remain calm. The power that was sealed inside the labor castle was gradually leaving Lady Stella. If the contenders continued to collect more stars, only a shell of Stella would remain. The shaman used all his strength to begin stabilizing Stella's condition, but they had to leave to stop the contenders. The group was about to find Frida and complete the trial when suddenly a werewolf jumped out at the group of contenders. Tiuna begged the people to return the star fragments, as they were part of Judge Stella's soul. The contenders refused to believe it so easily, deciding that they would first check with King Julius. Tiuna stood her ground, and the contenders could no longer hold back, several of them drawing their swords. The werewolf drew the bowstring, but remembered Stella's words that they could get hurt and hesitated. Hesitating before shooting, Tiuna had to take a blow from a challenger who stood confidently at his mark. Even though she was wounded, the werewolf spread her arms and asked for the star fragments to be returned. But the nasty challengers had no intention of backing down. They did not consider themselves villains, but at the same time they attacked the defenseless werewolf. Zik couldn't let them hurt Taiyun, so he lunged forward and knocked the greedy men down with his wild fist. The main character asked the werewolf to accompany him to the werewolf settlement, because he had to see Lady Stella. Tanukin revealed to the other werewolves that they had not touched the pretenders, which had led to the current situation. Deputy Chief Tannen stated that Lady Stella's recovery was now a priority. No matter what, it was the most important thing. Tanan continued to explain to Tanukin about his reckless actions, turning it into a scene. Stella finally came to her senses. Her voice was unsteady, but she managed to ask the werewolves to stop arguing. The girl admitted that it was her fault. It all happened because of Stella's choice to ask them not to hate humans so much. Tanukin considered Stella to be generous, because all the blame actually lay with human desires, especially those of Denzel and Julius's son. Once, Chicken took the life of a werewolf, believing the war between humans and witches to be a misunderstanding, but no one listened to him. Tanukin believed that there was no point in caring about humans anymore, because Ashukana, who had followed them, was no longer there. The werewolves gathered at the entrance to the village, as they heard that the contenders had arrived. Zik wanted to meet Stella, but an enraged Tanukin rushed to attack the boy. Tanukin almost hurt the main character, but a sudden flash of light made him jump aside. Stella gathered her strength to get up and told the werewolf that he was her guest, and that Tanukin should behave appropriately. The girl asked Zik why they had come, assuming that they were working with the others to steal her power. According to rumors, witches are creatures that are unnatural to our world. Coming from the world of shadows, they drew power from reality and posed a great threat. It is said that the reason for the fall of the heavens is connected with the strengthening of the shadow world. However, the very existence of witches was shrouded in mystery. Although these creatures posed a great danger, Zika did not care about Stella's origins. The girl thanked Ziku for helping her before, but she understood that associating with her was dangerous for others. Dean himself was frightened, suggesting that Ziku return to the Kingdom of Labor and pretend that they knew nothing. Tanukin considered humans to be cowardly, so he never trusted this race of creatures. Zik revealed that he did not trust Stella, because those in power cannot be trusted, but she was the first person who helped him for no reason. So now, as a token of gratitude, the main character wanted to repay the girl. Stella's first request for being lifted up to the heavens was to take her to the real Star Garden in Labor Castle. Tanukin did not understand how his mistress could trust these people and tell them hidden secrets. Stella replied that there was nothing to fear in such a situation. The girl understood the werewolf's excitement, but once again, they had to move somewhere else. Now the werewolf was afraid to follow Stella, because if these suitors refused to believe him, he would no longer be able to serve the girl. Zeke revealed to Stella that the real Star Garden was located in the royal palace. The girl asked him to wait, as she still did not believe that Stella was a real judge, and asked her to prove it. Stella was now weak, having been forcibly stripped of her power as a judge. She still had power, but it was very unstable, according to Tanukin. The werewolves needed the help of the contenders, but the people of the kingdom were now persecuting them, and this had become impossible. But then they would not be able to do anything because of the restrictions associated with the trial. so it could be equated with a death march. Penguin noted that the real judge in the trial should be appropriate in terms of difficulty. Stella asked the kids to give her the pieces of the stars. Tanukin was shocked because his mistress was going to take another risk. The girl asked Stella why she didn't give the test to other people if she was capable of doing so. In fact, the trials were not suitable because Stella's condition had deteriorated, and several years ago, the candidates who had helped her had betrayed her. Tanukin interrupted Tiyuna's story and asked the kids if they were ready to risk their lives for the sake of the unknown. The most important question for him was whether the guys would help the werewolves after passing the test. If that was true, Zik believed that they would be able to gather their strength and move on to the next level. Holding out the star fragments, the main character said he would trust and help Miss Stella. Whether they wanted to or not, the rest of Zeke's team handed their star fragments to Stella. The guys didn't know what would happen, but they decided to trust the girl anyway so she could show the judge her power. Taking the star fragments, Stella released a pillar of bright power, covering the darkness with light. So much power was too much for the guys, and they could hardly resist such impulses. Suddenly, Zeke found himself in a flashback, where he was a little boy again, hiding from the killer who had taken his father's life. With blood on his blade, the man tried to find Zeke, who he believed had escaped. Taking his father's last gift, Zeke fell to his knees and burst into tears again, staring at the golden seed. He had been starving for a very long time. Zeke had no money for food, so he could only look at the food in front of him. Left with no options, the child had to steal a piece of bread in order to survive. But the seller easily caught up with the helpless boy, and he didn't care that he was very hungry. The man beat Zika and took what he had stolen. He lay on the ground and thought about the meaning of life, wondering if it would be better to just disappear. But even so, the main character was very afraid to die. Someone else was also being beaten nearby, which the boy immediately noticed. Zik couldn't help but notice that all around him people were being robbed, beaten, and broken. And if the whole world followed this rule, then the guy would also follow the callous way of life, destroying everything before his eyes. If everyone was doing evil, then Zeke would also rob and beat people up. If the whole world was rotten before his eyes, Zeke looked at himself from afar. His image was terrible, because then he tried with all his might and followed cruelty. No one ever reached out to help Zeke, but his greedy side stretched out its hand, offering to burn the whole world together. The main character even agreed with this, because rising into the sky, he forgot for a moment that he had lost his father and suffered all his life. Penguin and Fried stopped Zeke, saying that they had managed to rise to the sky together. The greedy side dispelled Fried, saying that it was just an illusion and that Zeke should remember his anger. But Zeke already understood everything. He was weak, cowardly, and low. But from that moment on, the guy was going to move up. The main character no longer wanted to give up, despite his weakness, and it would be that way until he took over the heavens. Greed attacked him, repeating that Zeke should accept his true nature, but he held on. Penguin said that Zeke was able to rise up with the burden and had already proven to everyone that he was not a weakling. Raising his hand along with his pet, Zeke managed to create a bright hand, fighting off the darkness. Grabbing the black greed with this power, it began to dry up, showing Zeke only joy before him. A group of witch hunters gathered at the entrance to the Kingdom of Labor, and Denzel was their leader. The contenders looked strangely at Fried, because he had only just joined the hunt and was the favorite of King Julius. The boy had to return his family heirloom, but he didn't understand why they showed him what they were hiding. Denzel headed inside, and after about 50 steps, he noticed some other movement. Fried followed Denzel, because by following him, he could find a clue before the hunt began. While the power restriction was in effect, Fried could not forcibly take possession of his family's artifact. Wandering through the corridors of the kingdom, the guy noticed a crack in the wall, inside which were fragments of stars, and a girl in a cage. Fried's curiosity got the better of him, and he broke through the wall and entered the room, looking down at the girl from above. Questions filled his head because the mysterious girl exuded a strange energy. Denzel noticed Frida's actions and realized that he had committed unauthorized entry into the sanctuary. This puzzled the priest, because by breaking the laws, the family of Absolutes had discredited her reputation. Although Fried was a member of the Absolute family, he had to follow the laws of the Kingdom of Labor. The young man understood the situation he was in, because due to the restrictions, he had no chance of winning. To resolve this misunderstanding, Fried had to surrender, and he was arrested right in front of King Julius. Julius was disappointed, and Fried had to somehow make amends by saying that it was a misunderstanding. The most compelling argument was the destruction of the wall, but according to Fried, it collapsed on its own. The pressure from Denzel and Julius was intense, and the young man even agreed to accept punishment for his actions. Denzel decided to take advantage of this opportunity and asked the guards to bring a ritual chair. The man revealed to Fried that only a member of the Absolute family could use the artifact. The Soul Punisher is a sword that cuts through souls, which they use to split the judge's soul. Judges are lazy and egocentric. Regardless of whether the world is destroyed or not, their own safety always comes first. Denzel admitted that he personally divided the witch's soul to escape from the real judge. It was difficult because she was very powerful. If Stella had shown her true power, she would have destroyed the entire kingdom. The judge isolated himself, and self-destruction with his own hands forced him to divide his soul, which is a difficult process. But the other half of the soul escaped. It is necessary to use the soul punisher again to bring it back. Fried was shocked. Before him were people who had decided to break the balance created by God. Denzel considered his cause to be righteous, for they were trying to transfer power to a new judge, and for that they needed the help of a member of the family of the Absolute. Julius suggested that Fried simply give up his body so that they could use the Soul Punisher artifact. The artifact of the Absolutes. The family feared from generation to generation that it would inevitably be used for evil. Denzel showed the scar on his arm. The strong are dangerous, so the man deliberately made them weak. There was no other way to use the Soul Punisher, but now the supply was exhausted, and Denzel needed materials again. He realized the extent of Fried's power, which had not been visible before. This time, he had to use his body wisely. Fried was not going to give up his body without a fight. Thanks to his power, which was stronger than they expected, the guy broke the chair. Denzel was surprised. He had seen his abilities before, and could not have foreseen such great strength. Fried understood that he could not defeat Denzel and Julia, so he decided to retreat to safety. He couldn't use his full power now, but Fried had enough experience to hide it. Until now, they had fought countless battles, and now a witch had appeared before them who had destroyed the second level. Victory in this struggle would restore peace to the floor, and they would restore the sky, returning abundance to the country and the kingdom of labor. The werewolf settlement was already on high alert, and everyone noticed and shared with the others that Chicken had begun his attack. The army of guards, Chicken, and the pretenders marched on the werewolf settlement, which also gathered its forces. Tanukin considered Chicken's methods immoral, for he had deceived so many people and involved them in an unnecessary war. Stella stepped forward with her speech, saying that they had previously coexisted in harmony. The sky collapsed, and they fell here in order to unite and survive. Because of the enormous power that Stella possessed, and the incident in which thousands of people died, Stella understood why she was called a witch. She even lost her memory after that, but there was no reason for strife. The girl is here to pay for that incident, but she did nothing wrong. She was falsely accused, and then a bloody war with the werewolves was unleashed. Chicken slandered Stella, claiming that she was lying and gathering strength to take over the kingdom of labor. Tanukin asked to see the contenders, but all they cared about were jewels and fruit. They just wanted to move up to the next level. They had already taken Stella's soul and set their goal, reaching the werewolves' settlement. Tanukin could no longer follow peaceful ways and decided to do things his own way, forcing his enemies to pay for the lives of their comrades. Mrs. Stella's words seemed to vanish, and the werewolves rose up in battle against the guards. Chicken said that Tanukin was stronger than the former chief of the tribe named Ashukan, who wanted peace but was brutally killed. Chicken's vile words continued to pour out. He was running wild, as if he wanted to relive the feeling of killing Ashukan. Fried was still in the kingdom. The witch hunt had already begun, so there were few soldiers left inside. Although it was necessary to act with caution, it was the best time to bring back the Soul Avenger. Ruins noticed Fried's spectacular exit, because he thought he would become a guinea pig, and the journey would end there. Ruins couldn't leave due to restrictions, but he could clearly feel the energy of the Soul Punisher within the kingdom's walls. His blood relatives could also feel it, and by following the bird, Fried would surely be able to find the artifact. The bird had no strength left and disappeared, so Fried decided to listen to his words and try to sense the artifact. His words proved to be true, and concentrating, the boy found the sealed artifact. Fried immediately rushed to the Soul Punisher, skillfully bypassing the guards, getting closer and closer to his goal. But Julius was in the room with his grandchildren, waiting for Fried to come for the artifact. Suddenly, the granddaughter fell, her arm fell off, and looking at her, one could see that she was a doll. The old man claimed that the witch Stella had abandoned him and his entire family, as well as everyone who was loyal to her. Julia's family gave her everything. However, she was only concerned with her own problems. Stella said that her sins were the only ones, the saddest and most painful. In the end, his family was reduced to a handful of ashes. Stella turned away, even though she could have saved everyone. Yuli condemned Frida because her body was wounded just like his. Therefore, the king wanted to become a true judge. Yulia launched her attack, her hand reaching for Frida to take her body for her own purposes. While everyone was fighting, Stella looked into the distance, hoping that Zik would land at his destination. After unleashing the judge's ability, she exhausted her strength and nearly killed Zek's group. If even one contender had been on the side of the werewolves and fought, they would not have been on the verge of death. When Stella was helpless and did nothing, the werewolves believed only in her and did everything in their power. Stella dreamed of peace and harmony, but Tanukin asked her to look at reality. Following the judge's words, they only lost their loved ones. Stella wanted to fight, but Tanukin was against it, because the judges had neither memories nor strength. If their power returned, the girl also wanted to participate in the battle, but the contenders would not be able to return after the trial. Stella did not agree with this. A single star rose in the cloudy sky, and she believed that they would definitely return. Regardless of whether they did so or not, the war still belonged to the werewolves. Stella did not want war, as the werewolves would simply go to their deaths, but Tiuna stopped her. At that moment, Zeke finally came to his senses and asked Tanukin to trust the judge's words. Stella immediately hugged the main character, tears in her eyes, happy that the contestants had succeeded in everything. The judge wanted to know how the test went, and the guys replied that the test was very difficult, but they no longer doubted the judge. Dean had almost given up hope of returning. He was in a moment that he missed very much. Zeke was surprised, because he had terrible memories, while the girl had no moments or memories at all. Stella thanked the guys for returning and said that the trial had immersed everyone in the necessary moments. Zeke's strength was finally restored, and he was ready to defeat all upcoming enemies. Tanukin said that these three would not be able to influence the situation in any way, so they could just go higher. Tanukin did not want help from humans, but Zeke insisted that he put aside his distrust and listen to his plan. At present, Zeke and his team continued to fly forward while the girl supported him. Dean crashed into the guys because his strength had not yet fully returned after the trial and could fail. While Fried was preparing to fight King Julius, Zeke and the others broke through the roof and joined the battle. As soon as the guys got up, they noticed the terrifying face of King Julius, which had changed dramatically. The king immediately continued his attack, but the guys easily dodged it, not understanding what was in front of them. The girl didn't care who it was, because when you're attacked, you have to attack back. The intensified flames had virtually no effect on Julius. He redirected the power of the attack into his hand and launched a counterattack. Fried stood in front of Robbie and protected her with his flaming sword from the king's attack. But the boy's strength was not enough. He managed to protect Robbie, but his sword began to disappear. Zeke became angry and challenged the king, who immediately responded with a star comet attack. The main character put up his gloves and managed to stop the attack, but immediately realized that his enemy was very dangerous. Fried suggested leaving, but Zeke declared that the power of the judge was locked here, which they must find and take. Yuli said that he was the only true judge, and his current appearance was a curse, a punishment for those who opposed the will of heaven. Julius's entire family fell because Stella was a witch, and he had suffered from that moment on. The king wanted to put everything in its place, even under the effect of the curse of heaven. In order to use the divine artifact of the Soul Punisher, Julius had to obtain the body of the Absolute. Fried wanted to continue fighting, but his friends understood that he did not have the strength. Zeke asked them to let others take over. Zeke asked Julius not to underestimate him, as he had managed to overthrow a first-level judge. Robbie noticed that despite the king's size, he was too fast, but if she had time, she could knock him out. Zeke realized that his task was to grab the king and immobilize him until the girl delivered the decisive blow. Yuli summoned dozens of star fragments, creating a meteor shower on the guy who rushed straight at the enemy. One wing was not enough to dodge the barrage of attacks, but he had to close the distance no matter what. Zeke broke through the attacks, but the king managed to create a star shield and protect himself. While the main character was under the shield's effect, Julius directed a star beam at Robbie, who was gathering her strength. Zeke broke free from the shield and exposed himself to the beam, declaring to the king that he was his opponent. Zeke tried to find out how much longer he had to hold on. Robbie tried her best, asking him to be patient. It was impossible to approach the king with unstable wings. He shot stars when Zeke was far away, and when he approached, he was struck by the shield. The main character remembered that he had been fast in the past, back when he didn't have wings. While everyone was fighting, Dean applied his medicine to Frida, but it needed time to take effect. Not expecting disaster, the guys were stunned when Denzel appeared behind them with a sword in his hands. Frid had a little strength left, which he used to reduce the damage from the sword strike. The guy realized that he could lure him here and take possession of his body, then suddenly attack and take the hand of the Absolute. Denzel had been hunting for the body of the Absolute for a long time, and now he was not going to lose to some pretenders. Suddenly the power of the sword awakened, and Fried fell powerlessly to the ground from the pressure of the aura. Behind Denzel was Dean, who had released his wings. He didn't know how it happened because no one had ever passed the test, but Dean completed the trial of a true judge, so he was able to catch Denzel off guard with his power. When the smoke cleared, Denzel was still standing. Dean's attack had done almost no damage to the cleric. The man wanted to strike Dean with the Soul Punisher, but suddenly he stood still and Denzel couldn't lower his blade. Fried raised his hand of absolute power and ordered the Soul Punisher, as if he were a blood relative, to recognize Fried as his master. As soon as he said this, the sword struck Denzel's hands with lightning and fell from his hands, leaving deep burns. Denzel was stunned. for he had never encountered such phrases in ancient sources on the transfer of sword ownership. The family of the Absolute had always prepared for the worst, and finally Denzel's atrocities came to an end. Thanks to the sword, Fried gained new powers. Rising, he summoned magic balls behind him. Denzel rushed into the attack, but was immediately stopped when a rain of swords appeared above his head. Denzel's attack was unsuccessful. He was pierced by dozens of swords and fell to his knees before Friede. At this time, Zik broke through King Julius's attacks thanks to his nimble feet. But as soon as he got close, the main character realized that he was too late, because the speed of the shield's creation was not small. Jumping back, Julius took advantage of this moment to gather another burst of power. Robbie's hammer exceeded its size tenfold. She raised her weapon and strengthened it with her fury. Zeke turned to his pet and asked him if he could use the same technique he had used to defeat the first-level judge. But the penguin did not give a self-serving answer, saying only that Zeke had used this technique and that it was up to him. Rabbi finished accumulating power, and now all that remained for Zik was to break through Yulia's attack. This time the king's attack was stronger than before, and a huge flaming sphere headed towards them. Zik remembered how he struggled to survive in the dark world. He raised his hand in determination and concentrated. Suddenly, the small human hand was covered in darkness and created huge dragon claws. Zik put his hand forward in defense, but he quickly realized that the technique was not yet perfect. Despite the imperfection of his new skill, the main character was able to deflect the star comet. As soon as the comet shattered, dozens of small fragments began to fall like a meteor shower. Zik could only fend them off with a flurry of blows. While he was fending off attacks from the air, Julius attacked him personally, but Zik's nimble feet allowed him to dodge. The king was too focused on killing Zik, not noticing that Robbie was standing behind him. Striking the ground with her hammer, the girl unleashed a maximum explosion of flame, covering the king in tongues of fire. The king was thrown back, and his fall broke the wall behind which the cage with the other part of Stella's soul was hidden. The guys entered the room, but Julius, covered in wounds and blood, rose again to fight. He grew horns and turned completely into a monster. Julius was too dark to make this power his own. Almost everyone had exhausted their strength, but Denzel was still alive and did not want it to end like this. Denzel's burst of power engulfed the king's body, turning Julius, who had completely become a monster, into a puppet. The man declared that he would not surrender to such weak contenders, for he must reclaim the place he lost 100 years ago. Bone wings appeared behind his back, and the man's zeal was unstoppable, but the guys did not understand what judge he was talking about. 100 years ago, Denzel turned to the god of the heavens, Neod, apologizing to him, because he had to atone for his sin. A man stepped out of the shadows and addressed Denzel, the timid destroyer of the heavens. Noticing this man, Denzel began to yell at him, saying that he had deceived him and made him betray God with his ambitions. The man used his power and made a hole in the top, surprising Denzel with the fact that he had powers after all. He absorbed Denzel's powers and said that he did not need Denzel's abilities to carry out his plan. After that, he fell into the ground, begging God to save him from this horror. Denzel directed his power into the second part of Stella's soul, and she suddenly awoke. The man was shocked by this reaction, but there was nothing he could do. She had to be part of Denzel's plan. Suddenly, Stella waved her hand, and Denzel's wings shattered into small pieces of bone. Denzel took control of Julia's body and was about to attack Stella, who was getting in his way. Zeke realized that he urgently needed to protect Stella, because there was no time to figure out the situation. Waving his hand, the main character was sure that he would be able to use his new ability again. This time, the ultrasound was even more powerful, completely enveloping King Julius's body. This time, the king fell for good. Denzel tried to get up. He didn't want it to end like this. The guys began to rejoice for each other. Zeke boasted of his strength, and Robbie wanted to know about Fried's new sword. The king's body shrank, and he returned to his human form, which looked disgusting. The king told Stella that she had abandoned those who were loyal to her. If he had any sins, they were only those committed for the sake of the lady. Stella understood that her ignorance had caused him suffering that could not be forgotten, and the past could not be undone. An apology was all she could offer. With the arrival of Zika's group, her mind was awakened, and for that she would fulfill her duties. On the battlefield, Stella watched the horrific spectacle of werewolves and guardsmen killing each other, but she could not stop the war on her own. While Stella wanted to help the werewolf, Chicken found her, and swinging his spear, was about to finish her off. The girl did not understand what death was. Her memories began with death. Everything was forgotten, but only Stella could understand this. A judge is someone who hears God's call and takes on sins. Even if she ultimately receives redemption, she will not be able to spare them. Tanukin exposed himself to attack and was dying, but when he saw the attempt on his mistress's life, the werewolf rose. Holding the spear in his body, Tanukin raised his hand and used his cutting skill. Chicken was wounded by this attack, and while his hands were occupied, he struck with his head as if it were an iron tip. They used to coexist with humans, but misunderstanding and lies ruined their relationship. Ashukan believed that they could understand each other. Tanukan fell dead. They did not achieve the peace that Lady Stella had spoken of, and the werewolves would come to an end. Chicken was happy that he would finally achieve his goal of becoming the man who punished the judge and became famous. Stella wept over Tanukan's body. Chicken struck, but the light shell protected her from death. Chicken jumped back, and the second part of Mrs. Stella's soul appeared before him. The captain immediately realized that the royal palace had fallen, but even so, he wanted to achieve his goal. Spreading his wings, Chicken gathered all his power into an iron spear to proclaim himself God's executioner. Chicken pierced the second part of Stella's soul, but nothing happened. She was just a pile of energy and could not die. Stella's soul scattered into pieces, and all the magic began to be absorbed into the real girl. Stella had waited a long time for this. The black star fell, and she met him again. Zeke went against the fate of the heavenly world, the one who provided the opportunity to atone for sins. The image of the judge returned to its former appearance. Stella returned to her title of second-level decision-maker. Chicken did not believe that this would change the situation in any way and struck again, but it was all in vain. No blows could even come close to piercing Stella's shield, and with each strike, Chicken was thrown back. The girl raised her hand, creating a swirling light above it that was full of various stars. And suddenly, the darkness that had shone over the sky for more than 10 years dissipated in an instant, revealing the stars to the world. The reason he ascended to the sky was because he wanted to live in a peaceful world. His father, sister, and he wanted to make his family happy. He just wanted peace with people, as it had been before. The werewolf did not want to take everything by force. Zika's group noticed that they had successfully brought peace to the second level, rejoicing in their success. Stella folded her hands together, asking the God of Heaven, as a sinner who had made many mistakes, to forgive them all. God heard Lady Stella's plea, and small stars fell upon the people, healing their wounds. The knights and werewolves reflected on their recent battle tactics, realizing that they had been pointless. Chicken ordered the knights to quickly get rid of the witch who was harming the second level, but his words had no effect. The knights realized their guilt and threw their weapons to the ground. The knight took Commander Chicken and said that it was all over. The sky that everyone wanted so badly to return had been restored. But the captain did not want to believe it, because everything was back in its place, and his ambitions and goals had been destroyed. Ziku's wings had fully returned, which was a sign that everything was over, and the second level had come to peace. The guys noticed a group of troops and werewolves and decided to hurry there to find out what was going on. Lady Stella said that in the distant past, she had fallen to the second level as a heavenly sinner, and she could not forget that day. The judge only thought about her pain, ignoring the love of the werewolves and the people who supported her. Stella pushed their suffering into the background, paying no attention to all the problems. One day, a man appeared who wanted to take what belonged to her and deceived everyone. He tried to take over the world with lies. Suddenly, she thought that if her life ended, Stella would not have to carry this burden, and she deliberately gave up on herself. Even as a judge, she became a sinner. Therefore, Stella wanted to atone for her guilt before everyone. Suddenly, Lady Stella fell to the ground. One of the knights said that because of her healing ability, the judge had to sacrifice herself. Stella was losing strength, but she thanked Zika for helping her return to her image for a moment. The main character began to cry. They had just become friends, and he couldn't forget her kindness, but she was already leaving him. Suddenly, the judge's body began to glow, starlight enveloped her, and something appeared on Stella's head. In an instant, the girl rose again, the light faded, and a small bird appeared on her head. Zeke nervously stated that he had already thought about Stella's death. Her opinion was the same, but she was alive. If the lady had not yet been released, she would have a lot to atone for in her role as a judge. With her power, Stella opened a spatial passage above the heads of the contenders. The girl joyfully declared that she still had to play her role, and again asked for the trust of the residents of the second level. At that moment, the man who betrayed Denzel stood by the divine relic and activated it. The artifact drew its power from light and darkness. According to the will of God's blood, all these heavens would be united into one. The guy noticed the heavenly gates. He wanted to rise at least to the 5th level, and settle there in order to live a peaceful life. Suddenly, Denzel grabbed him and began to strangle him. He did not want to give up, and since he could not take away the judge's power, he wanted to ascend, even if it meant taking that right away from the contender. Stella was reborn, just like the contenders. Her soul was divided into 2 parts, and a soulbird appeared. Zeke didn't know this, but Robbie revealed that judges were not like them. Judges are close to the heavenly gods. They are more whole than the challengers. The main character became curious whether Stella would be able to ascend if she had a soulbird. The only option would be if she could worship God again and correct her mistakes, but that was impossible. The judge is a heavenly sinner, which is why they cannot cross the staircase, but the contenders were very different from them. If they passed the staircase test, they could cross as many levels as they wanted, but if they descended to the deep lands, the soulbird would disappear, and they would not be able to ascend again. Although this thought was frightening, Zeke was sure that they would only move upward on their way to heaven. Stella, the second-level judge, declared that those who passed the test would be granted the right to move on to the next level of heaven. Suddenly, each contender received permission, and they were no longer limited in their power, spreading their wings. The group thanked each other for their good teamwork and decided to continue climbing together. Stella wished Ziku a safe journey, and in a split second, the group soared into the heavens on their way to adventure. Tanukin was also able to heal himself. As soon as the werewolf rose, Stella rushed into his strong embrace. With tears in her eyes, the girl told him that the werewolf had been protecting her all this time. But finally, peaceful times had come. Once they reached the pillar that led the contenders to the next level, everything seemed too calm. There were no storms or tornadoes here. But it wasn't that simple. Fried heard something approaching the group very quickly. It turned out to be a disaster from above, as pieces of ice fell on the guys. A huge chunk and many fragments flew down. Robbie grabbed Dean, as he couldn't hold himself up under the barrage of ice. This time, the guys understood that it would be difficult if they were scattered like last time. Zik didn't consider the ice a problem, as he simply wanted to break the pieces in his path with physical force. Fried didn't want to use the artifact to break the ice, but in the current situation, there was nothing else he could do. Suddenly, something huge hit Fried. The main character noticed this and wanted to check on his friend's condition. Looking closely, the guys noticed a huge snake guarding the passage to the next level. Zik felt great danger from this creature, even experiencing a fear so strong that he had never felt before in his life. The main character decided to attack first, unleashing the power of his gloves, but he only managed to stun the snake. Realizing that the blow had done no harm, the guys decided to rush up to the next level, but the huge monster easily caught up with the challengers, and at the edge of the next level was the snake's mouth. Zeke took the initiative again to prevent them from being devoured and created a pillar of darkness with his wild fist. But this time, the attack failed to stun the monster, and it continued to rush forward with its mouth open. Fried activated the power of the relic, blinding the snake with the light of memory. He told Zeke not to stand still, as it was more important to fly away. These attacks failed to injure the beast and only angered it even more, increasing its desire to devour the challengers. Grumpy told Ziku that he could fly even faster than he was now. The main character did not understand what he was talking about, but the penguin added that Ziku's strength was his strength, and by believing in his own strength, he would be able to spread his wings even wider. Having acquired the title of Dragon King, Ziko's wings spread even wider. To escape from the huge beast, Zik grabbed his friends and dragged them along at greater speed. Thanks to the wings of the Dragon King, Zik and his group were able to reach the next level, leaving the snake behind. The allies were even more surprised by where they found themselves. This level was many times stranger than all the previous ones. Fried was confused. This couldn't be true in his opinion. He learned that the third heavenly level was the world of dark swamps. The inhabitants of this level noticed the new arrivals, realizing that for those who had ascended from the second level, the trial here was tantamount to death. Zeke continued to spread optimism, indifferent to his surroundings, because they had to pass the test of this level. But suddenly something strange began to happen. Everything before their eyes began to move. It was difficult to see, but the world had turned upside down. Due to this unexpected turn of events, the guys began to fall down, because they had not yet adapted to this property. The guys ended up in a swamp called the Black River. The waters of this river were dense and caused the group to drown in them. The man watched them, calling them fools. The contenders rose too quickly into the sky and would now die, falling into the Black River. Zik couldn't believe that he would die so hopelessly. At that moment, the penguin mocked him, because he hadn't even managed to pass the test. The main character asked the penguin to lend him strength, and the penguin reminded him that his strength also belonged to Zik. The next moment, a huge dragon of darkness emerged from the Black River, shining with its purple eyes. Zik controlled this dragon, and at the same time pulled his team out of the Black River, spitting them out on the ground nearby. The man noticed all this and was shocked. He had waited a long time for this moment, and finally it had come to pass. Robbie woke up and tried to understand what had happened. All she remembered was how suddenly everything had gone dark, and then it was as if the sky was spinning. What they did not see seemed to be a limitation of the trials at this level, but Fried knew nothing about the Black River. Two people in white suits appeared in front of the group, addressed them, and asked where they had come from. Rom said he had just seen a huge black creature, a dark monster, but Fried didn't understand what they were talking about, because they had only just ascended from the second level. In the world of yin and yang, the balance was harmonious, and hung by a thread. These were worlds of opposites, and thanks to the balance, their boundaries were not violated. And so it remained until the heavens collapsed and creatures from the dark world began to appear in the light. When Rom learned that the boys had personally escaped from the Black River, he was surprised, calling it a divine miracle. According to him, without the mercy of the heavenly god Neod, no one would have escaped from the black river of death. The Heavenly Book, chapter 5, verse 12, said that the forgiveness of sinners is only the will of heaven. Since these guys were forgiven by heaven itself, they would become honored guests of this level. Rom immediately invited Zika and his friends to go with them. They had been chosen by God, having crossed the Black River on their own. This meant that they deserved to fly to heaven. Noticing Fried, Rom began to shout, as the Absolutes were the only blood family to receive God's mercy. Those who foolishly rejected God's voice. Vivio also hated the Absolutes, and he immediately took out a small hammer and nails, preparing to destroy him. The Absolutes interfered with their plans. God was just a symbol. They had their own ideals of serving him. The man continued to watch the boys, wanting to see Zika's power clearly with his own eyes once again. Robbie did not want to fight again, especially since their opponents were not like those they had fought before. The energy of these people was different. They seemed much stronger than all their previous opponents. Vivio struck the ground with his hammer and summoned roots with thorns, which immediately entangled Zika's group. Dean managed to dodge and fly into the sky, but Fried reminded him that if he flew up, he would fall back to the ground. Dean didn't have time to react, and his eyes spun again, causing him to lose his balance. Zeke noticed his falling friend and decided to save him. The main character used ultrasound to destroy the thorns so that Dean would not fall on them. The mysterious man continued to watch the battle, and every time he saw Zeke's abilities, a smile lit up his face. Rom also noticed Zeke's power, calling it an unholy force of the dark world, and now they would be punished. Rom closed his book and used a prayer. Barely visible hands squeezed Zeke from both sides. The boy fell to the ground and spat blood. He didn't even notice the attack, but he had already received so many wounds. Vivio continued the attack, using large thorns, sending a thorn that was like a drill. The rotation of this attack made it difficult to block, and its speed left no time to react. Fried was able to rush into the attack, directing the Soul Punisher at Vivio, but Rom used the image technique. Rom's ability summoned a heavenly fist that fell straight from the clouds and pinned Fried to the ground. The main character escaped from Rom's seal and counterattacked his enemies with a burst of darkness from his wild fist. But the man easily blocked this burst with his dome ability, covering himself and Vivio. The next ability was the death penalty, which unleashed a barrage of heavenly strikes on the group. Robbie understood that such an attack was too powerful, and they would not be able to block or dodge it. Suddenly, a sword the size of a statue crashed to the ground, cutting through the heavenly death penalty in its path. Roma was even more enraged that they dared to resist the heavenly punishment, which even the judges could not stop. The guys decided to use their techniques together to dispel Roma's heavenly hand, but it was completely useless. The attacks could not offer any resistance. At that moment, the same man rushed towards them. The man's speed was incredible. He swung his sword and instantly severed the heavenly hand. Vivio immediately sent roots at him, but they were also deftly cut by the mysterious man's sword. The enemy began to approach, and Rom realized the seriousness of the situation. Instead of attacking, he switched to defense with a dome. At that moment, Viveo attacked with various attacks, this time summoning spikes above the man's head. The man used his magic to create another blade and immediately threw it forward. As the blade flew towards the cultists, the man in the cloak swung his sword and tore all the spikes apart. The sword crashed into the dome and began to pierce it, leaving the cultists in complete shock at the enemy's attacks. As soon as the smoke cleared, the mysterious man was already in front of the cultists, frightening them even more. Vivio and Rom retreated, throwing thorns at him, but the man easily summoned another huge sword. The sword practically crashed down on the cultists, but at the last moment they managed to jump back from the attack. The blade immediately scattered, and instead, the man found himself even closer to his enemies. Swinging his weapon, the man struck with his sword between the cultists so as not to hit them, for they could no longer flee. His hood fell off, and he offered to end the fight there, leaving his enemies no choice. Rom and Viveo knew him. The man's name was Nephirim. Rom said that the judges wanted to punish him, saying only that someday he would regret his actions. The cultists had to flee. Turning to Zika's group, Nephirim's face changed. A smile appeared on it, and he was happy to meet them. The guys immediately began to thank him for his help, as they could have died in this battle. Nephirim hid his sword and decided to tell the newcomers more about this level. Originally, this was the 3rd level, but now the 3rd to 7th floors had merged into a space of chaos. Just a year ago, this floor was independent, but when the sky collapsed, it became part of the chaos. Roger, the judge of the 4th level, a fallen sinner, was in charge of all this. The sinner Roger had no intention of atoning for his guilt. On the contrary, he tried to challenge the heavenly god. In short, the levels were plunged into chaos, and the blame lay solely with one sinner, who challenged the most powerful. Nephirim did not ask for help, but simply wanted to negotiate in gratitude for his assistance. But the guys left him, as Zeke refused the offer, forcing Robbie to wonder why he did it. The main character refused based on his experience. In fact, There were no favors without a reason. Nephirim offered them to fight Roger, and in return, he would make them stronger for fighting enemies together. Nephirim promised to maximize their abilities. The chaotic world is complex, as trials are intertwined and the leaders of each level are mixed. Zeke's weak group would not be able to survive in the harsh conditions of mixed levels of chaos. Zeke decided that they could return to him if they changed their minds. According to Nephirim, Freed's family was somewhere around here. But their journey could not be peaceful, as a huge minion of chaos burst out of the ground, making the group regret not going with Nephirim. Zeke suggested that the guys not waste time on this snake, but try to quietly get around it. But they were too noisy and easily attracted the attention of the hungry monster. A couple of guys in white cloaks appeared, immediately flew to the monster, and prepared to strike it down. One of them created a water blast that exploded on the snake's neck, throwing the huge beast back. The second man possessed the abilities of stone. He stood directly in front of the beast and created a stone wall. The water elementalist began to attack the entire body, leaving deep wounds on the snake. The monster could no longer withstand these attacks and lost consciousness, falling to the ground. The snake's entire body was covered with cuts from a couple of attacks. The main character was surprised that such a powerful monster had surrendered so helplessly after only 2 attacks. Fried thanked them for saving him, but the group immediately noticed a group of people who were bound in chains. The people in chains approached the beast and began to cut its skin with small knives. Zik was unhappy with this sight, so he turned to the 2 leaders and asked them why they were treating these people like slaves. The guy took off his hood and asked Zek's group who they were, because this was their territory. Fried looked closely at the clothing of these people, which was identical to that of the cultists who had attacked them. Realizing that they might attack them again, Fried said that they were just passing by and didn't want any trouble. Zika didn't like the attitude of these people, and he wondered again why they treated their own people like slaves. The guy replied that these people were sinners who had broken the rules. They had interfered with their work and had simply been punished. And if Zika's group was also going to interfere, they would be considered sinners. Robbie also didn't like that they had become slaves. But if they got involved in the battle, everyone would die. They say that the higher you climb, the happier the world that opens up to you. But that's not true. Penguin added that now is not the time, because they are only moving upward, because all they need to do is reach their goal. Robbie wanted the sky to collapse because of the absurdity of the world, but now she was indulging in it. Rabbi the Bird told her not to worry, because even if the levels are united, it is obvious that this is not the perfect world they are looking for. Fried suggested that they first find his family and talk about it with the absolutes. His family had been trying to maintain balance for a long time. The guys noticed that Zika was not with them, and looking back, they realized that he was already at the snake's corpse. The main character had already attacked the slave leaders, declaring that humans are not animals. Zeke added that even if you have power, you can't do whatever you want. Zika shouted at the slaves not to stand there and to fight against the cruel fate that had befallen them. If they united, they could get out of there, but there was only hopelessness in the slaves' eyes, and they continued to work. Anyone here could have thrown off their shackles, but they believed that there was no way out of this world anyway. The other leaders noticed how Zik began to interfere and beat their comrades, angering them. Heaven. This place is everyone's dream. To reach this dream, many people have given up their lives. A stone slab suddenly fell on Zika, but he managed to jump aside nimbly. Immediately after that, a second guard rushed at him, a flaming sword in his hands and anger on his face. The man called Zika's actions unheard of, waving his flame around the guy. After a couple of dodges, the main character decided to counterattack with a wild punch, which had already accumulated a lot of power. But his attack was futile, as his opponents worked together to protect each other. The main character was trapped in a stone trap, and he told his pet that they had to turn into a dragon. The grumpy one said he hadn't done anything, and Zik didn't understand what he was talking about, because he hadn't done anything at that moment. The slave girl watched the fight from the sidelines, clutching her shackles, and said that she would have to intervene earlier because of Zeke. The girl rushed forward, creating some spheres, and threw them forward, destroying the stone walls in her path. Zik didn't understand what was happening when suddenly the same girl appeared in front of him and said he was brave. With a whistle, 2 more people in costumes appeared at the slave girl's command and attacked the heretic. The guy was furious. He asked the newcomers how they dared to interfere with the representatives of God. The female guard told him that their group was desecrating the sacred divine will. The heretic used his water magic to make the enemy disappear. As the burst of magic approached, the girl did nothing. Without doing anything, a sacred shield appeared before her, its radiance deflecting the enemy's magic. The girl swung her sword, immediately striking the intruder with a powerful artifact. Fried, Robbie, and Dean were running to the battlefield at that moment, noticing the flag of the Absolute Clan on their way. Fried struck his chest and loudly introduced himself, saying that he was also a member of the Absolute Clan and had come here to fulfill his mission. The girl from the Absolute clan declared that the Kadimos were fools for worshipping Judge Roger. Their twisted beliefs disrupted the balance, and the Absolutes had not yet decided what to do with Roger, since he was not responsible for the actions of those who revered him. Fried had only heard that because of Roger, the third level had become what it was. His negative influence disrupted the balance. The girl decided to talk about it later, as the causes and consequences were very confusing. Zik was confused. He understood that his blow had definitely not worked, but he thought he had become stronger. The girl from the Absolute clan noticed that they would soon arrive at the clan, and that it was safe here. The Absolute family maintained balance, and they even accepted people from other families as mercenaries. This group was created for heavenly balance. They were always happy to welcome those who helped them achieve balance. Robbie was interested in the position offered to those who strive for balance. She wanted to know how the Absolutes determine candidates. Zik interrupted the girl's answer and said that he was not interested in this, because the main character's goal was the top of the sky, not balance. The girl understood the main character's nature. It was the instinct of a contender, but Fried's destiny was to be with the clan of the Absolute. Zik was surprised. He turned to Fried and told him that Fried was talking about something else, that the guys should strive for the heavens together. With a heavy look in his eyes, Fried said that the goal was only to reach the heavens, because he was from the family of the Absolutes, and a guy had to fulfill his duties. The leader of the Absolutes, Volod, declared that the balance of heaven had been disrupted. The destiny of the Absolute family was to reunite the divided world. Volod told Ziku that he could safely ascend to heaven because someone was watching over the balance. Recalling the judges of the previous levels, the main character questioned why Fried should be doing this if someone else was capable of doing it. A girl addressed Ziku, calling him a child who clung to the leader's words. The girl began to resort to insults, but Commander Volod stopped her from speaking. Fried also dreamed of reaching the top of the heavens, but he believed it was just a dream that he could never achieve. Volod declared that Fried would follow his destiny and ascend to the heavens. It would just be under the banner of the Absolutes. Fried remained steadfast in his decision, so Zik decided to go his own way. Robbie didn't know what to do. Fried remained in the Absolute clan. He was their moral support. Zik decided not to be discouraged, telling his allies that they would leave Fried and continue on their way together. Rumors spread throughout the toxic village of Phobia that a very powerful contender had appeared, a dragon. Some say that the dragon is a mythical creature that, according to legend, will destroy the heavens. Others say that it is a dark monster with the power to destroy the world. Even the third-level judge, Mekion, learned of the presence of a certain dragon on this level. According to the information, in the Age of the Gods, there was a creature at the top of the dark world. It was called the source of the power that destroyed the heavens. There were witnesses to this phenomenon, and Mekion was overjoyed, realizing that he would become the Lord of the Heavens if he mastered this power. On the fourth level, inside the ice castle, Rajan stood by an artifact in the form of a vat, noticing that the real culprit behind the destruction of the heavens had awakened. Remembering what he had seen, Raja returned to his memories, where he had fought dark creatures. Throwing himself straight at the enemy, the man deftly cut off the 3 heads of the creature of darkness. Roger was tired of fighting enemies, as the dark monsters appeared endlessly. He wondered why God allowed them to appear if he was obviously all-powerful. These questions never left his mind, and Roger believed that God definitely had a plan. Peering through the crack in the door, Roger saw a shocking sight. Behind it stood the Lord of Heaven himself. To his even greater surprise, the Lord was reaching out his hands to a creature born of chaos and darkness. In a fit of rage, Roger decided that after one failure, he would not fail in his mission. First of all, he needed to get rid of the awakened dark creature. It could not disrupt Roger's plan. The guys continued to wander, and Dean often remembered Fried, which Zeke didn't like very much. Robbie suggested calling someone to go with them if they had lost one ally. The main character jokingly suggested Neferima. But before taking action, Zeke suggested trying the third-level test, and then asking for help, because it was worth trusting themselves. Some people were watching the group, knowing that they were the ones who had summoned the dragon. The arrival of the Dark Ones would be a huge incentive for their group. Soon they reached the third level of the trial, the River of Desires, which they had to cross. Dean and Robbie were scared, realizing that something could happen, but Zik was confident in his abilities to try. A cloud of smoke appeared in front of the group, and without understanding what was happening, someone said that the guys were late. That person turned out to be Magayan, who said that they were drawing the line at the last arrivals. As soon as the fog cleared, dozens of other contestants and a judge appeared before the group. Magayan looked closely at Zik, and immediately noticed a dark power in him, realizing whose power he wanted to steal. According to the judge, the third floor test was simple and straightforward. Whoever crossed the river first and reached his castle would be granted the right and power to ascend from the third floor. Zik asked the judge why he didn't tell them what awaited the contestants in the river. since that was the most important thing. But Magayan did not answer, instead using his power against the main character, throwing him into the air. The judge simply watched as Zik flew through the air, falling straight into the river where the contenders were about to cross. From a distance, the river looked shallow, but as soon as the main character hit it, he was quickly swept away into the depths. Unlike the first river, nothing held the guy back or pulled him down in this one, as had happened in the Black River. Using his wings, Zik managed to easily soar upward and get out of the river, but Magayan's reaction did not change. As soon as the third-level restriction took effect on Zik, he fell to the ground, making the judge laugh. Zik didn't like that the judge was mocking his fall, and he gradually became angry with Magayan. The judge asked the young man not to be angry, but rather to enjoy himself. After all, this method was equivalent to him announcing the conditions of the test in advance. One of the contenders began to laugh at Ziku, calling him a pale rat who, as always, had failed. Zik noticed this contender and responded by calling him an electric eel. The bird turned to Zik, considering him rude. The penguin also joined the conversation and said that no one should dare insult his man. Rabbi remembered that the electric contestant was very strong, but did not understand why he was here alone. But inviting someone like that to join the team would be problematic, because Dean was afraid of him, and Zik was aggressive towards him. Kasta and Polu were also there, and as soon as she noticed her enemy, she promised to kill him right then and there. The judge decided to start the trial, because apparently there would be no more contenders, and he also liked the four and the spectacle. The four were to fight each other, and the four remaining would win and not have to cross the river. Magayan ordered that killing was not allowed, but that the opponent simply had to be rendered unfit for further combat. The contender asked why such a decision had been made for a sudden fight, since they were supposed to simply go through the crossing test. Magayan did not consider a simple test to be entertaining, so he decided to have some fun with his fellow challengers. As soon as the talk turned to fun, Kasta rushed at the electric challenger with daggers in her hands. 3 challengers decided to specifically attack Zek's trio, surrounding the challengers on all sides. Although there was no need for a fight, Zeke decided not to wait for retaliation, attacking the first contender with a wild punch. The main character told his allies not to stand still, but to fight the approaching enemies. The remaining guys decided to unite to even the odds against the strongest enemies. In order not to become fish food, the weaker challengers decided to join in the thick of battle. Nephirim saw it all too, and he was sure that the stubborn Zik would finally take the chance to join him. While the contenders attacked, the guys attacked together, blinding and deafening the enemy for stronger attacks. Zik turned to defend himself from other attacks, and suddenly the electric challenger joined the fray. The challenger didn't have time to do anything before Zeke used his dark power, destroying the long-range attack with ultrasound. The guy asked Zeke to join him, and they decided to agree to a temporary alliance against Kasta and Polu. Magayan decided to diversify the carnage by using his magic to create an interesting game. Suddenly, burgundy walls began to appear, separating each member of the group into rooms. A simple slaughter was not to Mekian's liking, so he allowed the contenders to fight fairly in a bloody cage until only 4 remained. Dean found himself alone in one of the rooms. He was unsure of his abilities, but the enemy was already standing in front of him. The other 4 remained locked in one room, doomed to certain battle. A girl named Mimosa, who was left against Robbie, claimed that her opponent's level was low and would allow her to overcome the test. Robbie got angry and said that there was nothing left to do but defeat the girl and prove the opposite. Mimosa radiated coldness, which directly affected her hammer, absorbing all the heat. Before Robbie could recover, Mimosa struck her shoulder, and at first glance, she did not appear to have caused any harm. But seconds later, her shoulder was covered with ice, which practically immobilized her arm, but Robbie's flame melted the ice. Mimosa decided to test this by sending an icy chain forward to see what it could do. While Robbie melted the ice on her shoulder, another thick layer of ice began to cover her legs. Mimosa decided to finish off the girl with a third attack in the form of an ice ball. Robbie knew that it was just ice, and that when it melted, it would all be over. With a swift blow to the ball, the girl created a fiery explosion. The ball shattered, and the ice shackles melted, but the fire went out because the ice turned into water. This situation greatly hindered Robbie's combat effectiveness, as Mimosa continued her attacks. Mimosa was able to break through Robbie's defense thanks to the weakness of her fire and her ice axe ability. Jumping back, the girl began to strike her hammer against the floor, hoping that she would be able to rekindle the flame as soon as possible. But Mimosa continued her attacks, not giving her enemy a chance to prepare for a counterattack. Even jumping into the air, Robbie was unable to protect herself from the ice, as shards rushed after her. By releasing a small amount of fire, the girl was able to crush the shards, but she extinguished the fire again. The hammer could not ignite the flame because of the constant water on it, so Robbie decided to rub it. But there was no time for that. Until the hammer was useless, Robbie could not defend herself from the incoming attacks. An ice ball knocked Robbie off her feet, and while she was lying on the ground, Mimosa rushed to attack. Stabbing her dagger into Robbie's stomach, Mimosa told her that the fight was over, a smile on her face. Robbie always tried to appear strong in front of her family. She had to be a support for her younger siblings. The girl couldn't lose this fight. She decided she wasn't weak, and blew up all the ice with flames. Covering her body in flames, Robbie used her full combustion mode, incinerating all the ice. Mimosa said that the result would be the same anyway, that Robbie would just lose again. Robbie did not want to accept the fact that she was like Mimosa. Therefore, she fought to the end, striking her with a precise blow of burning flame. Completely enveloped in flames, Robbie was breathing heavily, but in the end, she managed to win. Magayan continued to watch the spectacle, enjoying every second of the fight. Greggs was angry. The main character's team consisted of 3 people, and he wanted to use his numerical superiority. Now only Zik remained from the entire group, and Greggs considered him useless in battle. Zeke also began to mock him, saying that the challenger was trying to use Zeke because he was actually weak himself. But the challenger's dialogue was quickly interrupted, as Costa was not going to wait any longer, throwing her daggers. Greggs told Zeke that he could take care of it himself, because he thought they would crush him. The guy rushed into the attack, creating a flash from the swing of his fist, and Costa had to try hard to block it. Costa had not understood how to fight Greggs before, but now she understood the principle of his abilities. Thanks to her high speed, Costa tricked the challenger by creating several illusions around him. At that moment, Polu was behind Greggs, who had no idea that a second enemy was so close. The girl's attack was clever, but Greggs was quicker and managed to dodge, almost falling backwards. Breaking Polu's icy weapon, the guy turned in the other direction, from which Costa attacked again. The girl used her amazing black eye skill, and Greggs' body froze. The contender was stunned, because Costa had hidden such a powerful skill. The contenders gathered together to attack Greggs, but Zik did not want to continue watching this. The main character turned to Greggs and asked him how he was. The contender replied that Costa was creating illusions, and that his body was not moving. The girl became angry. She did not think that Zeke was on Greggs' side, but threatened him that he too could become a target. The main character replied that in any case, it was now a 2-on-2 battle, so the targets made no difference. Polly told her sister that Zeke was the dragon rumored to exist. Costa understood how dangerous he would be if that were true. The girls divided their targets. Costa would attack Greggs, and her sister would try to capture Zeke. Greg rushed into battle first, and they began exchanging blows, attacking without a second thought. The main character decided to change his battle strategy and attacked Costa while Pola tried to catch up with him. The girl finally managed to reach Zika, but her spear attack was practically useless, as the guy immediately deflected it. The ice spear shattered into small pieces after the main character used his ability. Greggs also understood Zik's strategy, so while Zik attacked, the challenger prepared a long-range attack. Greggs really confused Pola, but Costa threw everything she had to protect her sister. However, she was unable to completely block the attack, so the girl took the blow to compensate for the injuries she had received. Zeke asked Greggs why he did it, and the challenger replied that the guy was just too slow. Polly told her sister that she had to do it, even if it meant the end of everything here. The girl began to release her power, and Costa begged her to stop, because no one knew what would happen if she turned now. Zeke and Greggs didn't understand anything, while Costa was extremely worried, asking the guys to stop her sister. Suddenly, Polly turned into something else, surrounded by a powerful aura, and immediately lunged at Greggs. Polly turned into a huge werewolf. Her strength increased many times over, thanks to which she caught Greggs off guard. Costa said that her sister had a disease, and if she remained in her transformed state for too long, she would not be able to return. The girl rushed to help Greggs and defend her sister, drawing her daggers behind her back. The daggers proved useless against Polu's thick skin, but they managed to attract her attention. Zeke asked Costa why she asked for help instead of the rag. She replied that because of the influence of sounds, her sister was rapidly turning into a monster. The disease had been gradually changing since her birth. This power was enormous, but she was gradually losing herself, and might eventually be unable to return to her original form. Costa revealed that in order to return Pola to her former life and get rid of the disease, she simply had to climb to the top of the heavens. Dean was fighting fiercely at this time, with the enemy continuing to attack him with a barrage of attacks. The powerful blows were a problem for the challenger. He couldn't block them with his techniques, so he had to take them. Dean was thrown back, but after rolling backward, he was able to get back on his feet and immediately grabbed his slingshot. The guy took the blue projectile, pulled the bowstring, and declared that he would not give up so easily. Kang easily deflected Dean's projectile with his cleaver, dashing all of Dean's hopes. Declaring that the weak would die, the challenger immediately swung his blow, landing a direct hit on Dean. Dean knew it was over because he couldn't handle him. Kan asked the guy how he got to the 3rd floor. In the challenger's opinion, weaklings like Dean should remain rotting in the Deadlands. Dean began to run away from death. and Magayan watched the spectacle and was extremely angry. Clapping his hands, the judge decided to change the rules, as the fight was boring. Magayan was not in the mood to help overcome the challenge. The judge decided to create a new game, and with a snap of his fingers, the bloody walls immediately fell. The contestants were confused. The judge jumped into the center and said that it was a complete disappointment, and that he had never seen anything more boring. While the judge was trying to figure out how to have fun, Polu, in the form of a werewolf, pounced on him. Magayan snapped his fingers, and the gloomy werewolf immediately lost all his fighting spirit. The blow to the werewolf made the judge smile, saying that he had just had a little fun. Turning to the river, Magayan noticed that it was called the River of Desires, its depth increasing with the size of the contender's dream. Initially, it was enough to simply cross one's arms, but Magayan decided that he would enjoy a fight before the test. Magayan was angry. He hated weaklings without ambition and cowards. He pointed his finger at Dean. To justify his words, the judge used his ability and threw the contender into the river. Zeke was very worried about his friend because he knew that the river suddenly became deeper. But to everyone's surprise, the river did not become deeper at all when Dean fell into it. The judge looked at the challenger with disgust and declared that he was not drowning. Magayan had no desire to watch this. Dean couldn't formulate his thoughts or utter normal words. He just kept saying that he wanted to find his dad. Lifting the contender up, the judge said that sending someone like Dean to the top would be a waste of space. The only thing Magayan found useful in Dean was his abilities, which the judge intended to take advantage of. While the broken challenger was unable to resist the judge, Zik immediately rushed to attack. Magayan blocked the protagonist's attack, saying that he hadn't even started stealing power yet, and that the attack was a violation of the rules. Zik was furious. The judge was not only interfering, forcing them to fight and playing with the challengers, but also mocking his friend. The referee was pleased with Zeke's anger. He was trying to create a confusing situation, hurt his ally, and provoke a one-on-one fight, forcing him into a contract. Magayan offered the guy a game. If he won, the trial would count, but if Zeke lost, he would have to give up his power. He planned to capture Zeke and take his power instead of Rogers, then become a heavenly god. Nephirim was in the crowd watching Megion's words, thinking that the situation was dangerous, but if he intervened, it would only get worse. Megion considered himself a very fair judge. For the sake of fair play, he would not use his wings, since restrictions had been imposed on Zik. The judge began to explain the lengthy rules of the contract, but the main character asked him to be quiet and start the game as soon as possible. With a smirk on his face, Megion created a contract, knowing that Zik was not going to read the rules, and waited for his consent. Robbie understood that this was a trick, so she shouted at the main character not to agree to something he didn't know about. Megion decided to make the task easier. If Zik left even a scratch on the judge's body, everyone present would pass the test. The contenders immediately drowned out Robbie with their louder voices. Now, even if Zik failed, they would lose nothing, and if he won, they would simply win by watching. Robbie turned to her friend again, saying that the situation was heating up and it wasn't worth signing the contract. But Zik believed that Dean had to be saved first. Without thinking about the consequences, the protagonist's temper was already flaring, and he touched the contract and agreed to the fight. The battle began strangely, with Zik swinging his fists, but Megion easily dodged all attacks with a smile on his face. Jumping back for another attack, Zik suddenly noticed that his feet were sinking into the water. Penguin asked the main character not to panic when he fell into the water, but to focus only on fighting the judge. The battle with Megion was supposed to be a turning point for their fate. Zik didn't fully understand the meaning of these words, but he listened to them anyway. With high hopes, the main character rushed into the attack, creating a devastating blow with a large radius of action. But as soon as the smoke cleared, Zik immediately noticed the judge, who was already preparing for a counterattack, but he was not injured. Waving his arms, he created a poisonous dance that consisted of a dozen bloody attacks. Zik noticed the speed of the judge's attack, but having absorbed the power, he was going to return the same blow back. Megion put out his hand, absorbing all the dark power that the main character radiated, rejoicing more and more. Soaring into the air, Zik created a paw of dark power, directing it at the judge and crushing the ground beneath her. But Megion didn't care. He cut the dark paw with a bloody cutter, surprising the main character. While Zik tried to retreat from the enemy's attack, the judge immediately created bloody spears. He had not yet recovered from the previous attack when another one hit him, striking him completely. Robbie tried to help, but she encountered a barrier that appeared because of the contract. Barely getting up after the attack, the completely wounded Zik stood up again, saying that he would not lose. Gritting his teeth, the main character became even more determined, and his pet advised him to use all his strength. Megion immediately noticed that his opponent was going to put all his effort into the next attack, and quickly began to prepare for defense. The fusion of the two forces began, and a huge dragon appeared from Zik's back, continuing to grow. But Magayan's smile did not disappear. He knew that the main character was still too inexperienced to cope with such power. Creating a bloody hurricane, the dragon began to gradually dissipate, breaking the complete fusion. Without achieving union, the power was limited, and the bloody hurricane overpowered the main character. Zik was defeated, lying helplessly on the ground, thinking that his journey had come to an end, because he couldn't even move. Magayan approached the main character to fulfill his part of the contract, beginning to suck the strength out of Zik. Nephirim could not just stand by and watch this happen. He was going to stop the judge, even if his life was at stake. While the joyful Magayan gained new strength, someone else appeared behind him, who frightened him greatly. Roger declared that the judge's dreams of his era were nothing but illusions and cut off his head. The girl opened the scroll and said that Judge Magayan was a criminal who deceived heavenly contenders and took the lives of innocent people, thirsting for their power, whose sins numbered more than 100 senseless murders. For failing to fulfill his role as a judge, he was charged with crimes and sentenced to death. Striking the ground with his spear, Mijin's remains began to sink into the earth. The executioner turned out to be Roger, a 4th-level judge. The contenders did not understand what to do, because they had gotten rid of their troubles, but another conflict was brewing. Nephirim was just waiting for a chance, but he didn't understand why all the disasters always happened around Zik. This could only be justified by the fact that the boy truly possessed a special power of chaos and darkness. Meanwhile, Greg saved Dean by bringing him to Robbie. The contender said that he had helped him when he went down. The guy also said that he was going to save Zika, and the rest of the allies would become his subordinates for a while. Robbie didn't understand what was going on, but as soon as Greggs asked her to assess the situation, it was clear that there was no other choice. Zeke stared in horror at the man in front of him. Roger, meanwhile, was slowly approaching him. Standing up, the main character tried to understand who he was, if he was able to destroy Magayan with one blow. Penguin asked Zeke to run as fast as he could when he got the chance. Roger immediately realized that the challenger was a bearer of chaos, and suddenly something began to weigh heavily on Zeke. It was the energy of an ancient spirit, and it affected everyone around him, rendering them incapable of any action. The pressure was so strong that Zeke lost consciousness from the mere impact of the energy. Grumpy decided to take matters into his own hands, and appeared before Roger. Enraged, the penguin turned into a dragon, and asked the judge how he dared to attack him. Taking up his spear, Roger declared that he would send the creature that had destroyed the heavens back into eternity. The dragon gradually gained strength in Zika. He knew he would become a target for the judges, but he did not expect to face his greatest enemy so quickly. To have any chance of winning, the dragon had to take away the power he had been accumulating all this time. With a swing of his spear, Roger intended to destroy the dragon, leaving nothing behind after the chaos. Nephirim decided to risk his life and rushed to defend Zeke, putting his sword in the way of the attack. The great sword statue managed to nullify part of Roger's attack, but he had to put a lot of effort into defending himself. Robbie tried to hold herself and Dean back, asking Greggs to protect them, but he knew that this was beyond his capabilities. Nephirim said that it was urgent, since such a precious person had appeared in person. Roger considered the meeting with him to be successful, as he would be able to deal with him at the same time. Spreading his wings, the judge raised his spear, creating a circular gate where power accumulated. Nephirim was aware of the danger of this attack, even considering it the place of his demise. Suddenly, a dragon rose behind him. The majestic creature of chaos awoke, becoming larger than before, and the dragon gained a face. Roger was finally convinced that Zik was indeed primordial chaos, and in the sky, which belonged to him, there was no place for chaos. With a swing of his sword, the judge unleashed a devastating attack on the ground, striking Nephirim and the creature of chaos. Such a powerful attack was able to make a breach in the ground, into which the two heroes fell helplessly. Roger did not chase after them, but only said that chaos would not hide, because now he would have to carry out what he had planned earlier. The floor beneath Robbie and Greggs also began to crumble, and the guys did not expect such a turn of events. Robbie tried to spread her wings so as not to fall straight down and provoke a level restriction, but she failed, as Roger's devastating attack sucked the power out of Robbie. The wounded Zik regained consciousness and saw his friends flying above him, whom he immediately noticed. Gathering all his strength, the main character was able to release the last dragon, so that his friends would stay alive. The monster picked up the guys and carried them on its back. Greggs angrily said that he didn't need help. Zeke had used up all his strength and continued to fall, while Nephirim was next to him at that moment. Nephirim quickly recovered, made his way through the flying rocks, and grabbed Zeke. As he descended, Nephirim noticed that the seed of the main character on his pendant began to glow brightly. The man still didn't know much, but a second disaster had already overtaken them. He also remembered Roger's words about a world in which man would no longer be able to rise. Spreading his silver wings, Nephirim turned to the bird, asking his partner what he thought. An old memory came to his mind, where Nephirim and his bird were seriously injured, and the man remembered once and for all that he was the guardian of the rift. Holding on to his title, Nephirim was obliged to fulfill his destined mission. Zik found himself in a void, surrounded by darkness, wondering where he was. The main character thought he was dead. He considered it a wasted death, because he had acted on his own and lost his life pitifully. A creature from the darkness addressed Zik, saying that it was too early to die, stunning the young man. The main character was greatly frightened and called the dragon bad names, but Chaos spoke to him again, revealing his appearance. The dragon confessed that he was primordial Chaos, the supreme being of the rift, Chaos. Initially, he wanted Zik to find out about this himself. Chaos felt sorry that the main character had to learn the truth in this way, and above all, that he was now in a dying state. Zik had to hold on to his death, for he had only briefly remained on the border between life and death. In order to awaken the source sleeping within him, he could not die yet. The dragon wanted to tell a story that might help a little. Primordial Chaos is a space where there is everything and nothing. He was born there and was part of that world from the moment he was born. The world where everything was confused was his own, and there he met someone wonderful on his way. In a world where everything is arranged, the dragon saw balance. It was the first meeting of two opposing sides. They created a new world. The two forces balanced each other, and each created what it wanted. As the worlds influenced each other, they became vast and diverse. But soon problems began. His chaos could not tolerate peace, and as the dark expanded, people tried to disrupt the order. In the end, the children of two different worlds destroyed coexistence and started an eternal war. After the chaos in the worlds, the god became angry and divided the heavens into 9 levels. The main character is the one who is called upon to fix everything. They met to restore the destroyed world. Zik was surprised because, according to the dragon, he considered him someone important, even though he should have figured it out himself. Chaos asked Zik to find him. Then they would become the true masters of destiny. Suddenly the guy woke up and got up, not understanding where he was. Zik was completely wrapped in bandages, lying in bed. After looking around, the first question Zik wanted to ask was how much time had passed. Nephirim dragged a huge animal carcass behind him, rejoicing that Zik had finally awakened. The man thought that Zik had been unconscious for too long, and that it was all over. 3 months had passed since then. Nephirim asked Zik to follow him, because he had a lot to tell him. The main character couldn't get the words out. He was surprised that so much time had passed. They were in the Deadlands, and Zik asked Nephirim if he had now hit rock bottom. It turned out to be true. The guy recalled Nephirim's words that if you hit rock bottom, you can't get back up again. With a smile on his face, Nephirim revealed that it was indeed impossible to rise again. Zik thought it was all over, and started calling out to the grumpy guy, but he didn't respond to his pleas. The pet continued to ignore its owner. Nephirim waved his hand and asked the guy to calm down, because he was just sleeping. Due to the sudden appearance of Judge Roger, they fell into the depths of the earth, but fortunately remained alive. Nephirim himself came from here. At the bottom of the crumbling heavenly world, he waited a long time for the awakening of the essence of the god of chaos. The gods of darkness and light were originally like brothers. Even in the endless war between black and white, caused by significant problems, they did not hate each other. But tragedy struck when the children of the worlds coveted the power of the god. Along the way, they started a war with him. The god of light, Neod, summoned the primordial chaos to the heavens, resulting in the heavens being divided into 9 levels. In exchange for great power, Neod, the god of light, fell into an eternal sleep. The god of darkness, Chaos, became the primordial chaos of the 9 levels of heaven and fell asleep at the very bottom. Nephirim said that the part inside the main character was his god. He must fulfill his mission. To fulfill his destiny, Nephirim decided to become Zek's mentor. He wanted to ascend to heaven, and Nephirim was going to develop his abilities so that he could achieve his goal. While he was thinking about this, the judges gathered inside the ice castle on the 4th level. After a while, Roger was glad that all the sinful judges were finally assembled. 5th level Judge Zelos sat with a dissatisfied expression, asking why they had been gathered. While Zelos wanted to leave if there was no important reason for the gathering, the 6th level Judge, Salian, was staring at her. 1st level Judge Mountain told the girl to trust the meeting if she had already joined them. Zelos began to argue with the 7th level Judge, but they were quickly interrupted by Roger's shout. Salian did not agree that they were sinners, noting that God himself had deceived him. Roger agreed with the judge's words, saying that by using desires, God had violated people's rights. Zelos declared that God was too perfect for them to judge. That was why she couldn't be angry with him. Mountain turned to Roger and asked the most important question. Had they gathered because of the appearance of a certain creature? Roger admitted that primordial chaos had awakened, shocking all the judges. Vodian, the 2nd judge of the 7th level, was the only one who was not so shocked. He knew that chaos would awaken someday. Roger called it an excellent time to destroy chaos and God. The heavens would be destroyed even faster. Rising from his chair, The man asked the other judges to follow his instructions if they wanted to achieve their goals. Zelos did not care what would happen to the world if the god became completely subject to her. Salians, on the other hand, had the goal of inhabiting the body of God and then winning the love of Judge Zelos. The judges of the highest levels simply wanted to return to their original form. While the hall was discussing their goals, a man with an evil expression appeared behind the conference. Former 6th level Judge Denzel turned to Roger. The man was going to do anything to prevent Roger from taking over the heavenly world. He would never forgive him for the fact that the current judge, Roger, had prevented his redemption. Absolute Ryan discussed with Fried what had happened to his friends. 2 had survived, and Zik had fallen into the rift. Since then, Fried had been cut off from the outside world. He couldn't do anything about it, and shouldn't blame himself. Moreover, according to Ryan, Zeke fell with Nephirim, so it was impossible to be sure that he was dead. First, the Absolutes had to pass the 5th level test, then return and find out more. But Fried continued to blame himself for abandoning the friends he had climbed with. Besides, there was nothing he could do about it. In the young man's mind, the only possible option was to move forward without looking back. When Roger opened his eyes, he found himself in darkness, but quickly realized that it was a dream. The god was also capable of creating dreams, probably with the aim of awakening his unpleasant memories. In the dream, the man returned to the moment when he saw the god Neod and his interaction with chaos. With a smile on his face, he decided that this was his chance to overthrow Neod and become the ruler of heaven. The judges gathered at the White Garden, where Roger recounted what he had seen with his own eyes. The matter was considered serious, and Roger did not think they deserved a god who destroyed the power of harmony. Gardener Physis wanted to know if Babylon was aware of this. The man replied that he was already a traitor, as he had sided with the god. The healer Stella couldn't believe it, because she was there every day, but had never seen anything like it. The Master of Light, Zelos, reminded Stella that she used the power of God everywhere, thinking that she too could be a traitor. But the girl sacrificed herself to suppress the rebellion. As proof, Stella had wounds that she was treating. To dispel the judge's doubts, Roger asked them if they had ever seen a god fight the dark forces. Stella began to get nervous, but still said that no one could enter the sanctuary. The servant Denzel also expressed his opinion. He said that God did not deserve this, that there were things they simply did not know. Roger truly considered Denzel a righteous man. His sincere devotion gave him away. However, his beliefs could have been fabricated. Denzel did not expect this from Roger, and asked in surprise if Roger was insulting him. He replied that everything here was the creation of the god Neod, who had given everyone free will. But was it true freedom? If they were truly free without realizing it, Roger wanted to know why they needed missions. Denzel was broken. He did not know how to respond, for even his beliefs did not belong to him. Flora, the spirit of flowers, wanted to hear more evidence if Roger was right. It was impossible to grasp the meaning in just a few words. Roger had spent his whole life fighting dark magicians. He had always wondered why they appeared if God was perfect. Neod is just a heavenly ruler. Taking advantage of the instability of harmony, he rules in a way that unites them and makes them submissive. Roger showed the claw of a monster filled to the brim with dark energy. Encountering it is a big blow to the judges. To carry out his plan, Roger asked Stella to steal Neod's hem, which she did, even though she wasn't sure. Zelos was angry that they had touched the god's belongings, but Roger asked her to calm down, for it was simply proof for everyone. Magayan was the one who mixed these two products in a magical artifact, a fusion pot. If the energy was not compatible, the items would burn up in an instant. If the properties were the same, they would merge. And as soon as the two seemingly opposite items entered the vat, they mixed and merged together. Even against the evidence, Denzel was against it, for one cannot betray a god in this way. Roger asked Denzel to find evidence if he was on Neod's side so that he could be completely trusted. Physis was also excited by the passions leaning in the White Garden, wondering when it would all end. Flora said that she and her family did not care. The main thing was for the heavenly world to stabilize. Roger asked them to follow him, for they would be able to regain their balance and return the heavenly seeds. But all efforts against the god Neode proved futile, and the entire group of judges suffered a crushing defeat. Neode asked his children to rid themselves of their sins, and to forgive the chicks, so that together they could fall and become sinners of the 9th level. Their forgiveness would soon become forgiveness for the judges as well. Raising his hand, Chaos appeared behind the god, and Neode said that whoever had all their sins forgiven would ascend to heaven again. The dream finally ended, and Roger slowly opened his eyes, realizing that he was sitting on his throne. Neode had once defended his shaky throne, but now the man's confidence was higher. Filled with such self-confidence, Roger believed that he would become the true master of the ideal heavenly world. Stella looked at the stars until they could receive forgiveness, but the judges were already plotting something again. This time, The witch had to stop them, because it was not God who had fallen, but Roger. A few months ago, Stella's black star, Zik, fell into the rift. The judge noticed this and wanted to help. Sending her chick, a part of her soul, Stella asked him to help, because she herself was unable to do so. Sending her pet to help, Stella promised herself that this time she would definitely fulfill her mission before the heavenly world. While in the cave, Denzel found Mekyun's body, tied it up with roots, and performed a ritual with his corpse. Meguion had always been a bad guy, and Denzel regretted his death, but he needed the power that remained in the judge's body. The power of a god in the flesh always remains. Denzel no longer intended to ask for his forgiveness, but Neod himself made him that way. A couple of months later, the main characters group managed to get close to the hurricane trial on the 6th level of heaven. Greggs told Dean that if he couldn't stay on his feet, he would fall behind the group. Robbie was also indignant, because Dean was flying away for the 3rd time. They had to go through the storm and fight the ghostly beast to pass the test. The guys stopped complaining and moved forward, and suddenly a rock flew out of the hurricane and headed straight for the group. Robbie wanted to protect her friends, so without hesitation, she rushed forward and shattered the rock with her flames. But as soon as the fiery particles hit the hurricane, the entire sandstorm began to blaze with bright fire. Greggs realized his friend's mistake and shouted at Robbie to duck, then drew his sword. Swinging his sword, Greggs collided with the hurricane, trying to stop it from reaching his friends. One stone still managed to fly past Greggs and fly straight into the unsuspecting Dean. Robbie asked him if he was okay. Dean just replied that he was fine. The group remembered what had happened a couple of months ago when Zeke sacrificed himself to save them. Soon the dragon disappeared, and the guys were left alone, not fully understanding what had just happened. Immediately after their return, 4 unfamiliar people appeared before them. Without saying a word, these heretics began fighting with the group, striking Greggs first. This group were new followers of the god, Kademos, and in this heavenly land, Zik's group was evil. One of these followers turned out to be Dean's father, who immediately noticed his son, and his expression changed. While Kademos was fighting Greggs, another group, the Kumaradia, appeared next to them. The leader of this group declared that they were going on a reconnaissance mission, and that Kademos could not do whatever they wanted. The Kumaradia turned out to be much stronger, and the Kademos were unable to resist. The group was forced to retreat, and Dean wanted to ask his father why he had abandoned him. The man turned around and began to leave, saying that he had gone to answer the call of heaven, and Dean was not there. Dean was going to make every effort to meet his father again, and the first step was to endure this trial. With the support of his allies, Greggs, Robbie, and Dean jumped together into the hurricane. Once inside, the guys saw a huge monster that opened its mouth to attack. But the group decided to fight the monster no matter what. In the end, the group won, but it took 3 days. Rabbi said that there was no one around them, which meant that the trial was still ongoing. Greggs asked the girl why she was looking for a perfectly calm sky, thinking of the sky of illusions. Robbie's younger children, who had not encountered the soul birds, waited for her below until they could ascend to the heavens. Greggs thought this was boring, and once he had ascended, he added that it was time to end it, as he was more comfortable alone. Robbie did not understand why, assuming that Greggs owed something to Kumaradia, but she did not learn the truth. The guy decided to do things his own way and leave anyway, because if he got attached, the group would become a burden. Remembering a girl from his past, Greggs found it quite difficult even then, and he didn't want it to happen again. In the past, when Greggs was still in the Deadlands, a blue-haired lady approached him. When he asked her why she had called him, Greggs was somewhat confused by her words. Greggs always had to fight to survive in the Deadlands. Danger was always a part of life, and threats arose without warning. Greggs had become so careless that his beloved was on the verge of death. From that moment on, the guy promised himself that he would get the heavenly fruits and come back. A girl named Hybe from Kumaradia asked Greggs about the rumors that he was leaving the guild. The guy replied that he had already paid off all his debts to Kumaradia, so now he could leave without any worries. Hybe tried to find out how Greggs had paid for his departure, but the guy just insisted that she leave him alone. The girl took Greggs' pet, and squeezing the poor raven, Hybe mocked him. She didn't want to stop following Greggs, as he was considered an important person in the guild. Hybe wanted to follow him, but Greggs refused, as he had paid off all his debts and was now leaving. The girl smiled and added that now she would just follow him. In that case, Greggs couldn't argue. Greggs remembered the girl from the Deadlands, so even though he didn't want to, he told Hybe to do as she wished. In the glass forest, at the Kumaradia camp, the head of the Killer Joe Guild delivered a message to Robbie, which was personally sent by second-level Judge Stella. Killer Joe was surprised that Zik was so important that judges were sending letters on his behalf. Robbie replied that they didn't know for sure, but he had the power to change something in heaven. Kumaradia couldn't miss out on such fun. The guild was going to support him. Robbie hoped that Zik would be able to ascend to heaven again with the help of the Shadow Corridor, because then her younger siblings would also be able to pass through. The kids at least knew that the main character was alive, but now Robbie wanted to find a way to contact him. In the middle of the Deadlands, Zik wanted to ask Nephirim what they should do now. The main character's discontent angered the man, and he struck the wounded Zik in the back of the head. Looking into the distance, Nephirim noticed a dark worm there. Zik found it a terrifying sight. Changing the subject, Nephirim revealed to the main character that he had already suffered a second fall. Zik didn't know how, because if you break your wings and fall, you can't get up again. Nephirim flew up because there are no absolute rules in this sky. The higher you rise into the sky with the bird of your soul, the more difficult it becomes to separate a person from their pet. Initially, they were one soul, and as they approached the heavens, they merged into one of their original forms. To Zika's surprise, Nephirim was able to spread his wings, but their appearance was broken, while the particles retained a single form. A few days ago, he saw the other side, and one wing remained intact even after the fall. Zika was curious if his wings were still there and why his pet wasn't responding. Nephirim revealed that his wings were special, and that the rules of heaven had been completely ignored. The man did not want to explain this, as it would take too long, so he told Ziku to fly on his wings. Nephirim's hand was covered in darkness, and he grabbed something. The man was going to awaken the sleeping chaos inside Ziku, for he was the only one who possessed such power. Nephirim took out the spear of the soul, given to him by his god, Chaos, and the moment the spear pierced the main character, he would fall deep into his soul. Zeke was increasingly surprised, for Zeke needed to die. Death was going to take his soul, and send it to the world of chaos. The guy didn't want to rush into decisions, so he asked Nephirim to first explain why he had to die. But the man had already swung his spear, and told Zik that when he returned after being struck by the spear, his body would become stronger. Zik did not have time to answer before the spear pierced his soul. The weapon passed right through the challenger's body. But soon Zik found himself in a completely different place. There was nothing but dark wasteland around him. Robbie and Din found themselves on the 7th level. A man in a cloak led them to Mount Everest. Salka, a member of the guild, with his soul bird Jalimsi, explained that during the 7th level trial, all abilities were blocked. It was necessary to reach the summit with the strength of true flesh. Robbie thanked them for guiding them, while Dean was still worried about finding Zika as quickly as possible. In any case, in the current situation, when the contenders could not fly through the sky, a clash with their insane rivals would be fatal, and the guild members would find a way to descend into the deep lands, because they would not die easily. Jalinsp said that the sky was changing, so they would not be able to avoid the changes either. Salki believed that a great war would soon begin. Robbie asked Dean not to try too hard, because he had already found his father. Since then, he seemed to be trying to do the impossible. Dean had a new goal. He wanted to become stronger so that he could at least bring his father back by force. Robbie also wanted to become stronger so that she could obtain rights and redirect the younger ones to safety. Hybe continued to follow Greg's, saying that it would be difficult to pass the 7th level test alone. But Greg's wasn't going to listen to her, and while the girl was talking, he jumped into the water to begin the test. While the guy was swimming, Hybe continued to watch him, finding him quite cute. After the river, Greg's began to walk through the forest. He needed to become stronger, because he was far inferior to the other enemies. To conquer the sky, he needed to be much better, because Greg's had already suffered many defeats. When the guy built a fire to rest, a large beast appeared from behind the trees with aggressive intentions. Clenching his fist, Greg's considered the beast in the dark forest too trivial a test. Without using his bird's powers, the guy grabbed the animal's fangs and tried to stop it with his physical strength. But this only amused Greg's, as he had always survived in the Deadlands using only his body. When the beast tried to snap its jaws shut, the boy jumped on its head and drawing his blade, leaped into the air. The animal tried to attack him again, but Greg struck it with his blade, causing the beast to snap its jaws shut once more. After another blow, the beast swung its tail and sent the guy to the ground. After the fall, a cloud of smoke appeared, and immediately after that, Greg's rushed back into battle with the beast. Kasta and Polu were also in the woods, and while wandering around, the girls noticed the battle in the distance. After trying hard, Greg's managed to pierce the animal's thick body with his sword. Rising majestically above the monster, Greg's rejoiced in his victory. At that moment, the girls came to him. Kasta wanted to know why he was alone, but the guy just asked her how she didn't die during the chaos. The girl replied that she could not die then, because as she had already said, Kasta always achieved her goals. While the other contenders were still making their way to the lower slopes of Mount Everest, 3 people reached the summit. Absolute asked Free to touch the statue in front of him, so that the 7th level of heaven would become his. Fried was not happy about this, because he had not passed the test on his own. The girl did not think so. The judge's test was just a process. It was not worth wasting time in such places, when there was a more important goal. The girl's name was Pei. She reminded Fried that he had to be absolute in order to fulfill his duty. The absolutes covered for the boy before the judges, because their task was to maintain the heavenly balance. Fried decided to fulfill his duty as a member of the family, so he approached the statue and touched it with his hand. Immediately after that, the power began to return to Fried, and soon he was able to spread his wings. Frid's face was full of anger. The words that the judges had covered for him made the guy realize that the absolutes were not just people who destroyed the heavenly vault. Continuing to wander at the beginning of the 7th level trial, Robbie constantly helped Dean along the way. In order to survive, the guys had to eat whatever they found along the way. Dean and Robbie didn't really want to eat berries, and when they spotted a rabbit, Dean thought it was a good opportunity. Using his slingshot, the boy managed to catch the rabbit, which he bragged about to Robbie. But their joy was short-lived, because a huge beast appeared behind Dean, which was apparently the rabbit's parent. Robbie finally realized that the entire 7th level forest was teeming with hungry beasts. The girl had to risk her own life to rush forward and save Dean. But Robbie didn't have enough speed to dodge the attack harmlessly, and in the process, her shoulder was injured. Besides, Robbie's injuries didn't matter, as the huge beast was still in front of them. The kids didn't know what to do, as they had no active abilities due to the limitations of the trial, which made the fight much more difficult. The beast attacked immediately, and Robbie took out her hammer and managed to dodge the attack with a nimble jump. Finding herself above the beast, the girl began to strike it repeatedly with her hammer, causing the animal to block her attacks. But without the coveted firepower, Robbie's usual hammer blows were not enough to fight such an enemy. To stop the monster from attacking again, Dean used a slingshot and shot it right in the eyes. The guy said that there was no need to fight everyone, and that in danger, it was necessary to run. The blinding effect wore off very quickly, and the huge beast continued its pursuit of the group. The battle was practically unwinnable, as Dean and Robbie's arsenal of abilities was very limited. The girl regretted being so weak, remaining so helpless that she would not be able to lead the younger ones, let alone Zeke. Climbing down from the beast's corpse, Greggs noticed that Polu had returned to her human form. Greggs provoked her with his words, but Costa told him not to speak without knowing anything, pulling out her knife. The girl launched a serious attack, surprising Greggs, who had to dodge. The guy didn't understand the seriousness of the battle until the end, while Costa used every possible means of combat. Jumping back, Greggs finally realized that his enemy was strong even without the abilities of a soul bird. Costa continued to swing her blade, creating dozens of strikes that Greggs barely managed to block. But Costa's physical strength was much less, and when the flurry of attacks ended, Greggs threw her aside with a swing of his sword. Polly rushed into the fight. The girl began to transform into a werewolf again, running mercilessly towards Greggs. The boy realized that Polly was not getting better, noticing that this girl was indeed a monster. Costa revealed that her sister was finished from that day on. Only her character was vaguely visible, and her personality had disappeared. Castu desperately wanted to die here, because everything was over. Now the only way was the heavenly fruit. And to get that fruit, Greggs would have to become a sacrifice for Costa's growth to the heavens. A planned attack would have been enough, but due to limitations, Paul's attack was not as powerful. If he was beaten, he would endure. By going beyond the limits of his body, Greggs would be able to win. This kind of risk was not significant, but Greggs continued to stick to this plan. With tears in her eyes, Costa continued to attack desperately, but the challenger was getting better and better at dealing with the attacks. Seizing the moment, Greggs counterattacked the girl and threw her back, provoking Paul with this blow. But while the werewolf swung, Greggs swung his sword and struck her directly in the body. The wounded Polu fell to the ground, and Costa immediately got up and stood in front of her sister to protect her. Greggs no longer wanted to continue the fight. Declaring the battle over, the challenger began to leave. Costa began to sob over her sister, believing that the journey had come to an end, and apologized to Polu. Everyone has their own circumstances. Everyone ascended to heaven with a specific purpose. It's natural selection. Greggs was going to ascend, not caring about anyone else's circumstances or goals, for the sake of his own success. After escaping from one beast, Robbie and Dean lit a fire, which attracted another animal. But the guys decided to hide from another huge monster and avoid a fight. Hiding from their enemies, they had to realize their own weakness and continue moving forward despite it. In the vast world of the heavens, they were just tiny creatures. Any development began with an awareness of their size. The process was always accompanied by suffering. There was no such thing as painless growth. As Robbie and Dean barely made their way through the cold tower of Everest, they noticed another contender. It was Greggs, and soon they were reunited. Reaching the peak of the mountain, they all touched the statue. Thus, the guys were able to achieve the ideal, and each spread their wings, passing the 7th level test. Returning to the glass forest of the 6th level, Fried had to complete his first task from the clan of the Absolute. The sword that Fried brought was the Soul Punisher, which separated souls and was an artifact of balance given by God, but it was incomplete. The girl ordered Fried to restore the Soul Punisher to its original form, and prove that he could be the leader of the Absolutes. The mission at the Kumaradia headquarters had no chance of success. The Absolutes were only testing whether Fried was suitable for this clan. They forced him to send his comrades in an undesirable direction, but this was his new path. Fried revealed that the core of the Soul Punisher was hidden at Kumaradia, but there had already been several unsuccessful attempts. This time, the guy was confident in the success of the Absolute clan, so they shouted a battle cry and rushed forward. Jumping over the glass pipe of the 6th level maze, Fried found himself in a different place. Entering the passage, they fell into random places through the prism. Because of this, their forces were scattered, and they would not be able to fight properly. Salki was already waiting for the Absolutes, saying that after many times, he was again saying that the guild could not give them what they wanted. Fried threatened that he would leave quietly if they returned his family heirloom without a fight. Salka refused, because Fried was going to give it to the judges, who would simply destroy the heavens. The challenger did not know the full situation, but according to him, the decision would be made after the relic was returned. The man took out his dagger and told Fried to try to take the relic from him. A certain man noticed the passageway, saying that he hated having to go through the glass tube every time. This man was Floud Kinman, a merchant of the guild. He couldn't refuse the teleportation because Kumaradia paid him well. While the man was complaining, a stranger appeared from the pipe, greatly surprising Kinman. It was the Absolute Raj. The merchant immediately told her that he was not a member of Kumaradia, saying that he had simply lost his way. Kinman was afraid to tell her the truth, as the girl in front of him belonged to the Absolute clan and was known as the strongest. Looking back, Raj realized that the operation had failed again, but the girl was not too discouraged. While the girl was talking, the merchant listened carefully and agreed with every word. In the battle with Salka, Fried could not defeat him and only exhausted himself during the fight. The man was upset that this was Fried's maximum, realizing that it was time to let Salki go. Creating blades in the air, Salki was going to continue the fight with the persistent member of the Absolute clan. Barely blocking the attack, Fried jumped back, gritting his teeth, still unwilling to give up. It didn't matter to the guy whether the Absolutes wanted it or not, he was going to achieve his goal. Fried wanted to destroy the Kumaradia guild to restore justice to the Absolute clan. Salka did not think it would be fair for the Absolutes to take the relic. After all, they were only the minions of the judges. Fried declared that his justice was to maintain balance. He was simply trying to return everything to its original state. Salka tried to find out what the original state meant to him, the time when there was a heavenly world, or the original form, before its formation. Fried did not know the answer to this question, because he was only doing his duty by attacking Salka with all kinds of attacks. But the man had long understood that Fried's attacks would now be useless, no matter how many times he tried. The realization of his weakness forced the guy to expand the range and power of his attack many times over. A lot of force was put into this attack, but Salki continued to jump back and dodge. The light attacks continued, but Salki managed to dodge each one. Frida's next move was to summon a spear of light. It was a huge weapon made of light. Salki considered this attack madness. He swung his blade, creating destruction that countered Fried's attack. Fried focused all his strength on the collision between the spear of light and Salka, adding more and more power. To catch his opponent off guard, Fried dispelled the spear of light and lunged forward with his sword. Salka blocked the attack, saying that those who cannot control their desires cannot attain heaven. The man believed that Fried would forever hide and live in the shadow of his family, but the boy replied that he knew nothing, since Salki was seeing him for the first time. After several clashes, Salki sensed the hesitation and uncertainty hidden within Fried. Even according to Salki, the guy was definitely strong, but that wouldn't help him ascend to heaven. Fried begged the man to bring him the artifact, and he would do everything in his power to ascend. Salki tensed up a little because Fried had only one desire, which remained an illusion. A precise strike was dangerous, so the man still couldn't relax in his battle with Fried. The guy used another spear of light, comparable to a drill, but Salka was already prepared for it. Gathering his strength, Salka swung his sword and created a wave to block the spear of light. The spear quickly dissipated, and Fried did not have time to react to it, but Salka immediately rushed forward. It became more difficult to block, as Fried's enemy suddenly became faster and stronger. Attacks came from all sides, and Fried didn't know what to do because he couldn't block a single attack. Fried was covered in wounds, but his determination made him swing his sword one last time. Even after withstanding this attack, Fried's eyes lit up, and he put all his strength into delivering the final blow. The sword attack did not hit Salka, and he was able to move away from Fried, but his determination did not end there, as the boy used a long-range attack. It reached Salka and wounded him severely, but Fried was not going to stop there. He immediately jumped high into the sky. In a split second he was on top of Salka, holding the blade to his neck, but he stopped. The man said that even if Fried won, he would not be able to get what he wanted. If he continued like this, he would never get the relic. Fried was saddened, but he decided not to kill Salka. Rising, He turned and began to walk away. Roger continued the ritual at the large cauldron. Dozens of other people surrounded him, raising their hands in unison. All these people concentrated their power, redirecting it into the cauldron over which the judge stood. So much power was directed into the cauldron that it almost exploded from overflowing. The cultists vomited blood. They could not continue the sacred ritual, but they had to hold on. One by one, the magicians fell powerlessly to the ground, cutting off the replenishment of power to the cauldron. Roger had to accept this, and the assistant mages were taken away for rehabilitation, leaving only the judges with Roger. Salians noticed that he was trying to do the impossible. The destruction of the traitor Megion resulted in a great loss, and absorbing the first level might have been too hasty. Zelos noted that Stella and Phesis had not supported them from the moment of the uprising. Zelos also thought that absorbing the first and second levels would surely interfere with their plans. Roger knew that the chaos had come at the right time. It could be part of the almighty Neode's plan. The last cultists were exhausted, and the girl noted that the void of fate could not be filled by believers. Roger spoke again about the awakening of chaos. Confidence was pointless, as he felt that the time was right. Roger did not like this feeling, and it was urgent to quickly get rid of the escapees. On the territory of the Reverse Land, at the gates of the 8th level, the old judge Babylon watched them. The old man was a self-proclaimed sinner, and the only representative of God. Mountain wanted to know how Roger planned to eliminate Babylon. There was no one among the judges who could pull off such a feat. They would wage war by combining the powers of artifacts and judges. Babylon received absolution from sin directly from God, so in heaven he wielded the second most powerful authority after God. Babylon had fought magicians in the dark world many times, so it was obvious that his power was greater than that of the other judges. Mountain asked for everyone's support, and to convince them that Roger was the right person to stabilize heaven. Roger promised that he would do so. The stone man simply said that he would believe those words. However, the man really did not know how he could defeat Babylon, because in the end, it was just a battle for power. Even deep in thought, Roger sensed that he was being followed. It was Denzel, who was skillfully hiding. He himself did not understand how Babylon could be overthrown if his power surpassed that of all the judges. The result would be a grand confrontation. To oppose them in battle, Denzel had to become stronger himself, despite the fact that the body of the Absolute and the body of Judge Megion had been successfully transplanted. With that much energy, they would simply be killed. Therefore, Denzel would definitely side with God and confess all his sins. Even agreeing to accept punishment from God, Denzel was going to prove his faith and stop the terrible sinners. Valode said that if all the Absolutes had gathered, they could start a general meeting, and also start with the recent history of the Kumaradia punitive expedition. Raj wanted to be excused, but Valode pointed out that the situation was very complicated. Absolute Cattle said that the expedition to Kumaradia would have to be postponed in any case. After all, there was no point in wasting so much energy and time. Ryan agreed. They should try a new approach, otherwise they would just be repeating the same thing. The heavens had now lost their balance. As the others knew, the mission of the Absolutes was to maintain balance. Having lost its master, the heavenly world was in chaos. The Absolutes must defend justice. That was their family's destiny. The current judges were trying their best to restore the heavenly balance, and the Absolutes believed that the right decision would be to help them. Fried raised his hand and asked what he did not understand. Was it fair to support the judge's decision? Fried ascended to the heavens with a special mission. The boy did not know its true meaning. He simply ascended to the heavens to fulfill his family's destiny. Valode deserved the right to be the leader, but it was too difficult for Fried to start by unconditionally accepting the words of strangers. According to the leader, the birds of light were passed down from generation to generation. It was a sign of the family's connection. The power of light is an inevitable destiny. Great hopes were placed on Frid, because he is more than just a personal point of view. If Fried continues to treat the heavens superficially, as he does now, he will be haunted by failure every time. However, all members of the clan of Absolutes hoped that Fried would be able to get used to their philosophy. The contender could not accept that he could not have his own thoughts. The fall of the main character was distorted even at the first heavenly level, Icarus, creating a crack in the sky. The assistant told the judge that they had big problems, which Mr. Physis himself fully understood. If he hadn't succumbed to Roger's words and touched the heavenly fruit, things could have been much better for Physis. Roger convinced the gardener Physis at the time that he was the only one who could do it. God had every reason to do so. He blasphemed only because of his desire to pick the fruit. The damage was not very great, since the collapse began at the edge, but the force is growing, so soon there will be more damage. Physis wanted to rush to help close the breach on the first heavenly floor, but suddenly saw a star in the sky. This star turned out to be Lady Stella, who was rushing straight down, but she stopped in front of Physis. The girl noticed that 500 years had passed since the heavens collapsed. but they decided to talk about it later, because Stella had a request. Before the sky collapsed, the god Neod told her something. When the black star of the end of the heavenly world comes to Stella, she must burn her wings without hesitation. According to Stella's observations, she and Thesis had probably already met, because the black star was Chaos, Zik. The judge smirked, because he knew that something was wrong with that white-haired boy. Now Stella had to fulfill her duty, as Neod had asked. Roger tried to destroy the deep lands by force. Before that, a black star had fallen from the sky, and they had awakened Chaos again, so the creature of Chaos and Zik were in danger. Thesis understood Stella's intentions, but she herself knew that the deep lands were a cursed place where judges could never descend. The soul would be burned if it entered the deep lands, but Stella was willing to accept such a loss, so she asked Thesis to help her. Thesis did not believe that he could stop the other judges on his own, but even though the task was difficult, it was their penance. The main character was in a cave at that time, meditating and continuing to recover. But suddenly, Zik got up because he sensed someone approaching. The guy began to look around frantically, but saw no one. And suddenly, a huge golem appeared behind him. Its dull purple eyes seemed to burn through Zik. The guy managed to notice the enemy, jumping aside from the approaching blow of the strange creature. The golem continued to attack, and its crushing blows were so dangerous that Zik had to dodge more and more each time. But the anger on the guy's face spoke otherwise. Zik shouted that this time he would be able to defeat the golem. Forgetting everything around him, the main character rushed straight at the enemy, putting all his strength into the blow. But this blow was only a touch for the golem, leaving a small scratch on its huge body. The golem raised its hand, and purple bandages began to wrap around it, as if creating a glove. The monster brought this arm behind its back, preparing to strike with the glove. Zik took this as a challenge and also took a stance. When the enemy struck, Zik was immediately struck by a force he could not resist. After that, the guy woke up in real life, not understanding what he should do, because Zik couldn't move forward. Nephirim considered this to be progress, because the main character woke up later than usual. Since Zik woke up, they could finally move on to the next training session, because, according to the guy, they didn't have time. The next training session turned out to be sparring between Nephirim and Zik, and every time he got tired, the main character rested. Zik thought he was asleep. After all, he had just been training in the abyss, been defeated, and died. If Nephirim hit him, the effectiveness would decrease, his muscles and strength would not grow, and he would not be able to remember the training. Nephirim said it was worth it, and immediately began to attack, so quickly that Zik did not have time to react. And yet, if you fight a monster from the world of shadows, you can avoid Nephirim's attacks. Before the next attack, the mentor asked Zik to remember how the monster fought in that world. While the main character was thinking, Nephirim began to summon stones from the ground with his power, throwing them at him. In midair, the hero realized that the golem was using a power similar to his own. He covered his skin with a bandage-like force. Returning to the ground, Zik decided to try to do the same thing as the golem from another world. He tried to cover his skin with power. Zik managed to create an aura around his hand, which he gradually began to control. Zik simply changed the shape to fabric, but the destructive power changed completely. Having created destructive power in the fabric, it was very difficult to hold it, especially since the guy did not understand how to wrap it around his hand. While Zik was trying to figure it out, another chunk of rock flew into the ground from Nephirim's power. The man smiled and said that the main character was finally beginning to understand what was going on, but there was still a long way to go. Even though he was injured, the hero was confident that he would be able to steal everything possible from his mentor. Suddenly, he clutched his chest. As his strength grew, the primordial chaos inside his body stirred more and more. It was an enormous power that should not be awakened. Nephirim was about to send Zika back to the world of shadows, but he didn't want to go because he was hungry and wanted to sleep. Before entering the other world, a pillar of flame fell from the heavens in front of the boys. The smoke began to dissipate, cracks appeared on the ground, and a ring of fire appeared, inside which someone was lying. Zik came closer to take a look, and suddenly he saw Mrs. Stella lying helplessly. Watching the graph in front of him, Roger realized that Babylon was stubbornly blocking his invasion. But even so, those who had penetrated the first level would not be able to defeat him. Roger had to wait for those who would quickly reach the 8th level. They wanted to overthrow him, and the gate had to be crossed with the forces gathered so far. The leader of the Absolute Valodes entered the office. As it turned out, Judge Roger had summoned her personally. The man explained that the current heavens were in too much turmoil. The destiny of the Absolute Clan was to maintain the heavenly balance. But a creature awakened in the heavens, summoned by chaos. Chaos was gathering strength to plunge the heavens into complete silence. Until then, Roger would maintain the balance. However, he did not know how the awakening chaos would try to consume the heavens, for it was still weak. But the primordial chaos was at least his soul, which was in the deep lands. Volode was ordered to go down there and calm it down in order to become a legend. Volode did not really want to be a legend, a myth, or anything like that. The girl believed that she would restore the heavenly balance. Therefore, the leader of the Absolutes would take on this task for the sake of serving the heavens, not for glory. Roger was sorry that a sacrifice had to be made, but Volode was only concerned with the heavenly balance. He sensed the growth of the power of chaos, so he took extreme measures to deal with it as soon as possible. The power of the main character already surpassed that of the judge, and the Absolute would descend upon him herself. But to make sure it worked, and for his own peace of mind, Roger wanted to send another judge. Judge Salian was in his sonorous garden, painting a portrait of Zelos in one of the houses. Suddenly the doors flew open, surprising the judge, as the house was considered a secret place that no one knew about. Roger did not think that Salian considered him so naive that he dared to create a secret place at such an important moment in the conquest of heaven. Salian did not want to forgive Roger for this, for he had invaded his personal space. The judge was so angry that he decided without a second thought to attack Roger for his insolent behavior. Flashes of power began to appear around him, striking the man, but he managed to raise his hand to block them. To provoke Salian, Roger asked him if Judge Zelos liked his quick temper. Salian said that Roger knew nothing and continued his attack, turning the ground beneath his feet into an abyss. Roger was in pain, but he continued to endure the attack and moved closer to Salian. The judge understood that even if Roger withstood this attack, he would at least be able to punish him for his disrespectful behavior. As Salian continued to attack with his flute, Roger finally approached him and grabbed his shoulder. Roger knew that Salian wanted to win the girl's heart, but Zelos's only love was the god Niode. Salian already knew this, so his interlocutor decided to respond immediately with the most important thing, offering Salian to become Niode. This interested the man, so Roger began to confess that chaos had awakened below the heavens in the deep lands. Chaos, parasitizing in humans, was a part of the god Niode. The vessel of chaos needed a part of the god's soul. If Salian absorbed this man, he would take on the traits of Niode. The man was skeptical of Roger's story, because he did not believe that such a thing could happen. Roger added that Zik was just a vessel he didn't need, but for Salian, it would be a good opportunity to win Zelos's love. A smile appeared on his face. Salian understood that these words were true, and immediately agreed to Roger's proposal. Roger gathered all the judges and the clan of the Absolute, declaring that the danger was growing by the minute. And to get rid of the chaos, Roger ordered a punitive squad to be sent to the deep lands. When Roger finished his speech, the Absolutes clenched their fists and shouted that they served the heavens. Among the Absolutes was a spy for Kumaradia named Shade, and he understood that they were in big trouble. Soon, the spy arrived in the glass forest, rushing to the headquarters of Kumaradia. He told this news to the killer Joe, and they confirmed Stella's words. Robbie became nervous, adding that Roger's henchmen were going to get rid of even the small shoots. The head of the Kumara clan, Joe, decided that the entire guild should unite against the Absolute clan. Later in the hallway, Robbie and Dean asked Greggs for help in rescuing Zik because he was strong. The guy replied that he couldn't go, as he was only going upstairs, so Robbie was left alone with Dean. Waving her hand, the girl said that Greggs had survived only thanks to Zika's help, and now he didn't want to repay the debt. Calling Greg principled, he turned around and said that he might go to Zik's rescue after all. And so, something grand began in the heavens. The heavens moved, holding their breath. In an instant, the news spread among the guilds. The contenders, led by Kumaradia, gathered. They agreed on the goal of preventing the judges from controlling the heavens. One of those who agreed to punish the judges for their actions was the leader of the Fladu Guild, Afalcio. The head of the Behemoth Guild, Nordic, and a member of the independent clan, Rowan, also came to help. The ice castle continued to blaze with intense activity. The Absolute clan poured their power into the vat while Roger monitored it. This time, the choice fell on the Absolute Pei. Fried watched her closely and was very nervous. Zelos began to talk about the sacred ritual. Only the Absolutes, who share the divine soul, can perform it. Pei was the victim, and with tears in her eyes the girl said that it was a great honor for her. The preparations for the descent to the cursed land were complete. Now Zelos had to make a sacrifice with her scythe. The girl immediately brought the blade behind her back, and with anger on her face, she struck the Absolute. It was painful for Frid to watch, but one of the Absolutes put out her hand, calming him down. It was a small sacrifice for the cause. But Frid did not consider this cause normal, not understanding what they were serving. Pei was like a sister to Ryan, but she continued to believe that sacrifice was necessary and meaningful. As soon as Pei's body fell into the cauldron, he released the power that needed to be stabilized. All the judges held out their hands, trying to calm the power of the sacrifice. Since they couldn't hold out for long, Salian and Volode had to leave already. Closing her eyes, Volode felt sad for a moment, remembering Pei's sacrifice, hoping it had not been in vain. Looking at Lady Zelos, Judge Salian wanted to know if it was already possible to go downstairs to make her proud. Roger said that if they went down, there would be a heavy load on their wings, but the Absolute and the Judge had to bear it. But before they descended into the deep lands, the wall of the room exploded, stunning those present. The first to emerge from the cracks was the leader of the Kumaradia, Killer Joe, who asked the judges why they had all gathered there. Behind Killer Joe, the rest of the conspirators against Roger appeared, making their way inside. With a grimace, Roger said that he had been wondering why his opponents had not yet arrived. Killer Joe's men had no intention of obeying Roger, so he wanted to resolve the issue as quickly as possible. Roger asked Lady Zelos to finish the ceremony while he fought the camaraderie and their allies. With victory in mind, Roger began to walk toward the battle. An overwhelming force appeared around him once again. Joe asked everyone to gather, as their goal was not only to stop the judges, but also to protect lives. Roger called for the Absolute Raj, who instantly appeared before him. Nordic and Rowan were surprised that the Absolute clan were servants of the judges, obeying their orders. Raj said that there was a difference in their positions, so she couldn't do anything. But after finishing her long speech, the strongest one jumped into battle to fight Joe faster. The Absolutes also rushed into the attack to help their ally, but Fried remained in place, confused. The challenger didn't know what to do. He couldn't participate in this battle because Fried couldn't betray his family and couldn't risk his friends. Raj asked the enemies if it was necessary to do this, because they didn't need to shed blood. Afalcio did not give up, nor did his friends, because he had always wanted to fight the strongest of the Absolute clan. The independent Rowan did not even bother to respond, but instead decided to test the enemy's intentions in practice. Raj took this as a challenge. Rowan's attack flew forward, and only by putting up her sword was she blocked. To prove her strength, the girl rushed forward, deftly ending up behind Rowan. The head of the Behemoth Guild also joined the fight, shooting at Raj to distract her. Since Nordic was getting in the way on the battlefield, the strongest decided to get rid of her first. But as soon as she got close to her target, Afalcio stood up to defend his long-range ally. The guy knew he couldn't win in close combat, so he retreated, attacking Raj once more. No matter how Afalcio attacked, all his attacks were in vain. Even the strongest ones were nothing to her. The other contenders took on Roger, who was just waiting for a fight with the clumsy challengers. The first attacker was Killer Joe. The judge was ready and easily blocked the dagger with his spear. Roger ordered Joe to fly, then created a huge burst of power, forcing the guild leader into the air. The blast turned into a whirlwind that spread throughout almost the entire hall and hit the other challengers. Robbie and Dean barely managed to withstand this surge of power, while Greggs was simply amazed at the amount of power. Holding the guys back, Greggs asked them to pull themselves together, because they hadn't come here to give up. Robbie finally realized her weakness. If she let Zika die, her younger siblings in the deep lands would also perish. With confidence, the girl rushed forward on her wings, creating a fiery explosion. Greggs was not as fast, but he was not going to fall behind, firing lightning from his blade. Dean also supported the guys, using laxative spells from his slingshot from a distance. But Roger thought it was all ridiculous. With a swing of his spear, another burst of power struck them. Roger's attack was so powerful that the challengers flew over the horizon. Salian and Valode waited for orders. No order followed, but they saw a portal open before them and realized it was time to go. Joe noticed it too and asked one of the allies to block the exit. The challengers rushed with all their might, but their speed was not enough. Roger declared that his enemies were too late. Zik continued to train with Nephirim in the deep lands. This time, he was stronger. After much training, the boy finally mastered the technique of chaos, thanks to which he covered his hand with power. The main character promised Nephirim that this time he would definitely win the duel. The man was ready for the clash, while Zik desperately rushed forward for a surprise attack. But his strike was not fast enough, and Nephirim managed to use his blade to parry the attack. Gritting his teeth, Zik did not give up. He jumped back, preparing for the next attack. This time, the protagonist did not gather his strength for a single blow, but instead unleashed a barrage of attacks on Nephirim. The man calmly blocked the attacks one after another, and soon found the right moment to counterattack. Using his agility, Zik regained his balance in the air and struck the ground. Raising a cloud of smoke, the main character realized that he could not win by attacking directly. He had to keep it simple. Nephirim understood Zik's idea, waved his sword to disperse the smoke, and waited for his opponent's next move. The challenger successfully managed to confuse Nephirim, and while he was looking around, Zik was already behind him. Hoping that Zik had caught his mentor, he struck, but immediately missed. Nephirim landed on the protagonist's head, and realized that tactics were very important in battle. But now the man wanted to teach a lesson in direct attack, after which Nephirim struck with the hilt of his sword. Stella watched the fight, saying that training was important, but if it caused too much pain, then it was too much. Returning to the shack, Stella healed Zeke while Nephirim lectured him on combat tactics. Even if you are in a hurry, you should start with a direct attack, not a simplified method. Instead of winning, Zik needs to know how to control the situation. Zik understood this, but even Stella asked him not to rush, Because Nephirim was right. No one expected Stella to come down to them. The girl revealed the reason. She couldn't repent for her sins, but at the same time, she couldn't side with sinners again. Stella accepted the fact that she could disappear, and before doing so, she wanted to do something for heaven. From their first meeting, Stella had noticed something special about Zeke, but she only realized how important he was to heaven after he was gone. Zeke was embarrassed, saying that he was not that remarkable, only the one who slept inside him was important. Nephirim tried to find out if the treatment was over, as he still had to undergo mental training. Before the training began, a beam from heaven caught their attention. The judge and leader of the Absolute Clan had finally arrived. Nephirim realized that Roger had not given up on his plan to destroy the heavens. Time had passed too quickly, and this was beyond his plan. Zeke had to undergo training at any cost, but the boy did not understand the rush to complete it. Stella volunteered to help, offering to delay the enemies while Nephirim helped Zeke with his training. When the judge and clan leader landed, they were quite exhausted after the long flight. The journey along this beam turned out to be much more painful than Roger had said. Salian wanted to take revenge on him when he absorbed the forces of chaos and returned to the top. Stella appeared before them, noticing that they had gone so far. She was interested in only one question: did they plan to overthrow the heavens? The judge's face immediately changed when he saw the girl. He joyfully asked her how long it had been since they last saw each other. But Stella had no intention of talking to him. She tried to attack him, surprising the judge. Preparing for another attack, Stella turned to the musician of the heavenly world, the sinner Salian, saying that his plan would not work. Nephirim was standing next to the main character. There would be no other opportunity. This time, everything had to work out. Zeke looked fearfully at the golem in front of him, but the man convinced him that he had to reach this level. Wrapping his hand in the powers of chaos, Zeke declared that he would definitely defeat the golem in front of him. Stella continued to fight two opponents, actively using her magic. Volode did not expect such a quick attack, and the judge threw star fragments at her, exploding them. But behind the cloud of smoke, the leader of the Absolute Clan was perfectly fine, retreating backward. At that moment, the musician attacked from the side, using his flute as a weapon. Stella managed to jump away from the musical blow, but she couldn't attack in return. Volode had already approached, and while Stella was dodging, she jumped to deliver the next blow. The clan leader's speed was greater, and Volode managed to deliver a direct blow with her blade to Stella's body. Salian asked the girl to consider whether it was worth bringing things to this point. After all, they had been good friends in the past. The judge felt sorry for her and suggested that Stella not fight them, but go together to the same sky. The wounded Stella got up and asked whose sky it was. This sky, created by the god Neode, or as the judges thought, the shared sky of Roger and the judges. Salian was tired of hearing about Neode. He was the one who created the heavens for himself. The judge was already sick of hearing stories about him. While Salian was shouting, Stella took advantage of this and suddenly attacked him with a star. The girl decided to try to stop the judge and Volode. She healed herself to continue the fight. Volode expected this level of skill from a heavenly healer. Her abilities were a constant headache, and to defeat her, more aggressive attacks were needed. The girl asked Salian to tie Stella's legs. The judge didn't like taking orders, but he decided to use this strategy. Using the technique of silence from the land of silence, a purple streak began to rush after Stella. The girl jumped into the air, and while she was focused on Salian's technique, Volode had already approached her. As soon as the witch noticed her, she used a star flash to distance herself from the leader of the Absolute Clan. But the girl didn't care about the stars. Jumping over the explosions, Volode continued to approach. Stella created a magic shield from the Absolute, but she didn't notice how Salian's magic grabbed her leg. Salian said that Stella couldn't dodge because his silence technique had already completely enveloped her. Stella couldn't move, and Volode took advantage of this opportunity and rushed to attack. But she didn't have time to do anything, because a huge blade fell on her from the sky. Nephirim's power forced the leader of the Absolute Clan to jump back and leave Judge Stella alive. The girl wanted to know why he had come. Nephirim replied that he couldn't help Ziku win anyway. Besides, the man believed that 2 against 1 was cowardly. But from now on, it would not be easy. Zik continued to fight the golem and was already wounded. Holding his arm, the boy thought about how to continue the fight. At that moment, the golem struck the ground, covering everything around it with an aura of chaos and dimming the main character. In fact, the fist hit Zeke, and he held out his hands to block the monster's huge fist. Attacking in response, the wild fist spread throughout the golem's body, enveloping its limbs. By squeezing, Zeke's technique managed to defeat the golem, tearing its body apart. But the guy's joy quickly faded, as the newly defeated golem suddenly began to regenerate its body. Before receiving another blow from the golem, Zeke decided that this task was impossible. Lying helplessly on the ground, the guy failed again, but Zeke refused to admit that this was his limit. Barely able to get up, Zeke found it difficult to breathe. His consciousness was confused, and it seemed as if he was about to faint. Shouting, The main character's fighting spirit rose, and he was sure that he would not die. After all, now he had to become stronger. There was no more time to put off training. Zik simply couldn't give up because everything was at stake. The golem aimed another blow at Zik, but he raised his hand, telling the chaos inside him to awaken. This time, the blow was effective. The golem was covered in an aura and began to evaporate, marking Zik's victory. At that moment, Nephirim was fighting in close combat with the leader of the Absolute clan, dodging heavy blows. The man continued to retreat while the girl pursued him and delivered numerous blows. Each new clash of blades became faster, but Nephirim managed to block them all. Blocking each attack, the man managed to create magic blades for a counterattack. Volode was distracted by blocking the magical blades, while Nephirim came in from the other flank. The strategy worked, and the man was able to create a blade from the ground and send Volode flying into the air. Rumor had it that Nephirim couldn't fly, and it was true. Salians used his enhancement, the Dance of Madness, so that his partner would not lose heart in the battle. After receiving the buff, Volode seemed to get a burst of energy, thanks to which she summoned a light sword and shield. Nephirim lost his wings and strength, so now he had much less power to fight. To block the light sword, the man put out his hand and summoned a series of blades for defense. Swinging her sword, Volode used the light slider's ranged attacks. The enhanced attacks were so effective that Nephirim's defensive blades were practically useless. The slider reached Nephirim, who was trying to stay on his feet, while Stella healed him from behind. In addition to healing, Stella also created a star shield that successfully neutralized Volode's attack. Salian wanted to know why Stella and Nephirim were so weak, joking that their wings had burned after falling into the deep lands. To end the battle quickly, the judge and the leader of the clan of Absolutes revealed their wings, showing their intentions. Nephirim took a defensive stance, realizing that the battle had now become much more dangerous. Now Volode's sliders had become much stronger, completely covering the ground and forcing them to defend themselves with all their might. Salian's attack proved to be the finishing blow, striking Nephirim and Judge Stella with his flute. The witch lost consciousness. Volode stood over her and brought her blade to her neck, intending to kill the girl. Nephirim tried to help Stella, but Judge Salian used the magic of his flute to immobilize the man. The immobilizing magic of silence was also offensive, beginning to wound Nephirim while he was unable to resist. Before losing consciousness, the man turned to Chaos, saying that this was all he could do. But it was enough. Suddenly the shack disappeared, and in its place there was a surge of chaos energy. The very essence of chaos burst forth from the ground, creating clouds of dust and strong gusts of wind around it. Lady Stella came to her senses and saw a huge dragon. She realized that it was Zik. Opening its mouth, the dragon began to gather power inside it, forming a chaotic ball. Salian became agitated, because Roger had said that Zik was just a shell, not true chaos. Looking at the dragon a little longer, the judge began to fear more and more, because before him was primordial chaos itself. Volode felt the power in the dragon's mouth, and it was surprisingly pure. It was a power that knew neither good nor evil. Salian began to fly away in panic, and Volode rushed after him, because they understood that they could die. But it was too late. The dragon had already released its accumulated power, a powerful beam that tore everything in its path. Volode and Salian flew with all their might, but with every second, the beam was getting closer and closer. When the kids were caught in the power of chaos, the girl tried to block it, but nothing worked. Soon the power dissipated, and no one could see or hear a single memory of Volode and Judge Salian. The dragon placed the witch Satella and the mentor Nephirim in protective bubbles to send them with him to the sky. Roger was still exploiting the mages, using their life forces to achieve his goals. All the power was directed into a cauldron, which spilled it onto the gates that were the entrance to the 8th level. Fried continued to watch as the mages around him died for the sake of a selfish goal. The time had come for the Absolute clan, according to Roger. The hour had come when they would need the power of the clan. The Absolutes had to open the tightly closed door to the 8th level with force. A force they had received from Neode long ago. Then the mission of the Absolutes would be accomplished. Roger watched Freedom, knowing that he was the next leader of the Absolutes, who would replace Volode. To restore the heavenly balance, he had to be on his side, no matter what. Freed hated him because Roger tried to get his own world by killing others. But now he couldn't stand up to him because of his blood relatives and his own weakness. But he was sure that a chance would surely come, and Fried would be able to deal with Roger. Still, the Absolutes could not oppose Roger's decision and began to interact with the gate. Thanks to their power, the gates to the 8th heavenly level were opened. Roger began to walk, followed by the other judges. The 8th level of heaven was a field of emptiness, headed by the old man Babylon. The old man sat calmly, noting that Roger always stuck his nose where it didn't belong. The man wanted to know what Babylon had done, for he could not destroy the 8th level even with an artifact. He had no choice but to enter the gate himself. Babylon mocked Roger's haste. In fact, the 8th floor was one with Babylon. Therefore, to destroy it, it was necessary to kill the judge. Roger called Babylon a mere servant of a fallen god, a relic of the past that must disappear. Babylon rose, sincerely calling Roger poor and pathetic, but he decided to accept his challenge. The camp of the comrades was full of wounded after the failed mission in the Ice Kingdom and the battle with Roger. Joe wanted to know how many casualties there were. Hybe replied that they had not followed through, even though there were survivors. There were too many wounded. Dean wasn't badly injured, but standing in front of Greggs and Robbie, he sobbed and apologized to his friends. Continuing to cry, Dean blamed himself for his friends being left with such serious injuries. After all, when they started losing, Killer Joe ordered everyone to evacuate, which Dean also tried to tell everyone. But a girl from the Absolute clan hit him with a long-range attack, knocking Dean to the ground. Noticing that Dean had been hit, Robbie rushed to his aid without a second thought, while Greggs defended himself. Greggs also followed Robbie, and together they had to face a member of the Absolute clan. Joe understood that if the heavens fell into Roger's hands, they would turn everything upside down, but they had to try again, regroup, and fight. Thesis also joined the conversation. He needed to repair the city, so he arrived late. Joe wasn't worried about that, because it was much more important that Thesis was not on Roger's side in this war. While they were discussing their plan of action, a hole appeared in the ground as the Chaos Dragon broke through the layers of the heavens. The dragon landed right in front of the leader of the Chimera and the lazy judge Thesis. The clan of the Absolute and the judges began to climb the bridge, entering the 8th heavenly level. Suddenly, the Absolutes realized that they hadn't seen Fried, and no one knew where the boy had gone. He had run away. Fried had seemed anxious for a long time, but no one expected him to run away. Volode had to return, as the Absolutes were now without a leader. At that moment, Fried was at the peak of Mount Everest, standing in front of a statue that signified the end of the trial. Falling to his knees, Fried began to cry out in anguish, because there was nothing he could do. The young man could only watch as his allies were beaten, standing helplessly by. While Fried blamed himself for what had happened, Ruin appeared before him and asked why he was having a hard time. The bird began to grow, and Ruin said that wings in the heavenly world symbolized free will. Ruin grew from a small chick into a majestic phoenix, declaring that Fried's freedom was within him. Ruin was going to go with him to the sky, which he really wanted. After all, Fried is the one who can become the Lord of the Heavens. The battlefield of the 8th heavenly level was already littered with the corpses of the participants of the Absolute clan. Not a single person present had ever seen such a fierce battle before. Roger continued to swing his spear, but Babylon blocked these devastating attacks. Shooting a beam from his spear, Roger used the ancient frozen spear technique. Babylon held his book up to the blow, completely neutralizing Roger's technique. In addition to neutralizing the attack, the judge's book redirected the full force of Roger's attack back at him. When the beam ended, Babylon's gaze became surprised, for his enemy was no longer there. Roger was now behind the old man, swinging his spear for the final blow. Babylon did not have time to turn around, and the blow struck him precisely, leaving a hole in the old man's body. The judge tried to deliver the final blow, saying that Roger was still good in battle with the strength that God had given him. Babylon released a powerful beam, which Roger could barely dodge due to its speed and size. The man suggested that Babylon was now so weak because God was not in front of him. The old man said that God was part of the heavenly world. The fallen always lost, and Roger's world would never come. Roger rushed into the attack again, saying that the fallen were Babylon with their God, and they had to accept it. The two sides clashed one last time, putting all their strength into this attack. The waves from it were so strong that no one could even get close to them. After the blow, Roger remained standing, but he was greatly weakened. Wounds appeared on his body, and the man was breathing heavily. Babylon, however, had lost. His weapon was broken, and his body was pierced by a wound that was too large. The old man couldn't fulfill his role, and he tried to ask God for forgiveness for his weakness. The god Neod left his beliefs to Babylon, but he failed in his task, leaving this world. Roger won, and he will finally be able to build his world in heaven. After all, he destroyed all barriers with his own strength. After all the trials that Neod had created, Roger was ready to become a greater being than himself. Opening the gates, the man declared that he was the master of heaven and would now create a new, perfect, and uncorrupted heavenly world. Finally, he went inside and found himself on the very last heavenly level, heaven. It resembled a tree with small sprouts on it. Above Roger's head was a clear blue sky, covered with small clouds, which he considered beautiful. The tree stretched forward, and at the very end was a throne on which sat the deity Neodi. Roger noticed that he was sitting there alone, for only an empty shell remained of Neod. The deity had called everyone heavenly sinners and fallen asleep, leaving the problems to the rest. But Roger declared that it was time to repay the judges for becoming sinners without sin. Using the spear that Neod himself had given him, Roger wanted to bring him to an eternal end. The deity gave the child the name and title of Neod the Spearman, the one who would create cracks in the heavens. Now Roger carefully tried to destroy the shell of Neod, whom he had previously admired. There were bursts of great power around them, although only an empty form remained of Neode. Roger continued to pour all his strength into the spear, shouting for Neode to finally disappear. Soon, the shell was finally destroyed, and Roger flew magically above it, rejoicing in his victory. Flying upward, Roger found a golden fruit containing the essence of the world. When a man tastes this fruit, the heavenly world will be rebuilt anew, by Roger's hands. All the survivors raised their hands in a battle cry, rejoicing in Roger's success, for they had achieved their ultimate goal. Denzel was in this crowd. He was furious that Roger dared to encroach on God, for he would surely be punished by heaven. Rumors were already circulating about the appearance of a dragon. The heavens stirred, and a dragon appeared. This happened because the judges united the heavens and erected a new god. But this was just a story for the high-ranking officials, and ordinary contenders didn't need to worry about it. Another contender called them fools, saying that the rotten judges were destroying the heavenly world. Suddenly they began to feel an earthquake, and the most amazing thing was that they felt a familiar energy. Running out into the street, the Chaos Dragon appeared before the contenders, led by Zeke. He declared that the heavenly sinners were trying to devour the sky, and that they must not sit idly by. If everyone joined forces, they could defeat the enemy and restore the heavens. Zeke addressed everyone around him. Thesis also invited those around him to join, as they needed strength. Soon, the dragon flew up into the sky, followed by many contenders who decided to believe in Zeke's power. While Dean continued to mourn the injuries of his friends, the main character made his way to the next level of the heavens. Stella used the healing star stream, creating a huge star to heal all the wounded members of the clan. A star flew to each wounded person, healing all their wounds in a fraction of a second. A bright light covered Greg's and Robbie, beginning to heal the pair. Dean couldn't look directly at it, blinded by the sight. When his friends woke up, Zeke entered the building and asked them why they were still lying there. Zeke had a big smile on his face and suggested that his friends go to heaven together. While Roger absorbed the power of the sacred fruit, the absolutes bowed down before him. Absorbing the power of the heavenly fruit, which contained the essence of the heavens, Roger felt a power capable of overturning them. Suddenly, the flow of power from the fruit became much stronger, completely surrounding his body, and Roger began to detach himself from the world. Roger felt nothing and everything at the same time. It was like chaos and calm. A mixture of rules and deviations that are whole and incomplete. Now Roger felt he could do anything. The divine fruit transformed the man's clothes, making his appearance more godlike. Together with the absolutes and the judges, everyone recognized that Roger had now become the new god of the heavens. Zelos asked the new deity to give her Neode, the former owner of the heavens, as promised. Roger remembered this small promise, but he was going to fulfill it after everything was over. Now they would be able to create a new heavenly world, and those who followed Roger would be its inhabitants. The deity motivated people with his words that the new heavens would be free of darkness and chaos. Denzel considered this blasphemy, for Neode was not such trash. His last task was to preserve the body of the god. But the short story about a realistic world ended with a crack appearing in the sky. The crack continued to grow, and suddenly a black paw appeared from it, frightening those around it. The crack finally grew to a large size, and inside it, you could see the face of the Dragon of Chaos. The main character once again began to use the technique that killed Judge Salian, directing it at Roger. The attack failed to hit the deity, instead dissipating around him. But Roger was still surprised that Chaos had been able to reach him. The dragon climbed completely into the upper heavens, declaring himself to be the primordial Chaos. Roger addressed the dragon, confronting him with the fact that he had destroyed all of his messengers. Chaos did not destroy anyone, but only made them part of the darkness. Roger did not know the yin and yang of this world, balance and chaos. But Roger believed that in his heavenly world, darkness and chaos would be considered evil and would be destroyed. The dragon considered this absurd. The man changed the subject and said that this was the final battle for the creation of a new heavenly world. Roger and his side came forward. Almost all the judges, heretics, and the clan of absolutes were on his side. On Zika's side were the first heavenly levels, the guild, and the allies he had befriended. The main character snorted and told Roger that there was no new heavenly world, because heaven belonged to him. During the battle, Mountain suggested that Physis also join Roger's side. The lazy judge was surprised by his determination, not only because they had disobeyed fate and committed a sin. The wrong choice at this moment would not be forgiven. Flora noted that they were just moving along the established flow, which was the right choice. But Physis refused to listen to the false beliefs of the higher judges and decided to go against them instead. The absolutes effortlessly defeated Zik's allies. Raj was one of the most dangerous. Joe blocked her next attack. Raj wondered if the guild leader could handle her. Killer Joe replied that it was obvious he would lose to the pack known as the strongest. But the guild leader's strength was that he wasn't alone in this battle. Behind him was a group of contenders. Raj also called on her allies. and she was helped by heretics and absolute clan members. Dean noticed his father on the battlefield, which caused him to lose his fighting spirit, but Robbie realized that battle was inevitable. Robbie did not even think about losing, because if they were defeated, her younger ones would have no future. Chaos noticed that he and the main character were one and the same, and that they had one goal: to defeat Roger. Ziku was tired of Chaos constantly interfering. After all, he wanted to overthrow him anyway. Roger considered Zika a poor little bird that Chaos was using as a shell. Therefore, he wanted to become the hero who would free him from captivity. Pushing his spear forward, Roger unleashed a burst of divine power at the main character. Zik easily blocked the divine explosion and immediately flew out of the cloud of smoke after the impact. Flying closer, the main character struck, but the streams of chaos energy scattered in different directions and did not reach their original target. Roger thought this was ridiculous. He summoned his spear and was about to strike back. In a single moment, one strike turned into a barrage of attacks that Zik couldn't dodge. The main character had to endure and block the blows, accumulating strength within himself. Zik flung out his hands of chaos, which reached for Roger, and the guy declared that he was just an obstacle in his way. Roger shattered the dark hands with heavenly light, declaring that the power of chaos was the wrong path. Zeke had to block another blow, only this time he suffered minor injuries. If Zeke survived, Roger believed it would be a pointless continuation. Immediately after these words, he continued to strike while the main character absorbed the blows. Each blow hurt the guy more and more, but he was sure he wouldn't stray from his path. Roger wanted to know why he was risking his life in a futile struggle. Ziku had to think about his life and the pain that the heavenly world had caused him, about the many sufferings that held him back. After all, they just want to restore that order. The main character was surprised and asked Roger how he knew about his past. It was a kind of message. Zik's life had always been irrational, injustice and incomprehensible heavenly disciplines. He hated it and wanted everything to collapse. Earlier, he wanted to destroy everything with his own hands, but ironically, now Zik was going to defend heaven. The guy came to his senses again. Roger had been waiting for this moment and told him it was time to end it. Unable to control himself, Zik suddenly released a huge burst of chaotic energy. Roger did not understand how this was possible, because there was another heavenly entity in that cluster. Zik did not believe in a fair life from the very beginning. Some were born judges, while others were born poor in the depths of the earth. But he overcame all of that. Zik got here not by someone else's choice, but by his own efforts from the lowest depths of heaven. The main character absorbed the sphere, revealing even larger wings behind his back, and Roger realized that there were two absolutes in the sky. Denzel wanted to climb up to God. In the era of Neode, no soul disappears. Therefore, it is necessary to preserve one's body, which was a vessel for the soul. Denzel climbed up to God as quickly as possible. His gaze changed dramatically when he noticed the spear piercing Neode's shell. The man's face changed dramatically, and he began to weep, for he felt sorry that this had happened to the deity. Even though he was a sinner who did not deserve to stand before Neode, Denzel wanted to apologize and repent for his sins. Denzel grabbed the spear and began to try to pull it out, the pain being part of his atonement. Pain would free the guy from sin, just as it would free the god from the spear destroying his shell. Shadow armor appeared on Zik's body, but he did not understand if everything was already predetermined. The seeds his father had given him before his death were for this moment. Fate or inevitability, or perhaps everything was achieved by Zik's will. He was confused. The dragon replied to the main character that if it weren't for his will, he would have lost Zika and returned to darkness. Suddenly, Zika's body was overwhelmed. It was because he was not good enough to accept the essence of chaos. The dragon hoped that he would endure and hold on. That was the only thing he could do. Roger was also confused. It seemed to him that Zik was not yet ready to become a vessel that could accept the power of the essence. The man asked the main character to admit that he was not someone to be trifled with. Unleashing his power, he began to emit a true heavenly force that blinded even the strongest Raj. Greggs shielded himself from the light, thinking that Roger was going to kill everyone because he couldn't control his power. With a sinister look on his face, the man said that he would not let even the soul of the main character into these heavens. Roger summoned the judge's spear, which was hundreds of times larger than a normal human being. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of Zik. This person summoned the guardian's shield and stopped the divine attack. Roger was surprised and wondered who in this heavenly land could stop a heavenly strike. It turned out to be Fried, and as soon as Roger realized that there was no one but the clan of the Absolute who could show such power, he noticed Fried. He asked Zika if he had arrived too late, because it was difficult to understand which choice was the right one. The main character forgave his friend while Roger gathered his strength against two enemies. Roger turned to the absolute messenger of God, ordering him to follow the divine command. Fried considered this world to be that of the god Neode, and Roger was not the deity that Fried worshipped. In his opinion, Roger was an ordinary man who should be expelled from heaven, and God was Neode. Roger took this as a challenge, summoning dozens of divine spears to attack Fried. Fried revealed his plan of action. He would try to block Roger's attacks, and Zeke would have to show his strength. The divine shield continued to protect the small divine spears, albeit with difficulty, but it worked effectively. Raj noticed how Fried was fighting Roger. At this moment, with Volode gone, Fried was the successor to the Absolutes. That's why Raj was going to go against Roger so suddenly. There was nothing more to see here. The Absolute realized that they had made the wrong choice, sacrificing Pei and Volode in vain. The guys continued to fight, Fried summoning a multitude of attacks aimed at Roger. But for the heavenly being, these attacks meant practically nothing, and he continued to return to the battle with gusto. Fried was having enormous problems fighting Roger, and he tried to ask Zik if he was there. Zik smirked, asking if he could live with that, then decided to return to the fight. Roger shouted, unleashing more and more divine power, asking Fried to try to stop him. Roger transformed again, looking more and more like a heavenly being and becoming stronger and stronger. Zik returned to the fray, and Fried wanted to know if Zik could control his power, but it was best to prevent the power surge. The main character was sure that they could stop him, and if not, they would remain here forever. Fried was curious why the dragon next to Zik did not act on its own, but in fact, they were one, and the dragon was now just a cluster of primordial energy. Primordial Chaos and his best friend, the leader of the Absolute clan, were going to overthrow the blasphemer Roger. Roger summoned a huge heavenly hand above his head, asking the sinners to repent. This attack was extremely dangerous, so Fried put all his strength into defending himself against it. Zik also put his hands to the defense, and the two held the shield with all their might. Fried said that his role was to protect the heavenly world and the master of the heavens. They could have ended it there. He no longer had the energy to hold off Roger's heavenly attack, and the shield was destroyed. When the shield broke, Fried decided to become a shield for Zeke, putting himself in danger to protect his friend. Suddenly, Zeke found himself in a dark world, and he thought that in the end, he had simply fallen in battle. Zeke believed that all his efforts had been in vain. He wanted to know what heaven meant to him, because Zeke's dream was simply to live in a world without pain. The Grump asked the main character what he was doing. Turning around, behind Zeke was the Grump and a divine figure. Neo revealed that the one who owns all that exists and opens a new era is the one who sucks. Now, finally, it was time for him to stay in heaven. Penguin didn't think Zeke would understand if he expressed himself in such a complicated way. After all, he could have simply said that it was time to put everything in order. Chaos revealed that Neode would borrow his body to lead Zeke. Chaos and order would fill his vessel. Roger sensed a strange surge of power. His face changed, and he couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. The god Neode himself appeared before him. In his hands was the wounded Fried, and one wing was Chaos. Neode raised his empty eyes and addressed the sinner Roger, asking him to listen. At that moment, Dean had to fight his father against his will, who was stronger than him. Suddenly, his father was distracted from the fight, noticing that his god was in danger, and he wanted to leave the battlefield immediately. But Dean caught up with him and grabbed his father, pulling him to the ground. After all, he had many questions. Dean asked his father what he was doing, that if he had abandoned him, he should have done something worthy. He was so lonely in heaven without his father. Dean had been trying his best to survive all this time. The man said it was all for his son. He tried to protect Dean from weakness, and for his sake, he believed in and prayed to a false god. Dean said that if his father wanted to do something for him, they should have done it together. But his father couldn't take a weakling with him. It would have been a burden, so he desperately moved on alone. Dean's thinking changed. He no longer considered himself a burden, as he had reached heaven on his own. The young man came to a realization and decided that he would protect himself by discovering new powers within himself. Now Dean didn't need his pocket slingshot. Thanks to his new power, he had his own magical device. With tears in his eyes, Dean decided that from now on, he would forge his own path. The heretics and Vodian honed their position and awaited battle with Greggs and Hybe. Vodian extended his water arm, creating a water strike, but his strike was rather slow, and Greggs had time to prepare for the attack. With just one blow, Vodian's water arm was cut off and dissolved into a simple puddle. The judge used the water swamp ability. The boys' legs were covered with water, limiting their movements. Vodian was sure that the challengers would die in the water. He used a water ball, covering Hybe and Greggs. They needed to get out as soon as possible, because they were starting to suffocate in the water bubble. Greggs couldn't understand Judge Vodian's abilities. His strength was leaving him, and he couldn't fly out of the bubble, so it was difficult to deal with it. Hybe had a trick for such cases. Exhaling, the girl began to evaporate the water bubble. Hybe was only able to reduce the bubble to such an extent that Greggs fell out of it, but the girl remained there. Vodian noticed that using evaporation was a smart move, but now Hybe was under his control. Hybe couldn't get out on her own because of her personality. Greggs couldn't believe that he would lose his beloved girl again. After all, he wouldn't be able to save her in time. Greggs knew he liked Hybe, even though he had spent little time with her. He felt a deep affection for his past love. An electric crown appeared on the contender's face, and his eyes changed. He gained awareness and became many times stronger. Judge Votian did not understand how it was possible to develop the power of a judge if a person did not receive it from God. Now Greggs was the master of the offensive. Thanks to his electric speed, he began to rush to Hybe's rescue. Stretching his arms forward, Greggs created fangs of destruction, resembling a huge tiger made of electricity. The divine speed that was inside Votian disappeared. It was the price for betraying God. Soon, Greggs was able to save Hybe. This time, he could not allow himself to lose his love again. At that time, Robbie was fighting Flora and the heretics. Her hammer grew larger with every second of the battle. Killer Joe and Nephirim lost, and the enemies constantly insisted that Robbie surrender quickly. Flora said that the end had nothing to do with the girl's will. It was simply his final destination. The judge summoned the flowers, and this attack was aimed at Robbie, while the enemy believed they had already won. Robbie knew she would be attacked and needed to dodge, but Ram summoned his vines to stop the girl. The roots stopped Robbie, and the rays from Flora's attack pursued her. Robbie simply could not attack in such a situation. Due to her limited movement, Robbie was unable to dodge the judge's attacks, which wounded her severely. Life in heaven was very difficult. She was just trying to find the perfect world to live happily with her family, but she couldn't achieve anything by leaving her younger siblings behind. It was just an escape in search of a place that did not exist. Robbie missed her younger siblings and wanted to spend more time with them without leaving them. Flora thought that Robbie was already dead, so she went to support Mountain in battle. Rabbi's bird appeared before her. It declared that a new heavenly life would dawn after the end of the previous one. Robbie was to become God's messenger, heralding a new beginning. This was the realization of the fiery knight Robbie. The girl rose. Her hammer changed its appearance. She was given flaming armor, and her strength began to grow. The divine power granted to Flora began to fade, her energy quickly disappearing. Watching Robbie prepare to strike Flora, she realized that this was her punishment. After defeating another judge, they were all punished for their choice, and Robbie promised that she would definitely return. Thus, new messengers of God appeared. The foundation was laid according to the divine plan, and Roger found himself in the minority. Roger still believed that the heavens of Neod had collapsed, and everything had come to an end, contrary to what was happening before his eyes. The man continued to attack in order to kill the god, and send him to the other side of darkness. Neodi did nothing, and Roger's attacks were blocked by the primordial dragon of chaos. It took some time, but Neod and Chaos incarnated in the body of the main character. Before destroying the heavens, Neod asked Chaos, should they tell the children of God about the heavenly truth? Chaos was against it, as these children could not control their desires, and harmony had not yet been established in the world. These children did not yet know how to control their desires, but the dragon did not care if the children tried to challenge him. The dragon would personally pass judgment on them. But God Neod was sure that this would not happen, as he trusted his children. In the eyes of Chaos, the children were simply throwing mud at Neod's faith, as if it were a handful of ashes. God had no choice but to hide the existence of Chaos from that moment on. Cracks appeared in the heavenly land, and he was going to let them know when everything was back to normal. Roger believed that the god was trying to hide the instability of the world from them, but now the heavens belonged to him. Splashing his anger, Roger continued to try to attack God, but his attacks were useless. Roger wanted Neod to disappear, so the man simply began to attack more and more often. But all these attacks were blocked by the hand of the primordial chaos, and God remained unharmed. Roger did not understand, even if it was true that chaos had awakened before Neod, assuming that his power was contained within his body. Turning around, Roger noticed Denzel, who had pulled his divine spear out of Neod's shell. The deity noticed that Roger's desire had destroyed him. Neod had given him countless chances, but he had used them all and destroyed the order. Roger kept saying that he had absorbed the essence of the heavenly world, that he had all the power. Neod is heaven, heaven is Neod, so it will be forever. All Roger has is a mere speck, It was presumptuous to think that the small fruits contained the vast essence of heaven. In order not to give up, the man decided to pour all his strength into destroying heaven. Using all his power, Roger summoned another divine spear the size of an entire city. The heretics fell to their knees, still following the new divine decision, even if it meant death. Mountain was still alive, and when he saw the heavenly spear, he suddenly realized that his choice had been wrong. Chaos asked Neod to return Zika's vessel. Before leaving, the god said that he could not change anything. Roger understood that the god had something in mind, but he was sure that Neod would not stop him. Having gained the power of the judge, Dean went on the attack, creating a powerful hurricane in front of Roger and calling it a slight breeze. The butterfly effect continued to spin, and suddenly ignited. This surprised Roger even more. Robbie, the Knight of Fire, set the whirlwind ablaze, making it even more dangerous in order to punish the sinner. Greggs also joined the battle, using long-range attacks, shooting thunder at Roger and saying that the era of sinners was over. Neode appeared next to Zik, and now the main character's wings represented darkness and light. The vessel held the strongest powers within itself. The voices of the gods rang in his ears. Zik hoped that the heavens would burn, and the gods asked for the safety of the heavenly world. Roger was tired of enduring attacks from the pretenders, so he swung his spear and broke Greg's electric cover. Chaos reigned around them, but the most important event was the heavenly spear, which had practically fallen to the ground. Neode gave Zik a new beginning. Standing directly under the heavenly spear, the main character had to protect the heavens. With his power, Zik was able to destroy the spear and begin flying through it, breaking the spell in two. Roger was angry that Zik had blocked his attack, summoning even more heavenly weapons. While the protagonist destroyed the huge heavenly spear, Dean defended his partner from other attacks. The man prepared for the next attack, but Robbie confused him, as she was about to attack. Roger didn't have time to do anything, and the fiery night struck, completely engulfing him in flames. Because of his desire, the heavenly utopia was destroyed, and Robbie's goal ultimately disappeared. Immediately after that, Grags attacked from behind, telling him to get lost. Roger did not understand what he had done wrong, because he only wanted a more perfect heaven. Not knowing what to do, Roger decided to destroy everything he had done up to that point. Roger's power was quickly suppressed, and Zik used divine power to bind the blasphemer. The main character declared that this paradise was not perfect, as Roger had said. Zik began to rise into the sky because of the injustice. But then he was just reborn. In order to survive, he had no choice but to work hard. Roger's original goal was to change this injustice in his new world. Zeke did not consider Roger to be someone important. He had to change the world, not some sinner. The man didn't care who changed it. As long as there was a way, he was sincere and only hoped for the perfection of heaven. While Zeke lowered his guard against Roger's gentle words, he was going to launch a surprise attack. But before the unexpected blow landed, Fried once again protected his friend with his body. Fried told Zeke to watch both eyes, then coughed up blood and began to fall. Trying to escape Zeke's trap, Roger kept repeating that he was the master of heaven. The main character couldn't attack in that position because he was healing Fried's deep wound. As soon as Roger got out, he immediately launched a long spear attack at Zika. The attack reached its target and collapsed, giving Roger hope that he had finally won. But in the next moment, he noticed Zika rushing forward to attack. All of Roger's efforts were in vain. With his attack, the main character left a huge hole in his body, ending the long war. After his death, Roger appeared before the god Neode. The deity said that he understood his son's desires. Dissatisfied, Roger declared that the god Neode had played with his desires like a toy. But this was not the case. The god had given him countless chances for repentance and forgiveness. He wanted to prepare him to lead a new heavenly world, but he brought him only disappointment. Roger asked the god not to mock him, for he considered Neode a false master of the heavenly land. The whole world was built on lies. Perhaps it was close to an illusion. Neode wanted to give his son one last gift, allowing him to live forever in a world where only he existed. The power of God worked, and soon Roger found himself in a world he did not understand, where there was indeed no one around. As soon as Roger died, his body scattered, leaving only a small star that exploded, sending a wave behind it. Suddenly the sky behind Zik began to break apart, and when he turned around, he noticed a large gap in the sky. The power of chaos began to leave Zik's body and enter the gap that had suddenly appeared. Chaos emerged from the main character's body and stood before him, but said nothing. When only the power of light remained in his body, Neode began to leave the main character's body. Chaos declared that the imbalance in the heavens could not be corrected. The heavens would collapse if this continued. The current heavens, where the balance had been disrupted, would be destroyed. Zik did not understand why, because the gods had returned. One day, a rift appeared in the sky. As a result, the sky split into 9 layers and became incomplete. Chaos and Neode are also unstable, because they are the heavens where everyone lives. In addition, the judges mixed up the levels, further exacerbating the instability. As Neode had already said, he was an illusion. Here and elsewhere, he was everything and nothing at the same time. Zika was interested in everything that had been achieved. Some risked their lives to bring their families back. Some wanted to protect their loved ones. Although the heavens had caused Zika pain, he now decided to preserve them for everyone around him. Chaos agreed with Neode, and they asked if it wouldn't be better to just destroy the heavens after all the suffering. Zika went through suffering and came here. The journey was a happy one for him. Unstable and unfair, but it seems he found the meaning of his life. Neode noticed that the main character was the vessel that contained all their power, and the choice was up to Zeke. He was the true master of the heavens, and he felt how the power had now given Zeke a choice. With this power, the main character wanted to protect the heavens. There is no such world where everyone is equal. He was born in the deep lands, just as the gods were once born as masters of everything. Chaos laughed at Zeke's ideology, but he could not contradict him, because if the boy wanted it, he had the right to do so. The power could build a new world, and Neode was surprised because the main character could be the god of the new world. But for him, this power did not originally belong to him. Being a god did not suit Zik. He thought the title of pretender sounded better. Chaos continued to expand and rage, breaking everything around it into tiny particles. Neode told Ziku that if he wanted to save the heavens, he would have to put chaos to sleep. Even darkness itself agreed that its power was destroying the heavens. The heavenly world could only be saved by putting it to sleep. But if it was put to sleep, nothing would happen to it. Chaos would not disappear forever, but would only return to the deep shadows. Ziku decided to part with him for a while, saying that it was fun to travel with the grumpy old man. After that, the destruction stopped, but everything was not as it had been before. The sky found balance, uniting into one chaotic world. The god Neode did not say goodbye to anyone, as he was in eternity. Having overcome the trials, the children who ascended to heaven together were granted forgiveness. Neode also offered Robbie and Greggs the roles of new judges, since they had brought order to the heavenly chaos. The candidates did not object to their new roles, which greatly pleased the god. There was also a question for Zik about what he was going to do on this heavenly earth. Now Neode was falling into an eternal sleep. He had all the power, and could do anything he wanted. Zik noticed that Neode spoke as if the two gods had lost their powers, although this was not true. This was the last test from the god. Zik decided to pass on his powers to Frid, since he did not need them. The main character refused the god's powers, as he was still just a thief. Zik rushed forward and jumped down, shouting as he fell that he would live as an eternal pretender. Frid returned the power to the god Neode, because he didn't need it either. He wanted to remain the absolute guardian of this sky. Neode took this power and directed it to the heavens, saying that it would remain free for the future. 20 years later, in the deep lands, a boy in tears tried to find the bird of his soul. He continued to sob, for he had long wanted to escape the poverty of the deep lands. A mysterious man with a scar across his face and white hair asked the boy if he needed help. The adult Zeke opened his palm with the soul bird and told the boy that he could become the master of the heavens.